Welcome to the Sibling Rivalry podcast. I'm John. I'm here with my sister Michelle.
Hey.
Every year we have raced unofficially. In the past 2 years, we raced officially to see who could beat more games in the year. And this year was a little different because Michelle approached me at the beginning of the year and said, No, I'm not going to race next year. That doesn't mean we weren't keeping track of the games we were beating or anything like that. But it was her basically saying, I know I'm not going to beat that many games this year compared to you because I'm going to focus on other things and focus more on some of her longer games.
Yeah.
So this year, spoilers, I won by a significant margin.
I have about 20 or so games at least.
This is the second part of the year, going from about July, right, Michelle?
Yeah.
Until the end of the year. If you want to see the games we beat in the first part of the year, there's only like 10 for Michelle. So check out the previous.
Excuse you, it was 14. Okay.
Check out the previous podcast. We're gonna do a little different this year, or this quarter, or for this half. Michelle's gonna talk about a game. I'm gonna talk about a game. We'll go back and forth.
And it's definitely not because John got lazy and didn't make up the sheet this year.
I thought it was because we had beaten such a close amount of games that it would work out. But you're right, I did beat a couple more towards the end. But it'll still work out okay. And one of us won't go on and on for too long. Although I think we were basically back and forth. Second half of the year was interesting because we beat almost the same amount of games. But before we get into that, there's something we got to cover. Last year, just so we know, I did win 73 games. Michelle had 72 games beaten. Mm-hmm. I snuck in at the end, really cheated it away from her because I beat a game that lasted like 20 minutes. But one thing I want to talk about, at the end of that video, we had plans, Michelle. Plans for 2022. Do you remember any of your plans?
No.
Don't worry. I'm going to remind you. First off, my plans. And some of these were just sort of off-the-cuff comments. I said, I'm going to beat Leaving Lindau. I did. That was like the second game I beat this year. I said, I'm going to at least beat Yakuza 6. That might have occurred. I said, I would like to get into Judgment and Yakuza Like a Dragon if I have time. If I get a PS5, I would like to play Horizon Forbidden West. Another goal was I really would like to get a PS5. That would be nice. I said I would beat Pony Island. That happened much earlier in the year. I would like to beat Final Fantasy VII Remake. I did that much earlier in the year. If you remember, I said I was holding off on playing it until I got a PS5. I didn't hold off because I just wanted to play it. I should have held off. But and I also said I was going to play some long games, mixing with some short games. And I would beat Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory as part of our Digimon Challenge, which we did. I did earlier in the year. So not too bad, actually. We'll see how that all panned out. But most of those things actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think I remember some of mine a little bit, but not a lot of my goals. I think I wanted to replay more games this year, which, I mean, I sort of did. I replayed like 4 games.
Well, if you did, you did.
Or 3.
If you did, you didn't mention that. Here's the things you mentioned. At the time we did the podcast last year, you were playing Corpse Party Book of Shadows, Planet Zoo, and Yakuza 0, and you said, I would like to finish all these up.
Well, I finished one of those games, and the other 2 have just rotted.
You said, I would like to play a few of those Yakuza games this year.
To establish, I didn't even make it through 0. So I made it to like chapter 5.
You said I would like to beat some long games and some of my RPGs.
I did beat some long games.
Yeah, that happened.
And I don't really know if I beat any RPGs. actually. I beat one in the second half of the year.
You also said you would like to finish all the rest of your PS4 games, particularly cited Fallout 4, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
Okay, so I didn't beat any of those, but I did beat some PS4 games. And I am playing Fallout 4 right now, even though it's not in my now playing. I've been playing it on PC because I decided that was the better route to go.
Sure. You said you were going to buy some VR games and play through them.
I bought some. I did play through some, but I didn't play through some of the ones I got in the second half of the year. Because I think like right after I bought them, I got sick one of many times already this year, and I just never went back to them.
Sakuna of Rice and Ruin, you said, I didn't have time to finish it this year, but I'm definitely going to finish it next year.
And yeah, I still had, I put it in my Switch and everything. It's still in there, and I haven't played it.
You were going to beat Digimon World 3, which you did end up doing earlier in the year.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And
that was part of the Digimon challenge.
Right. And you said finally you were going to play some of your Japanese games, specifically citing Yokai Watch 4, Harvest Moon DS, and if you could find them, some of the Legend of River King games that only came out in Japan.
Oh, yeah. No, I played a game in Japanese that wasn't... I finished a game in Japanese that was not any of those. I played through about 10 hours of Yokai Watch 4, which in reality is probably like 2 hours, and if it was in English.
So I just found that fascinating, right? We're gonna say a lot of stuff at the end of this podcast, kind of off the cuff, like, oh yeah, I would like to do this next year, and it's just funny looking back, like, did I say that? Did I really plan on beating Fallout 4? Is that what I said? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was interesting. But let's get into it. Where we left off, you were at game number 14 beaten, and I was at game number, let me get all my tabs right. I was at game number 34.
Yeah.
Just a few ahead of you, but that's okay because we're not racing, right?
Yeah.
But what we were doing at the time is I was actually visiting you.
Yeah.
We were together in Georgia playing games. We had actually just beaten Obscure. We played it on the PS2, and it was a lot of fun, actually. Really good, surprisingly. I guess not surprisingly, but just to cover, the next game that we both beat was Obscure 2, The Aftermath.
June?
They're just behind the door.
Yes, which we played the Steam copy of.
What do you think of Obscure 2, particularly in comparison to Obscure 1?
I think it is actually a better game.
So do I.
But because I have nostalgia attached to the first game, it was weird because when we played, I felt like I had a lot more issues with the controls than I did in the previous times that I played with people. But the second game definitely plays more fluidly. It looks better. It plays better. The story is, I don't know, a little bit more... But, I mean, not that the story in the first game was, like, anything really amazing or anything, but I felt like they, like, really want to play up that, like, stupid college-age campiness in the second game. I guess they were playing at the high school thing in the first game, but...
What's weird is, I could have swore I always heard that Obscure 2 kind of, like, was the much worse game. But it's very similar, actually. It's not that different.
Yeah.
And I thought it was pretty good. I like the way there's, right? Because there was, you could hit your partner, right?
Yeah.
That was.
I actually don't remember. I don't remember if that was actually in both games or if it was just to the first game. I know it was definitely the first game because you hit me multiple times on accident.
I just remember because it always starts with, do you think there's friendly fire? And I'm going to go, let's find out.
Bam!
Yeah, there is. Whoa.
That is the worst thing though. Why would you? It's like why would you do that? And a game that primarily, like, I guess for a good chunk of it is melee combat, where you can easily freaking hit somebody else.
Right. I guess it's just to add on to that survival horrorness of it, and
Will your partner turn on you? Who knows?
right. Is this the one that had the crazy boss that we had to retry 3
No,
times?
that was the first game. That yeah.
Oh, this one
Wasn't
had
it?
was this
Yeah.
the one with the boss in the football stadium? At the
Oh
end?
yeah.
That one was also a little tricky, but
Yeah, it was. And we didn't fail it anywhere near as many times. So I think we probably screwed it up at least 3 to 5 times. But the other one, we screwed up like a dozen at least.
right. I think you had to hit some switches on the wall, and
Yeah.
for some
We
reason my
had to,
mind just couldn't do it.
we had to time things where somebody was working on the switch or like the wheel or something. It was like a thing that took several, like 5 to 10 seconds to actually do, and the other person had to cover the person doing the wheel or the switch or whatever, and it was hard.
I remember it being hard. But yeah, it's actually pretty good. Actually, I would put it basically in the same level as Obscure One.
Yeah.
I'd really have to replay them to know which one was worse, which one was better.
Yeah, I realized after we played two that it really did make improvements over the first game. I think noticeably, oddly enough, was visually to me the Obscure 2 looked a lot sharper and a lot better.
Which I guess has to do with Obscure 1 was a PS2 game and Obscure 2 was a Wii game, right? Initially.
Actually, I think Obscure 2 also came out on the Xbox,
Oh,
the
okay.
original Xbox. So that would explain a lot, actually. Well, why visually? I think the first game, it could have come out on the Xbox, but I don't think so. I think it only came out on the PlayStation 2.
Right. Okay. So that adds up. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty good game. And co-op is
Yeah.
obviously fun.
Yeah, especially the method of co-op that both games use is very interesting. It's very unique for the time.
I will say there was a bunch of different characters you could pick from at different times in both games.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
that just never happened. There was always like an optimal character almost every time.
Yes, because some of the characters are actually worse than others. Like each character has no perks, and I think one guy just runs slower. And I'm like, why would you ever pick him?
Yeah. I think it could work if somehow they could make it like a 4-player, 5-player game.
Yeah.
And then everyone just has some weaknesses. But because it's just, okay, I'm
Just-
going to pick
yeah.
whoever's fastest, whoever's strongest.
Yep.
But yeah, Obscure 2, pretty good game. Michelle, I'm going to let you go first since I think I did beat a few more games. You can move on to your next game.
All right. Next up, I beat Spiritfarer Farewell Edition. Everybody always talks about Spiritfarer all the time. I just hear that it's just this god tier, heart-wrenching experience that everybody loves. And, I feel like those people
Uh-oh.
definitely never actually finished the game.
Are you about to upset some people, Michelle?
I don't think I'm going to upset that many people because I've talked to my brother-in-law. He's played it as well, and he had the same opinions I did actually. Where there's definitely spirits that you'll pick up, and because your goal is to get these spirits to the afterlife. And there's some spirits that you will get really attached to and kind of like into their story and stuff. And you'll be a bit sad that they're gone. And some people you just like do not give a fuck about at all. You no investment in their story, or they were just super annoying or bad characters that you wanted to leave your boat. So I feel like those people who say all those things are probably really casual gamers who like haven't finished the game, only played like the first, through the first few people leaving.
Yeah, Samantha played it, and she played all the way through. It wasn't the farewell edition; it was the normal edition.
Yeah.
And I do remember when she got to the ending, I think she said something along the lines of like, "Oh, that's it. That's the ending? Okay.
Yeah. And I had similar feelings. It was still a very good game. Like all of the management of the boat is very interesting. It gets a little bit annoying sometimes because the people who leave, like their houses still stay on your boat and then they're just in the way. Constantly, and you have to like move them up out of your way so you can keep all of the buildings you actually need to access at the bottom.
So just to put context, this is like it has like survival aspects of it. You build up like a little boat that has like resource management going on it, and your goal is to invite people on your boat and then send them on their way, right?
Yeah, you invite them on your boat, you make a little home for them, like their own room on your boat. And you kind of meet requirements for them to be comfy, and you learn a little bit about their backstory and do some quests and things for them to eventually get them to want to pass on. And then you bring them to the spirit gate thing and you let them go. But there's like farming and like you can have different crops on the boat and forges and stuff like that.
So you weren't as hot on this game as everyone else was.
Not quite as much so, and I don't know if that has to do with because it's the Farewell Edition, and there's basically added spirits to Farewell Edition. And I didn't know that at first at all. I didn't know what the difference was. I didn't look into it. And the game hit a point in the middle where it dragged, like really badly. It just became this grind of trying to get some of these people off your damn boat. And that was kind of the part that just brought it down a little bit for me. And also, you can't use the boat at night.
Right.
There's no reason. This is a limitation that's put in place for absolutely no reason other than to be annoying. Because at the very end of the game, they give you the ability to ride the boat at night. And I'm just like, why was this ever? This isn't a reward now.
What do you do at night? You go to sleep, right?
Yeah. You just go to sleep and then it's the next morning, but it prevents you from, if you were in the middle of something, you just got to stop what you're doing. And it's just annoying. There's just no reason to have that as a feature of the game.
Yeah.
It's not.
Although I guess in a lot of these games, it is like that, right? And you hit nighttime, it forces you to go to sleep or whatever. So that doesn't surprise me, but I
like
can
you
see
can
how
kind
it's
of
annoying.
Like here's the thing, you can still do things on the boat until morning. You just can't ride the boat anywhere. So if you were in the middle of traveling somewhere, it turns nighttime, the boat just stops. And they're like, oh, you'll have to wait until morning to resume your trip. And I'm just like, but what? Because it's dark. Put a lantern on the front of the boat. Shit, let's go.
Yeah.
Like you can still do crops and stuff and talk to people or whatever, or just screw around doing nothing throughout the night in the game, but there's no reason to. It's just annoying. I'd rather just be doing things as we're on our way to our destination.
Well, everyone's very angry with you now.
Well, that being said,
game of forever.
That being said, I did really enjoy the game. Aside from
you can't hold on. You can't just say, "Hey, I really enjoy it now." You just said, "Fuck this game" a few minutes ago.
It's because it just had a few things I just didn't understand why they did. That was one mechanic. I was just like, the game would be nothing but better if you just didn't do this.
Sure.
Like, aside from that short period of time where it just dragged really bad and it was taking too long to get people off the boat, it was really enjoyable. It had a nice ending. Also, I don't know if this would be considered spoilers or not. I don't think it would. But in the credits, they attribute these spirits to actual names of deceased people, which I found the saddest part of the whole game, is realizing these were actual people in the developers' lives that died.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, oh well, now I feel like an asshole.
Can you imagine
not liking that?
Can you imagine
not liking that bull guy?
Can you imagine someone right now is like figuring that out and they're like, shit, I skipped the credits. I'm just a horrible human being.
So when I saw that, I went, oh. I was like, oh, wow. I was like, well, that was much more than what I expected. And I was like, and then they added spirits in Farewell Edition. I was like, oh, no.
So every time there's like a new update, it's like, oh, no, someone died.
Exactly.
All right. Well, cool. So next for me, I've headed home at this point. I believe when we were over there, the Steam sale was happening, right?
Yeah, summer sale probably.
Yeah. So I bought some games. And I definitely played them all. I didn't just forget about them the second I bought them. But one of the games I bought was Save Room Organization Puzzle.
Which I also play later on in the year. Not that much later on either.
Right, because I think we bought it at the same time. All it is a puzzle game utilizing the Resident Evil 4 inventory system, which is a lot of fun to mess around with. It basically makes your attach case in different ways. And one thing I do like is it actually utilizes your knowledge of Resident Evil. So it won't tell you like, oh, if you just mix these herbs, that'll work, right? Or if you don't load your weapon, it just kind of expects you to know that. So you kind of get these moments where you're like, oh, nice, like I remember these things. So it makes the puzzle solving aspect a little neat.
There were some things I didn't remember either at all, and I was just combining things at random. I was like, oh, you can combine this fish with whatever. Or something like that, right? There's something with the fish.
You could eat the fish.
Oh yeah.
So when you're thinking about like, oh, your health bar's on the side too, and you probably don't even notice it the first couple times you do the puzzles, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, how the hell am I gonna fit this fish in here? You're not. You're gonna eat it. And certain things give you certain amount of health. And what's funny is this is the same exact type of inventory management you do in Resident Evil 4, right? Because you're like, oh, I can't pick up this herb. Well, shit, I'll get rid of this one. I'll eat this one. I'll do this, and I'll put it in there. I think it lasts like maybe an hour, right, Michelle?
Yeah.
Very short game, but it was neat. And I mean, that's it, right? I think it's only $1. It's just
exactly.
Just a neat little thing. Probably definitely worth getting if you like Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about it.
Oh. Am I going next then?
Yep.
All right, next up, I made other people angry at Spiritfarer, which I did actually like. They're going to be really mad about this one. Next time I played Corpse Party Book of Shadows.
Hey, this was in your plans. This was in your plans.
And this took me a really long time to get through. It was very hard for me to get through. I hit a point in the game where I finally had to turn off the voice acting.
Oh, no.
I just got tired of hearing children screaming while they died. This is hard for me to make it through just because it was hard to stomach through the whole game. I've never felt so off-put by a game before, especially mostly because of the voice acting. I feel like you're just constantly hearing children screaming as it's described to you how they get murdered.
Where is this in the Corpse Party timeline? Is this just a remake of one, or what's up? Here's
the thing: it's an alternate telling of the first game because the Corpse Party is parallel, like universes and shit. So this is just another universe, and what happens in it adds very little to the existing story that was told in Corpse Party. Like, some things were kind of interesting, because you kind of learn a little bit more about certain characters from the first game, as they act differently in this game. But then a lot of it's, honestly, a lot of chapters just added nothing. They're just there just to be vulgar and upsetting. And I just didn't get it.
I know exactly what you mean. Like, there's a way to do like trauma and utilize it in a story, and then there's like, you can tell they're going down a checklist, and they're like, I'll just put this one in. I'll put this one in. Like kind of like
Has this
a little,
person died yet?
like a little fan fiction of disgusting.
Yeah, and that one girl who I hated from the first game, who's like looks like a little kid. Like it was weird already that she looked like a little kid in the first game. It was already like, ugh, Japan. Oh, this seems pedophilic. Okay. And this game, it's like it was just worse somehow. Once again, with the voice acting and stuff, I was like, nothing really bad happens or anything, but I feel like there's just enough implication there to just make it really gross. And me to just really wish this character wasn't even included in the game.
And you did play the original version of Corpse Party, but like the PSP version, right?
Yes, and I loved it. It was one of my favorite games that year, last year, I believe.
Sounds like this one's not quite there.
No, it really dropped. It was probably my most disappointing game this year, by far.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I don't think it was a bad game, but I just didn't understand. Like, I feel like you could skip it and you wouldn't have really missed anything. The whole tagline of Book of Shadows literally only comes in at the very, very end of the game, where they're suddenly like, oh, the Book of Shadows that's made of people's skin is here, and it's somehow related to all this. Oh, wait for the next game. And I'm just like, what are you talking about?
Now there is
Like,
there is a next game, right? They made a sequel to
Yes.
this? I know.
Well, there's Blood Drive.
I noticed you
that.
haven't played it yet.
I haven't, and it will be the last game that I play, because I know there's Corpse Party 2, believe it or not, that it was never finished, I believe, and there's only one like episode out or something. I'm never gonna bother with it. I already determined that they probably just ruined the series from the second game onward.
Oh
Because
shit!
people don't say good things about Blood Drive, but it looked interesting to me. I don't know. Either way, the first game's still really worth playing. This game, you know, a lot of people really liked it, but I don't see it really worth playing necessarily. Like, and I loved the first game. So, it's just, to me, if it's going to be like a different telling or an alternate retelling of the first game, I want it to have more actual story to it. There was just nothing stringing any of it together. You didn't really learn why all of it that had happened to them, like why they ended up in this horrible version of the school and stuff. You didn't really learn any of that. It's all relying on you having played the first game, and then they just skip all that stuff and they just go for murder. Not that there wasn't lots of murder in the first game, but this one's just like, we're going to see how disturbing we can make this for everyone. I'm going to describe in vivid detail and have this voice acting going on while we rip children's eyes out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
Yeah, nah. It took me like 6 months to make it through.
This is PC game, right?
Yeah. I think it was originally released on
The Vita, right?
either yeah, I think so.
Well, Corpse Party. Michelle put you in your plans and you weren't even worth it. Well, so I'm home now. I'm actually playing a different game right now, but I'm trying to do that thing where I play a long game and I play some short games on the side. Mm-hmm. I actually ended up throwing that away later on and just started playing a single game at one time for basically the whole rest of the year. But for right now, I'm still doing the short game, long game at the same time thing. And I'm playing a game called The Wild Case. Which is like a Eastern European basic bitch point and click. Like, you know, you go to Walmart, Michelle, you see a bundle, they say, hey, there's 10 games in here, point and clicks. This is one of them. And,
all right.
Okay, and I was actually just in the mood for this kind of thing. And suddenly Twitch had a thing. They said, hey, this game's free, but you have to download this thing called the Legacy Games Launcher. And I said, okay, cool. I'm always down to see what new launchers there are and what's on them and see if they're actually any good. So I download this Legacy Games launcher, and what's so funny about it is it is the back of Walmart bundle game launcher. Everything you see on there is like, oh yeah, that's at the back of Walmart. It's got like all those Bejeweled Match 3 games, all these like point
These the hidden object games.
Right, all the hidden
Yeah.
object games on there. I think there might have been the Nancy Drew games on there potentially.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Those are in the back of Walmart too.
Right, and some of those games are actually kind of cool, especially if
Yeah.
you're in the mood for it. And I was in the mood for it at this point. It's one of the point and clicks where you don't see your character or anything. It's just a screen, which is kind of nice because you can move very fast through the screens, right? The idea is like you're investigating something in this small town. There's these animals with red eyes, and people are trying to figure out what's going on. And that's it, right? You go places, you find items, you use items other places. It actually has okay enough storytelling, okay enough art. Like, it is exactly what you would think it should be. And
A good mid.
yeah, a good mid, and it actually worked for me. I think I beat it all in one night. Thought it was pretty good overall. And I haven't played any other games on the Legacy Games launcher, but I do have a bunch more because they kept giving them away for free. But I will say, if
Got me interested now.
yeah, if that's, I don't know if it's safe. I don't know how much information they're stealing from me, but I went for it. But if you are in the mood for those kind of like back of Walmart bundle 10 games, hidden object, this, that, they're all sold on here. Every single one of them. There's hundreds of games that are just those games. So, and this one was cool. So I give my stamp of approval for the Legacy Games launcher and this one single game.
All right, and let's see. Next, I played Westerado Double Barreled.
I've played this before.
Yes, I think I got it partially because you played it.
It's pretty neat, right?
It's a really cool little like murder mystery game where you play as a cowboy and you do quests and like get information about your family's killer, about what they look like, and then you can go up and accuse whoever you think it is at any time, at any point, with any amount of information. I know it changes. You see, what got me was when you told me about the game. You found out that you were the killer, and my mind was blown. I was like, "What? That sounds amazing!"
Oh yeah, that was just one of the endings, but
Yeah, I know, but like that was hilarious, and I was like, I got to experience this game for myself because this sounds like a lot of fun. And I've only played through once. As you play through it, you unlock, I know, your other family members to play as.
right, because you could play as like your brother, as if
your
you
sister,
died
your
instead of your
mom.
brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't done that.
Yeah, I haven't played through it any more times, but I did play through it once. I was worried I was going to pick the wrong person, because it's like, how many quests do I really need to do before I can figure out who it is? And I remember I was just telling myself, I was like, yeah, like black hat, red scarf, blah, blah, blah. And I just walked past some dude and I went, wait a minute. I think that guy's a murderer. I think it's him. And it was. I was right because I think he like immediately runs off and you've got to go chase after him or something.
Right.
But yeah, it's a pretty short game. It's only like a couple hours long. Very much lends itself to being replayed pretty well. And I think I'd like to play through it a few more times, at least, just because.
Because there's like a ton of quests, and every one of them almost gives you like a little clue. It'd be like, he's got a blue belt.
Yeah.
He's got a big buckle, and you learn a little bit more. But like, there were definitely a ton of quests I saw that I did not finish.
Mm-hmm. And there's different endings too.
Right.
So
I'm guessing you did not confront yourself as the killer.
No, I didn't. How do you even confront yourself as the killer?
Oh man, like at some point you say it was you, and then like there's like a version of yourself that comes on screen, and you're confronting each other, and then you shoot them, and then you fall over dead. It's a reference to a movie that I don't want to spoil in case no one's seen it. I had not seen it, and it's a really old movie, but it's really popular. So if I say it and you've never seen it, you can be like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, it was pretty cool though, right?
Yeah, very very cool game, very fun. I really enjoyed it.
Okay, I've been saving my time, right? I've been trying to be smart about how I talk about games, because some of them I have a lot to say about, some of them I don't have a lot to say about. Next game I beat that I've been playing even before I went up there to visit you, The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall.
Oh yeah.
They had released the Unity version, which I had played before. That sort of makes it run well, makes it not crash as much, and gives you like better mouse look, better frame rates, better graphics. Just overall, it's just the way to play Daggerfall, right?
Yeah.
So what's funny is we both started in Morrowind, right? And then we moved on to the other games. And to me, Morrowind has always been like the standard of like, it kind of has a small-ish world, a small big world that has a densely packed with things to do, but it also has a lot of freedom, right? It doesn't like Skyrim and beyond. They really restrict what you can do.
Yeah.
And Morrowind was like, hey, I don't know, you want to levitate up here? Who cares? Do whatever you want.
Yeah, go for it. You want to use this scroll to jump like 10,000 feet in the air? Cool. Have fun.
Yeah, but what I've heard about Daggerfall is it was Morrowind's Morrowind was the one that restricted things, right?
Yeah.
And Daggerfall had way more openness, and let me tell you something. Fuck those people. Yes. So the game is way more mechanically dense than the later Elder Scrolls games. Absolutely. The later games don't have a climbing skill. Is the climbing skill awesome?
Oh, God, yeah.
Is the climbing skill amazing? Absolutely, because there'll be the giant randomly generated dungeons, and you can just climb up a wall sometimes. Like the side of the wall and go up 3 floors. That's kind of cool. And yeah, there's levitate spells and all that jazz and slow fall spells. But the game is so ridiculously difficult.
Yeah, I remember. I've actually played some of it before. And sometimes, because I've done the first dungeon multiple times, and sometimes I made it out like without really too much trouble, and other times it was basically impossible to make it out of the first dungeon that you start in.
I've played that first dungeon so much, I basically have memorized how to get to the end as quickly as possible. And in that way, it's kind of different than other Elder Scrolls games, because if you play Morrowind, you play Oblivion, you play Skyrim, you want to explore every inch of every dungeon, right?
Yeah, and this game is not like that.
No, you want to get to your goal as soon as possible and get the hell out of there, including the opening dungeon. There's nothing worth getting in that opening dungeon. Just get the hell out.
I would say I watched some YouTube videos just to kind of figure out the mechanics of the game in the first dungeon and how everything worked, because it was just so foreign to me.
Here's what I've learned about Daggerfall. When I looked it up, you cannot just play the game like a normal game, right? You have to come in with a plan. Your character better have like an edge on everything, right? And the easiest edge I could find, and there were some glitches that I was trying to utilize, but it didn't work because the Unity version got rid of them. But my character was a mage primarily, and what I did is I gave myself a perk where in the daylight my magic was like halved or did barely any damage, There's no enemies in the base game in the daylight. They're all at night, so that literally has no effect. But it gives you more points to spend. And I also got myself like a critical weakness to paralysis. The point of this was I picked a high elf, which is supposed to have immunity to paralysis. And in the original game, there was a glitch where, you would still be immune and it'll give you the points. This one didn't have that, so I got paralyzed a couple times. It was very annoying. But what this enabled me to do is give myself a 3 times spell absorption. So anytime a magic spell hit me, I absorbed it. Good. I absorbed it, and then I had more magic, including when I made myself a god tier splash damage attack. So I made like a fireball. It does splash damage. It hits me as well, and I just absorb it. So
yeah,
I think it's Q and E. Q is ready. E is use. I would go QE, 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 and just slam my face into enemies, and they would die, almost instantly. I periodically made better versions of the spell, but that kind of did it, right? It doesn't really matter because they died so fast. And that is how I played the game. That eliminates the issue of the combat mostly. There's a couple hard enemies, but mostly that eliminates it. But that doesn't change the exploration aspect. As we talked about, the dungeons were randomly generated. Now, they're not randomly generated. They were randomly generated at one point, and they're static now. That means they're disgustingly ugly. But at least they're the same every time. And the main quests always send you to the same places, usually. So you could use guides to get through if you get stuck. I tried not to get stuck too many times. Also, utilizing things like teleport spells to where you can teleport instantly back to quest givers helped a lot. This game was very painful to play because, man, some of the dungeons are just ridiculous. Like, I could spend multiple hours and not find out where to go.
Oh, God.
Even with my levitate spells and all this stuff, just flying around the dungeon, couldn't do it. And sometimes if you do like a little generic quest and it's like, hey, I need you to find the cut off finger of this person, it'll just be sort of out in the open and it doesn't even look like a finger sometimes. So you're like, I don't know, I just thought it was part of the scenery.
Oh, God.
So one thing that was pretty helpful was, and I only did it once or twice, I would save and then I put in a console command that would just immediately take me to the quest item. And then I would look at it on the map and go, oh, okay, it's this place I walked past like 10 times. I just didn't understand it was an item. So that helps a lot. And
That's
of course,
terrible, though, that you have to go to those lengths just to enjoy the game. But then again, it kind of reminds me of like a Sierra game. Like, you just can't play those nowadays without a guide because you're just going to screw yourself over with information that you didn't know.
Yes, and you really cannot play this one without a guide. Because, so, in Morrowind, if you killed one of your critical quest givers, it would give you that red screen and it would say, like, the world is doomed or something like that. So you knew in Morrowind if you had screwed up, it'll let you screw up.
I don't even think it gave you that. It gives you, like, a little message in the top right saying, like, that you basically... It's saying something similar to that, where you screwed up.
In Morrowind, right?
It'll let you kill them, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It tells you. Daggerfall doesn't tell you when you screwed up.
Great.
Now, you can't, like, kill quest givers or anything, but if you do their quest wrong, or...
You can do the quest wrong?
Yes, you can just fail a quest, right? All the quests have time limits on them.
That sucks.
So it'd be like, okay, you have 7 in-game days to get someplace. So you have to take your little wagon there, fast travel all the way to this thing that could take multiple days, do the quest, and the quest is ticking down your timer the whole time, and then make it back, which is where teleport spells came in, because I would kind of sometimes know where the quest was going to go, where it was going to be, and set up my teleport there, and then...
that just sounds very anxiety-inducing.
That's
kind of why I couldn't play Fallout 2 either, because there's a time limit on that whole game, so...
There's a very nice very nice flowchart that made it very easy, because there's also some main quests that aren't even important to anything, so you could skip past them. Although I ended up doing a lot of them. There's things where like, oh, these assassins will come out and try to attack you, but if you kill them the wrong way at the wrong place, they'll keep attacking you the rest of your game file.
Oh God.
What? So it can be annoying, but I got through it, and there's a bunch of different endings you can pick, but I've learned that none of them matter because they're all canonical in some weird way. But the best way to describe the mechanics of the game is there's a bank system, a show. You can put money in the bank. You can take money out from the bank. You can take out loans. Every single region, of which there are like 20 or so in the Daggerfall little bay, has their own bank. So if you put money in one bank, you can't put money in the other bank. They don't transfer over. And also money has weight, so you can't carry too much weight.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So if you have like $20,000 and you want to go spend it somewhere, you have to get a like bill of sale or something from the bank, take it to the other bank, check. Yes, it is mechanically dense. Does not make it more fun.
Yeah.
And that's where I was at with Daggerfall. It is easily the weakest one, and I think anyone that is vouching for like, oh, Daggerfall, and the quests are so generic. Every single quest that's not the main quest is a generic quest, like randomly generated. Even the Mages Guild and all that, it's all randomly generated. It's go to this random dungeon, find this random item every time. It's not fun. It's not worth doing. I did the Mages Guild a couple times just so I could get better spells, and that was the end of it. So, I mean, it was fun, right? And it was cool because I beat this game that is ridiculously difficult to get through. So that part of it was cool. But I would say if you're thinking about like, oh, this is the one that had all the mechanics and blah, 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 blah. No.
All right. Now I'm going to need you to play Arena. Okay. Chop, chop.
I actually thought about it, but at least with Daggerfall, there's some verticality to the levels. Arena's like all flat and just mazes.
You know, and I remember watching LGR's review on Daggerfall and on Arena, and he basically was just like, Arena's just not worth playing.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's a lot for him to say.
It didn't look playing. If they make a Unity version of it, I'll give it a shot, but it looks disgusting, so...
Yeah, I mean, Daggerfall alone, I knew I wasn't going to ever want to go all the way through. Like, I fooled around with it a few hours, and I was good.
Yeah, it can be neat at times, but
yeah,
it is cool when you have those crazy-ass spells. I'm telling you, that part about it, the spell crafting, man, you can obliterate enemies. It's like, oh, here's 3 Elder Dragons. What are you going to do? It's like QE, QE, QE. They're dead. Yeah.
All right. Next up, I finished a game that I've been playing for probably 3 years now, because it's been released in parts, and that's Raft. The 3rd chapter of Raft finally released, making it a finished game. And I was on it pretty much immediately. I'd actually just randomly check on the Raft page on the Steam store, like the community thing or whatever, just to see if there was any other news about when it was coming out and everything. Because I believe people thought it was going to be out around Christmas, and that did not happen. They didn't meet that deadline. And then it had been, over a year since the previous chapter, and people were getting kind of antsy about it. But they finally released the last chapter. There was some pretty... I'll speak about it a little bit as a whole, but I'll kind of focus a little bit more on the last chapter. The first 2 chapters of the game I played with the same person, and the last chapter of the game I just ended up playing through by myself, but in the same save file. The same multiplayer save file, just because I mean, we'd already played through 2/3 of the game, so I wasn't gonna restart it. I like they made like additions to existing mechanics, like the fishing. They added a bunch of new stuff with fishing, and they added these little kiosks, little trading post things on the little islands that you can go to, where you can get more fishing supplies and you can trade or fish for coins and get certain blueprints and other stuff from the little trading posts and everything.
Are there people there, or
There are not.
who's,
I don't know
who's
if this
trading
is.
with you?
It's just like a little. I don't know. I don't remember if there's like a little robot dude there or it's just like a parrot or what.
Okay,
But you can trade there,
Tra-
which was kind of cool.
trading with a bird. All right.
Um, I don't know if it's spoilers, but like the whole game, you're alone on a raft, right? That's kind of the whole concept. Is that
I don't think
there
that's a
aren't.
spoiler. I think that's in the name of the game. I think people understand.
Well, I wasn't really sure what end goal we were going towards
Oh, that's
in the
true. I've never
game.
thought about that. What is the to get saved? You would think. I don't know.
Well, if you're alone on a raft, maybe your goal is to find people.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the purpose of this chapter. Because I guess the notes and stuff you've been reading have been leading you towards, like, because there's each chapter usually has several main islands that you can guide your raft to. And those will have like notes and new items and story stuff. But honestly, because I've played the first two chapters over the course of like 2 years, I don't remember what was in these notes. Not only that, they actually changed them. They stated when they released chapter 3 that they actually changed a bunch of the notes and kind of just tried to make things more streamlined and more logical.
So the
And
story that you have been told is not the same story that they really ended up with.
yeah, basically, which I was still fine with. I mean, I wasn't really playing the game for the story. I was just playing it because I was having fun. I was kind of wondering how they were going to top chapter 2. Because the end of chapter 2, you end up at this huge, like, metropolis that only has robots in it, and it's freaking awesome. They have like these tokens and these coins that you can find around that you can spend on like really they're just like white girl stuff for your boat. You can buy like tons of plants and stuff, different kinds of plants, hanging plants, and you can get a piano, all this cool stuff. And I almost felt like that whole area was like kind of a big just the climax of the series in my eyes anyway. To me it was the coolest place out of all the chapters. Not to say that they didn't have cool stuff in chapter 3. They did. They had boss fights in chapter 3,
What the hell?
which was cool. Really cool. I don't know that they've really had that so far. They have different enemies in areas and minor puzzles and stuff like that. But they've never had any like big memorable boss fights, and they did have that in the third chapter. The last area, the very last place that you end up though in chapter 3, I just found kind of, I don't know, it just wasn't quite what I wanted. The vibe of the game was a little different and a little weird for me. I guess because I didn't care a whole lot about the main story. Like when we got into story stuff, I was like, okay, so that's how we're ending now. I was like, I mean, that's fine, I guess. But I don't know. I guess because it wasn't the reason I was playing the game, I was pretty lukewarm about it.
We talked recently because you played Slime Rancher 2, and it's in early access as well. And I mentioned to you how I try not to play games early access, not because they're bad or anything like that, but because of things like this, and because I know if I beat all the content, like if I started Raft when I had seen it, which was only like chapter 1 was out,
Yeah.
I would have never went back to the other chapters, or I would have had to restart the whole game or whatever, just because of stuff like this. Now's my time. I can play Raft, and
I almost got it for you during Christmas. I thought about it. I was like, I don't know. I want the last game to just be something kind of different and not something already on his wish list.
oh,
But yeah, it's a good game. I really enjoyed it. It's worth playing. It's good playing alone or with other people, honestly. Because even at the time when I was playing with another person, I would still end up playing on my own sometimes as well, like pretty often. But, I would look forward to the next, I think when we first played through chapter one, it was actually very, like within a month or two before chapter two was released. Actually, I think it was within a couple,
So it worked
maybe
out
like 2 or 3 months.
Worked out really conveniently for you.
Yeah, at the time anyway, it was like, oh, and then we were like really excited. I was like, oh man, the next chapter ref release, let's play some more. We play another dozen hours or so.
Shit, actually, I didn't think about it, but I played the game before chapter 1 was out.
You did actually.
I
yeah,
made a video about it. Like there was nothing but like building your raft, and that was it. I remember they were like, they were just talked about we added second floors. Isn't that cool?
I remember when they actually added a building update, like more of like aesthetic things that you could do instead of the third chapter, and everybody was like, what the fuck is this shit? This is not what we wanted. And they were just like, wow, we just wanted to give you guys some more cool stuff to do on your boat while you wait. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. And shit, there wasn't even like land or anything in the original release. It was just like, wow. The games came so far.
Yeah, and I'm really happy. It's one of those situations where I think they've done a really great job. But, like even though I was just kind of like about the ending and whatever, I still enjoyed the whole game really. So,
all right. Next up for me, my plans have came to fruition a little bit. It's not exactly what I thought. So my plan this year was to at least play Yakuza 6, the Song of Life, which is what I did. I played it.
すぐ返せっから財布出してくれ。そうか。で、すぐってのはいつだ。なんだとこら。てめえ、舐めてんのか。
For the purposes of, I understand that this is the last game in the Kiryu saga. It's the last time we're gonna see Kiryu, before we move on to the new character in Like a Dragon. Turns out I was incorrect about that because this year they announced 2 new games, Yakuza 8 and another Yakuza game that both have Kiryu in it. So
that's too many damn games in this franchise. Jesus.
Hey, and
what is this, like Professor Layton and Ace Attorney over here?
What's funny about it is like they're so committed because the first couple games weren't even popular in America at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they got out 7 games before Yakuza 0 came out and really took kind of the West by storm. And then now everyone's been playing catch up. So now, even though they already had 7 games, now they're like, now's the time to put the foot on the gas and start putting out more games.
Yeah.
They have Judgment and all that too.
Yes, and what's funny is I was going to ask you if you had heard about those games, and then Mom showed me the Amazon wish list that you gave her, and I was like, yeah, okay, he knows. He knows. I don't have to bring these up to him.
I knew, but they were on PS5 as well, so I was like, maybe.
Yeah, and I didn't realize
PS5.
I didn't realize they released on Steam either.
That's new. That just happened when they announced these last Yakuza games. They were like,
yeah, so I might play them eventually, but I noticed that my PC struggles a little bit with these PS5 releases apparently because it's struggling a little bit with Ghostwire.
Yeah, our computers were built in 2016, right? So they're actually, those last for a long time unless you want to play new games, and then you're gonna start putting them on medium. Yeah,
Ghostwire is the first, and I think it may actually not be optimized super well either, but it's the first game I've had to struggle with. And see, the thing is, my graphics card got slightly downgraded at one point too because my other one started acting up and crashing, peaking. So I'm actually using a 1070 Ti now instead of a 1080.
I see.
Which is very close specs wise, but man, it was struggling. It's not only was I setting some stuff down to medium, I was setting a few things down to low. I was okay.
Those shadows, you're like, do I need shadows?
Yeah, you're like, does it still look good? Yeah, well, okay, we'll lower it some more.
Yeah. But Yakuza 6, at the time, I assumed it was the last game in the Kiryu saga. So I was very interested. I knew this game, Yakuza 5, was very bloated, even though I love that game. It's probably my second favorite Yakuza game. This game spins back around, focuses strictly on Kiryu. There's no other playable characters really. It is still a big game with a lot going on. I think I spent 35, 40 hours in it. Trying to do everything I could just because I love doing everything I can in Yakuza games. I think I got the secret bosses at the end. I don't know if I beat them. I don't think I could. One thing I'll say about this, after this Like a Dragon comes out, and now the series has become a turn-based RPG instead of a beat-em-up.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people were really iffy about that.
Yeah.
Because it is a big change. My thought after playing Yakuza 6, and I have played all the games before it, is it's probably time for a change. Right?
Yeah, after that many games, yeah, I agree.
It's okay. And Judgment still actually has the normal combat, so it's not too bad. But yeah, Yakuza 6 is another Yakuza game. It does have a good story. But the thing is, Yakuza 5 also felt like it could have been the end of Kiryu. So having Yakuza 6 be another end, which is not the end, it just is like, come on, guys.
It reminds me so much of the Ace Attorney series. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just in the way that it's just going forever.
Right.
And nothing's changing.
And every game is like Kiryu meets a new band of riffraffs, and he's just...
Here's their wacky, crazy adventures.
Right. And here's his... Like, there was a while where it was like, okay, he's getting drugged back in. I understand. But now it's like, okay, he's drugged back in again, huh? And sometimes, like, in the beginning, like, I think in 3, it's like, oh, he's doing it to protect his orphanage or whatever. And then later on, she's like, yeah, he just happened to be here, because he's the main character of the game. So it's not really about him, but he's going to be here. This one does focus in on him a lot, but it is kind of another, like, he's meeting a new band of people, and they're having an adventure sort of around him. There's a whole interesting dynamic where there's a baby involved that he has to take care of. But other than that, it kind of is just like a very in-the-middle Yakuza game. Not horrible to play or anything. It also used the Dragon engine that Yakuza Kiwami 2 used, which I do not like. It adds a lot of ragdoll-y physics to people. So if someone like ragdoll, sometimes it can just knock you around like a dumbass, and that can be funny. But also it's like, get the hell up, man. Get up and fight. So I thought it was good. This is one of the other games I bought in the Steam Summer Sale. But I'll say I am ready to move on to Judgment, which is going to have new characters, and I'm ready to move on to Like a Dragon, which is going to be a turn-based.
I believe Judgment is a completely different game series, just made by the same people, right? I mean, I don't even know that it's in the Yakuza universe necessarily. I think it's just kind of...
Would you believe it absolutely is, and takes place in the same exact town, Kamurocho, the made-up Tokyo town that they have. So, yeah. Same exact series, same world. I mean, Kiryu's not going to show up or anything, but...
Yeah.
Still has to do with Yakuza people, and
but it's a detective game, I believe.
Right, a detective game where you beat people's ass using Yakuza combat and the Dragon engine. So,
well,
I've been told Judgment is Yakuza. As long as you're okay with that, and it has a better story, allegedly, we'll see. But yeah,
and there are 2 games already in that series, so. I wonder if they'll continue it on forever, too.
I actually heard they're not going to. I think the actor who plays the main character in Judgment is kind of up his own ass.
Yeah.
Which is preventing it from being on PC for so long. He was actually worried people were going to basically mod him naked or something, and he didn't want that. So it took a long time to convince him. I think they're just done with the Judgment series, sadly. But
yeah.
Oh, well. I'm going to play him this year. And then hopefully in time for the next little Yakuza game, which I think is like in March, so I don't know if I'll get it done that fast, but we'll see.
All right, next I played Save Room, so we'll skip that because we've already talked about it. And then I actually replayed Mega Man Legends on the PlayStation 1.
Is this the
which
same one you were on the same file that we were playing?
yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
I actually played the majority of it at our mom's house with John. I brought my little CRT over, and we all hung out on the couch and played Mega Man Legends.
which is my favorite game ever.
Yeah, I believe they got some pictures of that too, which is amazing because there were several generations sitting down all watching playing this game, this very old game. So it was just kind of interesting.
What I remember is it was kind of a weird time because we were up, we were down, we were playing the game, we weren't playing the game, we were eating.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I think we were like eating dinner or something, so people kept leaving.
I was watching you fight the Gesellschaft,
Yeah.
the big green thing, and then whatever the red.
And me screw up several times with that, I think. Or the red what is it called? The red guy who flies?
Yeah, it doesn't.
That asshole.
Its name is like just a Japanese name, but yeah, red asshole, the one that comes afterwards, which most people consider one of the hardest bosses in the game, because you have to actually aim a little bit. I remember you got up, and then like I was like, okay, she's taking too long on this.
Yeah, I was taking
like,
a bunch of tries.
I think I had killed it, and then I paused it, and like it was like one shot away from death, and then you unpaused it, and it was like just fucking collapsing to the ground. I was like, good job.
Yeah, I think that's about where we ended off, is shortly after that. And it took me a little while to get back around to it for some reason. I don't know why, but I did come back to it and finish it off. It's interesting because this time I had a little bit harder of a time with Juno because I didn't bother upgrading everything basically all the way, which was an interesting discussion that we had, because I haven't marked as complete on my backlog. And you were like, "There's no way you upgraded all those weapons," and I was like, "No, yeah, I did." And you were like, "There's no way." He's like, "There's no way you upgraded this last upgrade." And I was like, "No, I totally did. I'm sure I did." And I went to my save file, and that was literally the only upgrade I didn't do, was the very last one. That's like a bajillion zenny.
I knew you had it. Yeah, it was like over 1 million zenny for the active buster infinite energy upgrade. And I was like,
everything also, including the shining laser, everything else was upgraded all the way. So I guess I finally, and I did have a ton of money on me, like over 300,000 zenny on me when I loaded up that save file to check it out. So clearly I was going for it, and then I was just like, nah, it's just not worth it. It gives you absolutely nothing. You have nothing to use it on. It's just a waste. I was like, why am I doing this? It'd be different if you got something for it, but you don't.
Right.
So
that's one of the weird, so I can be pretty hypercritical of Mega Man Legends because it is my favorite game, and I've played it 50 times. The special weapons in Mega Man Legends are terrible. They're the worst weapons in the game. The machine buster that you get early on can beat basically everything you need it to beat. And then maybe the shining laser for the final boss if you just want to cheese it real easy. But the final boss, if you are just dodging a little appropriately, is not too bad either.
Yeah, because I actually did I beat him on the save file we were on, and then I went to my other save file just to play with the shining laser again, and you can literally beat him in like 30 seconds or less.
Right, especially if it's maxed out.
Yeah, so you just destroy him. And the very first time I played through the game, I did beat him with the maxed out shining laser because I had it. So
yeah. I actually don't think I've even bothered upgrading anything outside of the machine buster for years. I just beat the final boss with the buster. I think it's easier. The best buster parts are like in the final dungeon anyway, so it all works out. You have max power, max energy, and then you do your little tap forward to get the rapid fire going.
Yeah. So I played that. Did you want me to include the next game that I actually played, or you want to go ahead?
Let me go ahead because I beat more games.
Yeah, that's true.
So while we were up there in Georgia, you got me a HTC Vive.
Yes.
You bought me a VR headset, I guess you didn't buy it for me. It was
I obtained it. A friend of mine, just randomly was like, they were moving into their own little house, and they weren't going to have space for it. And they were just like, "Hey, do you want this Vive actually?" And I was with another friend at the time as well, and I just tried to be very cool about it. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take it," I'll take this $600 I mean, they're probably not that quite that much now, but they're still expensive.
Right.
They're still really expensive. And I was just like, yeah, no, I'll take it. And I was like, what are we gonna do with this? And my husband was like, well, you could set one up in your room, and I'll set one up in my room. And I was like, I don't know, that seems really excessive. I was like, because I don't play it super often, and I don't know if I want this stuff just set up all the time. And I was like, I was like, actually, we'll give it to John and Christian. And he's like, I can get behind that, because he couldn't think of any of his friends who like really wanted to have it. So he was happy we could at least give it to you guys.
Right. I will say, I wish I had played it a little bit more, but some things happened this year that threw my gaming life into a strange. We got this in the summer, and
Yeah.
it's just, I live in an apartment on the sunny side of the building. My apartment in the summer is like 80 degrees always. It's fucking burning up. So I played a game called I Expect You to Die.
You may be wondering why this car can never reach Zanzibar. It has some of the most high-tech weaponry in Dr. Zor's considerable arsenal. Naturally, we'd like to poke at it a bit. Drive it off the plane, and you may just earn that vacation you're always going on about.
Which is like a little, like, you're in a situation, you're like a spy, and you're in a situation where, oh, I'm going to die if I don't get out of here. Like, oh, the room's filling with gas, stuff like that. Has a little storyline, and it's pretty good. It can be a little annoying because everything kills you, right? That's the joke. But then you have to restart the whole level, and you kind of have to basically get the Rube Goldberg to sort of fall into place perfectly every time, which is a little annoying. I know this is, some people think differently, but I hate redoing stuff.
Oh no, I agree.
I honestly never want to die in a game that much, where it makes me redo a bunch of stuff I've already done, especially if it requires, and a lot of these you have to like wait. So like you'll be like, oh, someone's walking in the hallway, and you have to wait every single time. It's like, oh my God. But I did find it enjoyable, and it had a good sense of humor. VR in a whole, I've learned makes me feel a little sick.
Yeah. I've only had one game make me really badly sick, and thankfully it was just a tiny demo of something that I played. But I found out if it lets me move freely instead of doing the hopping thing, it makes me violently sick within minutes.
Yeah, luckily I haven't tried a game like that. Yeah, this one was like you're stationary. You're not moving at all. You're not even hopping between areas. You're in the same spot the whole time. And I thought that was pretty neat. But it does make me feel a little sick, so I can only play for like an hour at a time, which doesn't bode well because I did buy Half-Life Alyx, so it's probably going to kill me. I haven't played it yet. I've just got too busy for it. But also, the setup for this is extremely inconvenient for me. You need a little space, right? I do it in the stationary spot, but you still need space to move around, right? My computer and my regular living room television, they're all right next to each other because I live in a small apartment. So to set up this VR, you have to use your computer. So I set up my VR into the computer, which disables the computer from working for anyone else, right? And where do I sit? I have to sit on the little ottoman, which is next to me, which is right in front of the television. So no one can use the television either, because I'm in their way. If they turn it on, now it's going to be in front of my face too. So it completely disables the entire living room. So I have to really find particular times to play it, which is usually at night if I'm on night shift, which I'm on night shift forever now. So who knows? Maybe I'll play some more. But yeah, it was a very inconvenient setup every time. So every time I'll be like, oh, let me set this up. It's like, okay, is anyone going to watch television? Does anyone need to get on the computer? Does anyone want to do anything except for me? So, but I did play this. I did find a couple things. If I change some of the eye settings, I feel a little better. I found that out much later on. I guess my eyes are a little bit closer together than normal people's. And then also there was like a little sweat thing included because I would sweat into this cushion that goes on the face pad.
Yeah.
And it would just be drenched. So there was like a little thing that you put in the bag. I just didn't notice it. But yeah, I put that on. It helps it keep it dry. So yeah, the game was okay. The game was a nice little introduction to VR, which is kind of what I wanted it to be. Something simple, nothing too serious.
Yeah.
There's a sequel, which I hear is better. I might play it. I might not.
Yeah. All right. Next up, I played a game called Raging Loop. I had never heard of this game, and I was working with my friend Chaz over the summer, and he ended up giving me a bunch of Switch games, which was so random. Like I had talked about wanting to play Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, and I was like, yeah, I actually owned it at one point, like on the PS4 or something, and then or PS3 or whatever it came out on. And then I got rid of it because I was just taking so long to get around to it, and I just didn't think I was gonna get into it. And he was like, oh, you know what? Actually, I bought it digitally, but I have a physical copy. Here you go. And then he was like, oh, here's this other game too, actually. You can have that. And then he was like, and actually, I've got some more games too. I'll just bring them tomorrow. And I was like, okay, sure. I'll take these games. All right. So I'd never heard of this game. It's a visual novel. A horror visual novel specifically. And it's interesting, this is the physical copy, which is called the Day One Edition, which I've later learned, and Chaz will learn if I send him this podcast once we're done with it, is actually extremely expensive, apparently.
Whoops.
Like, over $100, I think, on eBay. And now, the Day One Edition, it only comes with, like, this little art book that's, like, it's not even like concept art and stuff. I don't believe it's all like stills from the game because obviously it's a visual novel, so everything is just artwork. And there's obviously special scenes and stuff that come up that have their own artwork for them and everything. So I actually had to not even look in the art book at all until I played the game because I realized very quickly upon just looking at a few pages that it was going to spoil stuff in the game.
Man, art books are dangerous. I always used to think like, oh yeah, the collector's edition comes with an art book. That's great. You never get to look at it because the second you look at it, you're being spoiled.
Yeah. So in this game, you play as this guy and you, I forget what your purpose is for driving around. You're riding your motorcycle or whatever, and you end up crashing into this small village, like in the middle of the woods, pretty much. Which, is just a recipe for disaster already.
Of course.
So it's isolated, you're there. They don't really seem to like outsiders a whole lot, but there's just one girl there who's like, yeah, you can stay the night. We have they have some like kind of dorm rooms, I guess, of a few. There's not very many people in this town at all. There's enough you can count on two hands. Like, yeah, we have a little dorm room you can use, who all the younger people who go to school here use. You can stay in one of those, and you can leave in the morning once we get your bike fixed and whatever. And I say bike, his motorcycle or scooter or whatever it is. And while he's there, this mist comes up into the town, and everybody starts freaking out about it. And he's like, what's going on? And they're like, it's the Feast of the Yomi Purge has begun. And then he's like, the fuck is that? And they're like, we can't talk right now. The mist is coming. You need to hide somewhere. You need to hide somewhere inside of a building. And I believe it's don't sleep and don't make any sound. You have to be awake. Or actually, I'm sorry, you do have to sleep. You have to cleanse yourself and you have to sleep. And you cannot get up and you cannot leave. He ends up like in an outhouse or some shit, like a tiny shack outside. And when he gets up in the morning, they find out several people have been murdered. by presumably a monster of some sort, is what they're told. It's like a werewolf type thing, I guess.
I feel like the way you're talking implies that it's not a monster.
Yeah, it's not. It's very much thought of that way initially by him and by, I think, applied that way by some of the people in the village. But basically, the Feast of the Yomi Purge is a game, and I feel like I've heard about this game before. But basically, there's several people in the town that are all that are wolves. There can be one or more wolves, up to 3, and those wolves are at night or killing people. So they do these like jury type of situations, I guess. They basically will all sit down at the end of a day and have a discussion about what's happened, who's died, and who they think could be one of the wolves. And if they deem you one of the wolves, you are, I believe you're pushed off a cliff, basically, to die. It's like a special cliff, though. Like you get pushed off the cliff, you never hear anybody hit the ground, and you never see them pass or anything because there's this dense fog at the bottom.
They're probably fine.
No. No, they're not fine.
Oh, okay.
They're dead.
Oh.
But there's the people who can be the wolves, and then there's also like somebody who's like the snake. There's 2 people. There's 2 monkeys. I say that they're all just people, but they're deemed a certain animal, or at least most people are. The snake can protect somebody else, I believe. They can basically protect somebody from the wolves being able to get them. And I believe the only way that works is that there's some just magic in place that basically makes their door locked at night so that the wolves can't get in it. That's it. The monkey's power is knowing who the other monkey is, which is good because then they know that they're both safe. The monkeys can confirm each other, and basically the innocent people can know that these people are not wolves. And there's like a couple other animals too that I forget what are now and what their abilities are. There's the crow, I think, and somebody else.
I'm going to take a guess. It sounds like you like this game.
You're describing this in way too much detail right now.
Right, a visual novel where you remember everything. You must like it.
So, this is slight spoilers, but up until very recently, up until towards the end of the year, this was holding the #1 spot for the year.
Wow.
Pretty much the entire year, actually. But yeah, it's basically, so you're this outsider, you end up in there, you're trying to figure out what's going on, and it's called Raging Loop for a reason. Because you'll hit a point where the game starts looping. And the first, like, quote-unquote loop of the game and of the Feast of the Yomi Purge actually lasts like 8 hours. It's very long. And then eventually you hit a point where you're at the end of the feast, and I want to say things don't go well for you or for the people that you've made friends with, and like this is it. You've gotten a bad ending, and the game starts back over. You're on your bike, but things progress differently this time. And the second loop, at the start of the loop, you're one of the wolves, which was very cool that they immediately turned that whole situation around and gave you a very different, very, very different perspective. And it kind of gave you insight to that side and like the mystery of the wolves and stuff. But there's several more loops.
And you said you played this on Switch?
Yes.
I guess it's on everything probably, right?
It is. It's also on Steam. It's not even expensive. It's like $15 or something.
Now I have to wait and forget everything you said before I buy it, though.
Well, I'm not going to spoil it because the game's super long. Like, honestly, because I knew there was branching paths and like loops and stuff, and I was just like, where's the loop? Like, when do I get to go back and make these other alternate choices that I've seen? Because they'll be locked until you met a certain requirement or whatever, or seen certain other endings.
I see.
And I was like, when am I going to hit the point where I get an option to choose something else? And when am I going to get an ending?
Which oddly
I
enough,
mean,
I'm guessing or I'm not. It is like a visual novel trope, right? You get an ending, you go back, and then things are a little
Yeah.
different with the knowledge that you have.
Yeah. Except thankfully these loops were very, very different. All of them were very different from each other and gave you a lot of insight onto the game itself, like the Yomi Purge game and all that stuff, which was very cool. I mean, eventually towards the very end, you hit the really nitpicky choices, like the really, the stuff where you're in a loop and you make a choice and it doesn't just lead to a totally separate thing. It leads to just a small difference in that loop. They never make it like really annoying though, or where you don't have to play through long stretches of the game again. I want to say they have it to where you can literally hold down a button and it will skip all the dialogue you've already seen until it hits dialogue that it knows that you haven't seen before, which is amazing. It's a great feature.
Will it like just do like a automatic skip, or will it like fast scroll the text like 9?
It'll fast scroll the text. It'll just like until you either stop holding the button or it hits the point where it knows you have not played that part of the game.
Yeah, I think
and it's not very long.
I think Zero Escape made that a standard, right?
Like maybe,
You know what's weird?
10 minutes worth of reading or something like that. 5 or 10 minutes worth of reading.
I actually really like the fast forward through the text thing more than I like a chapter select. Like Virtue's Last Reward had a chapter select where it's like, oh, okay, you beat the game. Now you want to go back to the exact choice that made the split. And I thought that was really convenient, but it's really not, because I don't remember what the hell was going on up to that point. Where I just select a chapter. So I kind of like, and Virtue's Last Reward does let you do the fast forward skip too. So I ended up doing that. But if it doesn't have that with the fast forward, at least you can be like, oh, okay, I kind of see what they were talking about.
Yeah, this has that and the option of you're not just starting like the chapter over or the whole loop over. There's tons of different points that it lets you go back to, and any point that actually has an actual choice, you can go back to.
Oh, so it is like Virtue's Last Reward.
Yes, but like I said, you don't have to start the whole chapter over. Like you can either go back to the choice or go back to like checkpoints in the chapter as well, like other checkpoints. So it's really very painless. And like I said, the first chapter the first loop didn't have that many choices anyway, initially to unlock. So like I knew exactly where to go back to once I finally started opening stuff up. And it even color codes it on the map to make sure that you know the choices or the stuff that still has choices you haven't done yet, which was great. Because at one point towards the end of the game, I was just like, "Where am I going again? Where was this at?" I was like, "I don't remember." And the game was like, "It was here." I was like, "Okay, thanks."
So it's safe to say you liked it a little bit.
Yeah. And, being a really long visual novel, they had a couple moments, especially towards the end of the game, where they started to fumble just a little bit. And it got kind of weird. But I'm going to tell you right now, during the very first loop, before I knew anything that was really going on, or I had, like, more backstory of the game, I had a moment where I was like, what if? And then I got so, like, engrossed in the story that I forgot all about my little what if. And at the very end of the game was like, the main character was like, what if? And I was like, oh my god, they actually did this. I was so surprised because I felt like I was just being kind of stupid when I had that thought at the beginning of the game, and the game was like, nah, that's what we're gonna do. And I was just like, that's amazing. So I just thought it was interesting. I thought it was cool. Very worth playing. I thought about getting it for you, but it is a very long visual novel, and a lot of them actually are. We just don't realize that because they don't actually get as popular here in the US. But this game was like 25 hours. It's a lot of reading. It's Ace Attorney levels of reading, which you can experience now for yourself now that I bought you the trilogy for Christmas.
True.
Enjoy. You have 75 hours of reading ahead of you.
No problem.
You're welcome.
Easy.
Or close. Probably at least 60 hours. Yeah. Raging Loop. That was great. So thank you, Chaz, for giving it to me. I'll link him to this part of the video when we're done.
He'll probably be so proud. He'd be like, yes, I knew it. That's the way I feel when I get someone a game. And I'm like, I hope they like it. If I get someone a game and they're like, it was all right, I'm like, fuck, I fucked up.
See, I think that may be the only one of the games that he's given me that I completely finished too, because he actually gave me Rune Factory 4 as well.
Oh,
And I was just like, I haven't finished any of these yet. But this one game, I mean, I played it literally hours every day for like several weeks. I would just take my cats outside the backyard so they could like wander around and stuff. And I just sit there and I just play on the Switch for hours, looking up every once in a while. I'm like, where are my cats? Okay, everything's good.
and I guess Digimon I fucked up, right? Because I think you were intending on playing it, and then
I was had already played about 5 hours, and then
yeah, but we'll get to that later.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Michelle. Okay, next, Michelle. Something happened. I got an email from PlayStation.
Oh, yeah.
PlayStation Direct. It said, "Hey, do you remember way back before the PS5 released when we said, hey, sign up for our email thing and we'll notify you when you can buy a PS5?" And I said, what? What are you talking about? I don't even remember that. And they said, today's your day. You'll be in line during this time and you can get a PS5 if you want. And I said, oh shit. And I thought about it for a minute. I said, man, do I really want a PS5? And and actually the thing that pushed me over the edge was my PS4 is such a piece of shit. It sounds like
Tell me about this.
It sounds like a jet. Anytime you play anything at all that has any type of graphics on it, it's just wow. And
I feel so lucky that mine has never had any of these issues.
yeah, and it also just ejects the disc randomly. And I swear
God.
I've tried everything to fix it, and I can get it fixed for like a while. But I guess over the time period, just the screw that activates the sensor, it's for the emergency disc eject, just gets fucked up as it opens and closes, open and close. Hopefully that doesn't happen with the PS5 because I ended up getting a PS5. So this PS5 will basically changes the whole rest of my year. PS5 comes in. I think like any normal person who gets a PS5, the first thing you got to play is Astro's Playroom, right?
Yeah.
It is the free little game that comes with the system. It basically serves as a tech demo to show off the controller. Like, hey, here's what the triggers can do. Here's what the vibration can do. Here's the gyro controls, all that jazz. I will say, because that is the big thing with the PS5, right? The little haptic triggers, right? Sometimes it is done extremely well. Sometimes it is extremely annoying. Because what it is it's a resistance. When you push the trigger, it pushes back. So when you are shooting a gun in a game and it's like popping up and down, that's kind of cool because that's kind of like, oh, I'm shooting a gun. That's kind of cool. Sometimes I'm like just trying to run in a game and it's like it's giving me resistance. It's like all I'm doing is pressing the run button. Calm the fuck down. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. The vibration is ridiculous. Some games are like, it's raining and it's making every drop do a little vibration. It's pure insanity. That's for more of the fancy smancy games. But Astro's Playroom does that stuff. I'll say, as far as tech demo, it is pretty cool. Pretty neat. Obviously has a bunch of... Oh, is everything okay?
Yeah, that's my husband in the next room.
Oh.
Both of these doors are closed.
It has a bunch of nostalgia baiting in Astro's Playroom. Like, everything you unlock is like, oh, it's the PlayStation Eye toy. Oh, it's the PS2 Slim. Remember that? And you have a little library where you can go look at all these items, like 3D modeled. And it's like, that's cool. I did 100% everything in it because it didn't take long. And it just felt like the right thing to do, right? Everyone plays through Astro's Playroom. It's just how it works. But yeah, the important thing to note is I got a PS5 at this point, which would throw off me playing VR games. Also would throw off, I had another game in the mail that was scheduled at the same time the PS5 came in, or the next day or something, and also threw that one in a little bit of disarray because it wasn't a PS5 game. So there was some strangeness to it. But Astro's Playroom is cool because it's free.
Wasn't there another? Is there another game that has that character in it now? Astro.
So Astro started.
Oh, it was PlayStation VR.
Yeah, Astro started on PS4 on PlayStation VR, and that's supposedly an amazing game. But I'm not buying a PSVR.
I know.
And
There's
also,
a couple games I want on PSVR that haven't come out on anything else.
The new PSVR that's coming out for PS5 doesn't even work with PS4 games either. So I'm just like, well, I guess it's just lost.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm next now.
Yeah. Oh, there's not much to say about Astro's Playroom.
But you had fun with it?
Yeah, I did. And it does show off what the controller can do. So.
All right. Next up, I played New Pokemon Snap. This is what our mom got me for my birthday. That's what I asked for. I've wanted New Pokemon Snap before it came out. I was like, I'm gonna get it. And then I just never bought it. So I finally got it because I loved the original Pokemon Snap on the N64. I actually have it on the Wii, so I can still play it. Whereas John has a physical copy.
Yes, but the N64 doesn't work, so it's kind of.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, hell, it hasn't worked in a long time. You press the power button on, it just doesn't turn on. So.
Oh, dang, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, but also you just emulate it and move on with your life, right?
Yeah. But I finally got it. You played this quite a while ago, didn't you?
I did.
When it came out.
I got it day one.
Yeah. I really enjoyed it. I spent a little bit too long in the beginning of the game because I didn't realize how to progress at one point, like how to get the next area or whatever. There was something I was supposed to be doing. Like, I think there was, because I know you can get a certain amount of points, but there was something else. I think I was supposed to find something that let me progress to the next area, and I wasn't seeing it or something. I don't remember. But basically, I ended up replaying some levels like quite a few times and burning myself out just a little bit before I was like, oh, this is how I move on. Okay.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. There's like a particular inanimate object, right? You have to take a picture of.
I don't know.
That gets you basically to the first quote unquote boss fight. Meganium, right? I think it's a picture of like a flower or something in the background that it's like shining or sparkling or something.
I don't remember. I really wish because I remembered I played through the same like couple levels because I thought you had to get to a certain amount of points before it unlocked the next levels for you.
Or it's like
that wasn't actually it.
It's like a luminous stone or something. You have to take
something.
A picture.
But I felt dumb and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, well, it's my bad. And then I just continued on. But it looks great. It plays really well. I know there's secret stuff I haven't seen. I think there's probably stuff that you haven't seen at this point now too, John, because they did some free updates to the game.
Right, I beat it before they added a whole nother like afternoon water level.
Yes, yeah, and I did at least play through those like once and run through them and check stuff out. But yeah, I mean it's Pokemon Snap. If you like the original Pokemon Snap, if you like taking pictures of things, you'll enjoy this one.
What do you think about there being like the star ratings? Like you can take a shitty picture, like a 1-star rating of a picture, and you need like a 1-star, a 2-star, a 3-star, and a 4-star type of picture for every Pokemon.
Well, it's not so much that it's a shitty picture. There's different things. One of them is just like the standard, like you just got it in a shot. The next one is it's like doing a certain thing, and then the last one is doing a certain other different thing.
Yeah, sometimes
so it's not so much
multiple Pokemon in there,
but like usually like It'll involve sometimes them eating or you surprising them or them doing the 3-star ones usually like their extra special type of thing that they can do.
Right.
I say usually because sometimes I had a harder time getting the 2-star pictures.
You ever what's your favorite level? I remember the one with the whale lords just being really sick.
Yeah, I really liked that one. I don't know if this was in the game when you played, but you can become like miniature and go through part of an existing level as like a mini version and see all the huge Pokemon above you.
You know,
stuff.
I don't remember that.
I think that's the part that they added. That was really cool. Seeing it from like a very small perspective, and there's like this little story playing out as you're moving along through the level, like with this Doduo or Dodrio or something, and these other Pokemon like running around and chasing each other throughout the level and stuff above you. It's pretty neat. I really like that too.
You know what's also a little weird is that I think Bandai Namco makes this game, right? Somehow the Pokemon in this game look better than any Pokemon game, period.
Yeah.
And I understand that there's way more animations and stuff they had to make for regular Pokemon games, but goddamn, it looks really nice in this one.
It looks really good. Plays really well. Does it have 1,000 frame rate problems and popping? And can you tell I've been watching my husband play Scarlet lately?
Yeah.
It's weird because it looks like they made attempts to actually optimize that game too. I mean, the dithering on the grass is like ridiculous. Looks like some fucking PlayStation 1 ass dithering on this game. When you look at it up close, and the pop in and the texture quality is all bad, and the game still plays like fucking garbage.
If you watch Boundary Break ever, they just did one on Scarlet and Violet, and they kind of show what's happening when you turn, when your character's looking at everything else behind you unrenders, right? That's just normal.
Uh-huh.
That's just normal video game stuff. That game, for whatever reason, just renders whatever you're looking at. The whole rest of the world is rendered in front of you, like behind you, no, but like the whole open world all the way into the ocean is rendered. So I think that's part of the problem.
Like, I just don't understand how. Nintendo, what are you doing? What is happening?
Well, you're just the Switch, right? And someone was
it's not even just the Switch. Okay, because we'll hit a game that I played later on this year that looked amazing on the Switch. I was so surprised, and it played probably one of the best looking, best playing games I've ever played on the Switch.
Yeah, but
I was really impressed.
Someone else brought to my attention that you have to remember the Pokemon Company, Game Freak, they only made handheld games, right? So they made games for the 3DS. So the first time they were in the HD era was Pokemon Sword and Shield, right? That's the first time they ever made an HD
people
game.
Point out to me that Sword and Shield looks and performance-wise plays better than...
man, yes, but it also runs like fucking garbage. So
oh, really?
In the wild areas, it runs terrible. Which I guess...
actually, I saw that.
And actually, if in Scarlet and Violet, in the internal areas, it actually runs a lot better. So
yeah,
you can see what's going on there. They just don't know how to. But so if you go back to a PS3 game, right, they all run like shit. Like 90% of them are running like less than 30 frames per second. A lot of frame pacing issues. And everyone figured out how to do HD right. Like they learned from those mistakes. They went through those hardships.
Yeah.
Now Game Freak is going through those hardships for the first time, and they're like, what the fuck? How come it doesn't work properly?"
Man, it's not even just them. It's Nintendo. It's weird because with some games they optimize them so well. Like New Horizons, as they added more to the game, they literally optimized it as they went along to accommodate for the amount more items that people were going to be putting in their towns. Now, granted, some people still just completely broke the fucking game and put like 10,000 things in their town, and the frame rate's it's running at 2 frames a second. But it still surprised me that so many games can be made to run well, and they just aren't. Yeah. Link's Awakening ran super bad, super bad. Anyway, we're getting off topic though. Pokemon Snap, new Pokemon Snap.
Good.
It was really good. I enjoyed it. I would really like it actually if they continued making Pokemon Snap games. I mean, I would be pretty about that.
Yeah.
Just keep adding new Pokemon, changing up the settings and stuff.
Speaking of, I think old Pokemon Snap is on the Nintendo Switch Online too, so
Yeah.
that's an option. All right. So I got my PS5, Michelle. I bought one game. I would only have one game for the system for a long time. Not because there weren't other things I wanted to play, but I got PlayStation Plus, and that basically filled the void with every game I wanted. But the one game I did buy was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Brace for impact!
Oh, look out!
What do you think I'm doing? Ah!
I felt like, last year we talked about how I had beaten every single Ratchet and Clank game except for the PS5 game because I didn't have a PS5, and here I am.
Yep.
Finishing it up. And also, this game is only on PS5. It's not like a PS4, PS5 thing. So to me, it's like, well, I might as well get the one that's PS5
exclusive.
Right. And hey, it looks gorgeous. By the time I played it, a lot of PS5 games, they have what's called a performance mode. So they have fidelity mode and performance mode. Fidelity mode makes the graphics a lot, quote unquote, nicer, and performance mode actually makes it run. So every game
like if you just want to take some screenshots, you put fidelity mode on. When you actually want to play the game,
yeah, here's what I'll say. Never put fidelity mode on because it actually just looks like shit all the time. I don't know what they're thinking. I think it's just the idea it can run at 4K because I think performance mode usually runs 1080p, but I have a 1080p TV, so it doesn't matter. But like, man, any game, even from the moment the menu starts, if you put it in fidelity mode, it looks like shit. Like everything's moving in slow motion in the background. Like it's not like, oh, it's 30 frames per second. It's like 15 to 20. Demon Souls, which I didn't play, my kid played. I watched him put in fidelity mode, almost threw up. I was like, what the fuck is going on? How did they think this is acceptable? But a lot of games you put them in performance mode, they run 60 frames per second, which to me, that's when I think about next gen, 60 frames, right? It looks really clean, looks really nice. But Ratchet and Clank got a special performance ray tracing mode or something that still ran 60 frames per second, but basically it was the best way to play it. So that it looked damn good, ridiculously good. Probably honestly one of the best looking games I've seen ever. That said, hey, Michelle, it's Ratchet and Clank. There's a girl Ratchet. Yeah, all right. Well, one thing it's got levels, but they're big ass levels. They're kind of like worlds that you can explore. And you walk down them and there are linear paths, but there are like little towns to meet people and talk to people. But this game is just trying to be Ratchet and Clank, and that's it, right? It has everything you would expect. It's got the same weapons you've seen before. It's got the arena at some point. It's got the gold bolts. It's got everything you would think. And in that respect, I wasn't disappointed, and it was kind of exactly what I expected. But it's not like, for me, like Up Your Arsenal was kind of like perfected that formula and also had a bunch of little side stuff that kind of was unique and interesting. Or like a Crack in Time that really evolved the formula with the weirdo ship that you went around the little open world and went to little side planets. It doesn't have anything like that, right? It's just these big levels, a lot to explore. I want to say I got everything. I'm pretty sure I did. But I'm not 100% sure. I feel like I did. But it was pretty good. Definitely a good game to start my PS5 journey on.
Yeah. Is it more, was it based on a movie? Ratchet and Clank movie? Did that movie happen? Was it good?
So it did. I like the movie.
Okay.
It's kind of like in the same vein of like, I guess like Despicable Me, Minions type of stuff. Like
it
has
gotcha.
like that type of humor stuck in where the evil bad guy. It's a remake of the first game's plot, right?
Gotcha.
Emperor Drek is giving a speech and then one of the bad guys' cell phones go off. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
And the remake of that, or the game version of that, came out on PS4, and it was all right.
Gotcha. Okay.
But this one actually, and I'm glad you brought that up, returns back to the old storyline. It just throws the movie stuff in the trash, and returns back to, okay, if Ratchet and Clank Future continued after Into the Nexus, and it doesn't like bring up a lot of stuff or anything like that, but it is kind of like, okay, we did all that stuff, and now here we are. And what's the main villain, Michelle, of all Ratchet and Clank?
Dr.
Nefarious.
Wait, fuck. I literally almost said Dr. Robotnik. I was like, wait, that's wrong.
Close. He'll show up later.
Yeah.
Dr. Nefarious, he's back. And, he's always funny, so
yeah.
I appreciated him. But yeah, it was a good Ratchet and Clank game. Not a bad one, at least.
Yeah. All right. Next up, I played the game that you got me for my birthday that released on my birthday, and that is Stray. And I loved it. I mean, it's a game where you play as a cat. I mean, I feel like there's not too much to be said about this game because it pretty much released and became an instant, overwhelming success. Like, possibly one of the biggest indie successes since, like, Stardew Valley over here. I mean, it just became a complete hit with everyone.
And I'll mention, I did end up playing this later in the year as well.
Yeah, you play as a cat. All the people are gone from the world, and there's just robot people around, and you're kind of just like, hey, what's up? Why are there only robot people? And you're just this little, I guess you're one of the only living things that they've seen, now that I think about it, aside from, like, the plague or whatever that's going around.
Right, because they do seem a little afraid of you at first, right?
Yeah, because they're like, what the heck is that? Like, are you even real? What are you? Are you one of those things?
Are you going to kill me? Yeah.
Yeah, even though I'm a robot.
This game was in Game of the Year discussions at the Game Awards.
Yeah, and I was kind of surprised it didn't. Did it? I think it won indie game, didn't it?
I think it did. Yeah, it won indie game.
Yeah.
Which also
I wasn't
surprised
surprised at all.
Well, there were a couple heavy hitters this year, so I was actually.
I think just in terms of popularity, I wasn't surprised at all. Yeah. I just saw it on there and I was like, yeah, it's gonna be straight. Yeah, it had a really nice, endearing story, a really cool environment. It's kind of, I mean, the gameplay itself is kind of linear. I mean, you have side quests and stuff you can do in an area or sort of, things to find and do in the larger areas. But it's pretty much like there's a larger area for you to explore, and then there's a running, dodging segment against the little plague guys running after you usually, and then it's into another section that's a larger area to explore.
Right.
There's
really like two big areas. There's one that's kind of in between that's like a little bit smaller big area. But there's like two decently big like little towns for you to walk through and explore.
Yeah. And then there's like that place that's like basically a tree house with a garbage dump at the bottom of it.
Right. That's the big small one I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. I thought the missions were cool. I thought it was I just thought they handled it all very well. I wasn't really sure what to expect. I thought it was kind of a cyberpunk thing at first, and it really doesn't quite have. It has more of a post-apocalyptic kind of vibe than it's a cyberpunk vibe, despite the robot people, which I was kind of pleasantly surprised by. There's another game actually coming out, and I don't know when it's coming out, but I had seen it on Reddit a long time ago that somebody had asked the question if anyone thought it would be an issue, the theming of their game would be an issue with the other game, Stray, coming out. There's another indie developer making a game called Copycat, where you play as a cat. And I remember people at the time were like, no, it's fine. And now I'm like, man, I don't know. I feel like if I were that person, now that Stray's released, I'd be sweating bullets.
I'm sure.
I'd be worried about it.
I'm sure because Stray was released, we're gonna see a lot more like you're a cat.
That's true.
Games, so.
Or you're any animal games, honestly.
Right. Where's the dog version of Stray coming out?
Exactly.
Although it'd be less interesting because one of the things that makes Stray interesting is a cat moves differently. Like a dog, right? Not really, right? But a cat can do all kinds of weird things, go between bars and stuff, jump up really high, jump down, not die. A dog jumps off a roof, it's dead probably, you know?
Yeah. How did he even get on the roof in the first place? That's what I want to know.
Right, exactly. So it's less unique movement. Although the movement is like, it's not like a platformer, right? It's kind of like automated.
Yeah. It's more like Zelda.
Yeah, I believe this is a game you left at 5 stars, right?
Yep. I really didn't have any complaints about it, honestly. Aside from, like, maybe at a few of the up-close shots, your cat's face looks, like, slightly odd, like, proportionately. I don't know. Something just looks slightly off about his face. That's, like, pretty much the only thing I can even say bad about it that I was just like, I mean, in any way.
It's an indie game, right? I mean, if you fuck around with the animation enough, it's gonna look strange too. But
yeah,
it's not really that big a deal.
No, not at all.
Well, cool. Stray. Next up, I had my PS5, right? And I got PlayStation Plus, the most expensive one, because that's the one that came with PS1 games. You would think it would be the cheapest one, and the more expensive one would come with the PS5, PS4 games, but no. The most expensive one comes with the oldest games, of course. But I saw on there was War of the Monsters. Which is a PS2 game where it's like a kaiju fight, right? And I don't know, do you remember playing the demo of this when we were kids?
No.
Oh, we had it at Dad's house. Buddy had it. Basically, in the demo, you could play as a giant gorilla guy, or there was like an electric eyeball guy.
You know what? I think I do remember this a little bit.
Yeah. So you went around fight. I remember what we would do. We would play together, but we would destroy the whole level. Because you could destroy buildings and stuff as you like fought into it. So that's what we did. So I kind of wanted it for a long time, and I'd seen it many times. I had many opportunities to buy it. I just was like, yeah, but it's just a fighting game, right? Am I really going to get that much value out of this game? And the answer is no, not really. After having played it right now, I played it through at one time. I asked my kid who to play as. He said, play as the robot guy. Played as the robot guy. Beat the whole game in an afternoon, and that was that. It is cool being like a kaiju game, and it is kind of like these fairly open levels where you can run around and grab like, I'm going to grab this tower and throw it into the other monster, and you got special moves, and that's pretty cool. There are boss fights which are kind of shit, like weirdly shitty. Like you have to play like any game where you have to play like weird conservative, like let me run around circles until certain things spawn so that way I could throw them into them. Like that's terrible design, right? There was a lot of that, and if you just tried to fight them like normal, they would just destroy you. I don't think I even unlocked all the other characters. There were some secret characters, the boss characters I think you could unlock. I might have unlocked one of them. Basically, when I walked away from this, I went, I'm glad I got to play it. I'm also glad I didn't buy it because I wouldn't have, and it's not like it was expensive. I think it was like $6 on PSN. It was like $10 in the real world I found. But it is exactly what I thought it was going to be. It's going to be like a fun little thing, and then it's over, and that's where it is.
Yeah. All right. So I was in Walmart one day, passing by the game section, which I shouldn't have done.
Always dangerous.
Yeah, especially when you're always just passing by like the discount section. But I passed by that, and I was looking in the PC section, and I looked down, and I see a physical copy of Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. For $10.
That's
And I was
that's a
like-
steal.
Yeah, I was like, I've been really curious about this, and that's cheaper than Steam.
Okay.
And it's not even just a Steam code.
That's what I was about to ask. I was about to ask. Is it a disc?
It comes with it. Yeah, it comes with a disc. It does come with a Steam code too, because what doesn't now? But like, it comes with a physical disc that has the game on it, and I was just like, this is so weird. I didn't know this was a thing. It's so strange. But I played it. I was a little bit lukewarm about it. Like, I think they fixed a lot of problems since you played it, because I did not have any of those issues that you had at that time.
To be honest, I don't remember what the issues were.
You told me, like, things clipping in and out of existence, like the water and stuff off in the distance or whatever it was, like, just clipping in and out and stuff. You're like, you said it just felt like an indie Unity game.
Oh, yeah,
Kind of.
yeah. Also,
Yeah.
the colors. The colors look like a
Oh, yeah.
SpongeBob in Unreal.
But in terms of all of the issues, I think all of that's been fixed by now, all of it, because I had no problems with anything visually or mechanically messing up in any way or glitches or bugs. I had no issues like that. So
Oh, good. I think I'd also played the PS4 version. So
yeah, yeah, it ran really well. I was a little lukewarm about it though. I don't remember playing this game as a kid. I remember playing a different one. A different SpongeBob game on the PS2 that like we rented.
yeah,
But
we never rented this game or owned it. I actually just played it at one of my friend's house a little bit. so-
Yeah, and I was like, but at the same time, by the end of the game, I felt like I really remembered playing some of that stuff before. Like, either that or I've really just seen it enough times in reviews or something that it like felt like I had played it myself. But very much, very, very much a PlayStation 2 game that got made pretty and put on PC. Because mechanically and all that stuff, it's set up like a PlayStation 2 game. It's separate sections of the world, separate levels that you go into. You do some goals, arbitrary kind of goals with getting spatulas and stuff, and then you're done and you get enough spatulas to move on to the next level, basically.
It also doesn't have like all the original voice actors, right? So some of it just
Yeah.
feels very PS2-ish.
It's weird though because they chose some of the original voice actors from the original game, like Mr. Krabs.
Oh, they didn't.
He didn't.
They didn't choose that. That's the same voice clips. They didn't re-record anything.
I think they did actually though, because that's why some people. There's a few people who don't have the same voices, and it's because their voice actor died. I think with Mr. Krabs, I think they did actually re-record him, and they chose to use the same person, or that's what I thought happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty
it
sure it was
was-
the same voice clips.
And maybe it was Mermaid Man maybe they re-recorded Mermaid Man
Oh, you
because
have
his
to.
voice actor was dead.
Is he?
I think he is. It's either Mermaid Man or Barnacle Boy. One of them passed away, and I think it was Mermaid Man.
Yeah. Also, Mermaid Man is just an expensive voice actor. He's a real popular voice
Yeah.
actor, right? It's oh man, it's Batman, right? Batman does his voice. Original Batman.
I don't know.
Original Batman.
I can't remember now.
The one from the goofy Batman days. I'm pretty sure it's him.
There's somebody's voice who they changed though. But I looked it up and I just thought it was weird that a lot of people thought it was weird that they did not use the actual voice acting or from the show, and instead they chose to reuse the existing voice.
Now, what'll be interesting, right, is because they're making a sequel to this game.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, the new SpongeBob game coming out is the same developers, I think, and they're doing a follow-up, basically, Cosmic something. And, there's no story to follow up in this game. It's just sort of like another episode of SpongeBob, right? Mm-hmm. But it'll be interesting to see what voice actors they bring along this time.
Yeah, also, I am correct. The voice actor for Mermaid Man died a long time ago, actually. He died in 2012.
What's his name?
Ernest Borgadine?
That's not who I.
Borgadine?
That's not who I thought it was. Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to see who else he did. Anyway. Yeah, he died over 10 years ago. So, that was crazy. I knew he had passed away. I thought it was a lot more recently than that, though.
So are you getting the sequel now that I've told you about it?
I mean, that won't be a day one thing for me, but I'll probably pick it up at some point.
Yeah, I probably won't even notice it came out. That one day I'll be like, oh yeah,
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's on sale.
yeah, fuck it. Why
It
not?
released 2 years ago.
Well, hopefully not that long. Hopefully I'll play it next year, but I'm kind of. We'll see.
I said, I like the game. It is a very PlayStation 2 game. And it's like you should know that going into it, but sometimes they do change things up nowadays with remakes and stuff.
Not this one. Not so much.
Yeah, not this one. So, in that way, it makes it feel dated, even though it looks really good. Like, I like how they remade it to look. It still looks very colorful and cartoony, and like SpongeBob should look.
Yeah,
But-
I will say some of it doesn't look like the cartoon. Like the original game, like something about the ground, the color of the ground perfectly matched the color of the ground. The cartoon does not match in this
Yeah.
one. So a little something is lost. But the next game's called SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake, and it comes out the 31st of January.
Okay.
So it's right around the corner.
We'll see how that ends up being.
Watch the trailer for it later. You'll be like, oh yeah, that's just the game I just played.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once you've already done all the work, why would you put more work in when you can just reuse all the same stuff?
Right, might as well, right? God of War. Anyway. So, sounds like you liked it.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, I gave it a 3 out of 5 still. Like, it was almost a 4, but I actually feel like I would have liked it better on the PlayStation 2 because it would have just felt like it belonged there.
Sure. Next game I played, continuing my getting the most out of this expensive purchase I made with my PS5, I played Resident Evil Director's Cut for PS1. So I've played every single Resident Evil game, period, I think, as far as the mainline games. But I never actually played the original Resident Evil. I played Remake a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
Which was just supposedly just the definitive version of playing that game. And I agree with that. Resident Evil Director's Cut is pretty fucking awesome, though. It reminds me a lot of Resident Evil 2, the original, where it's just this tight, perfect experience. Where I beat the game as Jill, and I didn't get the good ending, which is bullshit because you don't fight the tyrant. You don't fight the final boss. It just goes like, oh, you got away, and oh, the tyrant's still out there. Because there's a point where someone says, hey, wait for me to come back, and you're like, okay, let me explore the room and continue on with my life. But if you actually wait, you get the good ending. I forgot about that. So the second I finished with Jill, I immediately played with Chris and beat the game with him again. I think both times I beat them both in one day because the game does go very fast, especially because I already played Remake. And even though it's different in Remake, the flow is kind of the same. So
Yeah.
I kind of got the idea of where I'm headed, where I'm going. But I really liked it, actually. Surprisingly liked it. It just really was a tight Resident Evil experience. Like even like Resident Evil 3, which I think I played a year or two ago, didn't offer this kind of experience. I think only the original, this one, and Resident Evil 2 original offered this kind of tight, clean experience, and of course Remake. But so in that way, I think it actually surprised me, and I did not even anticipate on playing as Chris immediately afterwards. But it was just so damn good. Surprised me.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I got to play it, because so now that closes out every game. I've played the original, remake, 0,
Yeah,
2, 3,
I've got-
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Yeah, I've
11.
got my series. I've got my series like that where I'm like I have to play all the main series games in.
I thought I was good, but I'm actually happy I played this, because it is different enough from remake where it kind of does stand on
It's
its
still
own.
worth playing.
Still worth
yeah.
playing, right? It is a little weird when you see the giant sharks. They're like little tiny fishes, and instead of being a giant aquarium, it's just a hallway that happens to be filled with water. That's a little strange, but besides that, it was worth it.
Yeah.
I did get the good ending with Chris, so at least there was that.
Nice.
And I got to see Rebecca, because I never played remake with Chris, so this is the first time I'm
Oh.
seeing Rebecca outside of 0.
Yeah. All right. I played Green Hell. With my friend, I co-opted it with my friend Cass. And we're going to go on to co-op some more games together down my list here, but it's interesting because Green Hell is a game that I thought was going to be like The Forest, where it's like this survival, almost survival horror kind of experience. I was very wrong. It's really not like that. As a matter of fact, the survival part of it's really almost not even important, if we're being honest here. Because the game saves whenever you sleep, and there is a story to this game, like an actual, like it's not really just about survival and then you kind of screwing around and finding some random pictures and shit in caves with people made up of body parts, like The Forest. There's an actual like story and objectives. So in that way, it really doesn't lend itself to the survival part or the multiplayer part, because once you make a bed and you sleep, it basically checkpoints you right there, so that anytime you die, you will respawn at that bed, and it saves your game. So it becomes a game of running around and doing the main story and just slapping down beds whenever you want to have a checkpoint, so that when you die next time, you're closer to where you wanted to be.
I see. It's like easily abusable.
Yeah, and honestly though, I didn't really have any problems with that. I didn't really care. I got kind of invested in what was going on with the story, and I found it really surprisingly enjoyable. So, and it's really interesting how it plays multiplayer when you're going through the main story as well, because it's not, the multiplayer almost feels like it was tacked on, because it's definitely a single player story. Like, I don't know why they let you do story mode with another person, but, whatever. That's what I did.
Survival game has to be co-op.
Yeah. So we ran around, and you're going to this island to look for your wife, or whatever. You're having a real Silent Hill 2 moment where like you get this transmission where she tells you not to come find her on this island that you two have been to together before. And because I guess she was doing research on some plants and stuff there or whatever. And of course you go anyway. You're like, oh shit, I gotta go find her. So you go to the island, and the kind of story, I guess, unfolds where like your wife, I believe she has cancer, and they're trying to find like the cure for cancer on this island or whatever. God, like I kind of remember the story. Like I remember parts of it, but some parts I feel like I'm messing up a little bit, and I just can't figure out exactly how. But you're kind of, you go around and you find out there's these natives on the island, and they hate you. And you assume it's just because, they're evil native people. Well, as it turns out, they do have a reason to hate you, because you have amnesia. So you don't realize that there's things that you've done previously when you were on this island with your wife that have made them exceptionally angry with you. That may have caused actually a bunch of people to get slaughtered. So, yeah. There ended up being a pretty deep story here, though, that I was kind of surprised with and really enjoyed. There's also a prequel chapter to the game that I didn't actually get to finish playing, and I'm probably gonna go back soon and finish. Like I thought the prequel chapter would only be a couple hours long. It's not. It's like 6 or 7 hours long. Like it's almost like the length of the main game, honestly, is what it seems like.
Oh goddamn.
Yeah, which was very cool.
Since you brought it up, Silent Hill 2 is getting a remake.
Yes. You know what's funny? So this is so weird. The person who mentioned that to me and told me that they were making more Silent Hill games actually as well.
Yes. Have you seen
all
the trailers for them?
I haven't. And I need to go look at it because it's so weird. Our cousin Jamie told me about this. So when I saw him, I was like, did you see the trailers for the other Silent Hill games? And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so it seems like basically...
I've seen the one for 2.
Basically, there's a new Silent Hill movie or TV show coming out. Made by the same guy who made the original Silent Hill movie. I think it's like a Netflix thing. So right now is the push, right? They're like, okay, now's the time we can make up some money, right? So they're remaking Silent Hill 2. That's Bloober Team, and I'm going to talk about that later because I played the medium. We're going to talk about it. But they're also making Silent Hill F, which takes place in 1960s Japan. So I don't know how that even relates to Silent Hill, but it doesn't matter, right? It does not matter because it looks awesome. And then they have like a weird like other one made by Annapurna, which is like, I don't know. It looked episodic. I don't know. Fucking cool. Basically, Konami was like, I don't know, who wants to make a Silent Hill game? We don't care.
Let's go for it. Have at it.
Yeah, whatever you want. We don't care.
And then, I noticed a lot of people were like, why did they remake the first Silent Hill? And I was like, it seems like this should be a really obvious answer here. It's because the second game is the most popular game in the entire franchise. Of course they remade the second game first. They're not stupid.
And also, they already remade the first game. Did they? Shattered Memories on the Wii.
Oh, that's not the same though. That's not what people wanted. You knew what they meant.
I don't know if people want this Silent Hill 2 remake by Bloober, but again, we'll talk about it later.
I hope it ends up being good. I really do. I'll still want to play it. I'll still want to see it just out of curiosity because it's not a series, honestly, that I was entirely sure was going to get a reboot. Just with that whole, PT issue that happened and Silent Hills and all that, that just like blatantly fell through many years ago.
Right, where Kojima made a whole game, hired a bunch of actors, and then without telling Konami about it. Yeah. Probably left a sour taste in their mouth. But also, since you brought up The Forest, Sons of the Forest, the sequel to The Forest, is coming out in February.
Yes, and it was originally supposed to come out in October, and they goofed and had to push it back.
Hey.
Which is a shame.
It's an open world survival game. Goof, whatever, take your time. Don't put it all fucked up. So
yeah, I agree, but at the same time, like that would have been they were going to release it right before Halloween for obvious reasons because it would have made them a lot of money right before Halloween. Yeah. It would have been all over the Steam storefront,
I see
front page.
In the pictures, you have a shotgun, so I think that's a step in the right direction. More unique ways to deal with the stupid enemies because glitching my way up the side of a wall and shooting arrows or throwing dynamite is not fun.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see how that turns out. I hope it turns out good. I always hope any games that come out really just turn out good. I don't want anything to fail. So
right. But Green Hill. You liked.
I liked it. I really enjoyed it. Something weird though is because you do have moments that are very like usually in cutscenes, you're both moving through the cutscene at your own pace. But you can only move past the cutscene once you both have finished it. So if I end up hitting the cutscene first, and she hits it like a minute or two after me or something like that, because we just ran up on this, we just didn't get the same thing done as quickly. Even though we're both playing together at the same time, the cutscenes will play separately, almost like you're just playing single player. And the final cutscenes of the game also play completely separately. Not only do they play separately, once you go out of the cutscene and back into gameplay, it plays separately, like without the other person existing in your multiplayer world.
It's weird.
It's almost like it just splits you both up completely, and then until you actually finish the very end of the game, then you can like see each other and stuff again.
Feels like
Very
they
weird.
didn't exactly know how to implement the multiplayer element.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like they did it a terrible way, but it was just kind of odd. That's why I said it seemed like it wasn't even meant to be a multiplayer game in the first place.
Yeah, straight.
But the multiplayer functions perfectly fine, so it's whatever.
Speaking of multiplayer, next game I played was Overcooked 2. PS4 version, but it was free on PlayStation Plus. Played this 3-player with my wife and my son, as intended. A 4th player would have been nice, but
Yeah.
man, you've played these games before, right?
Yeah, I played it some with my husband before, and I've also played it again with 2 other people, actually, as well. But we never actually beat it on either of those runs, so...
Oh, so we beat it, and we 3-starred every level except for the secret levels, just because we didn't unlock them all. Any secret level we got, we did 3-star, which is the best you can do. Awesome game, and it really tests your ability to like manage stuff, because every time you go into a level, like, unless you get lucky and it just sort of clicks, it just goes to shit, right? And you're like, I don't know, this isn't fucking working, everything's burned. And then you start like establishing roles for everyone. You're like, if you do this and this, don't think about anything else, and I'll do this and this. And it worked out pretty good. And the final level was very interesting because it was like a 15-minute long level that went on forever and ever. And we actually failed it the first time, which was very frustrating. But I really like this game. I think it's really cool. I would like to go back and play the first game, and hopefully they make a 3rd game. I would be shocked if they don't. We tried playing other little silly multiplayer games like this, but nothing really clicks the same way Overcooked has clicked. We tried to play Wheel of Fortune. It's not the same.
You guys might end up liking... Well, actually, I think you played these games, haven't you? Never mind.
Which ones?
I was about to be like, you might like the Trine games. And I was like, I think you played these, haven't you?
I need games that are like even simpler.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Overcooked 2, pretty awesome multiplayer experience. I think the more people you have, the better, as long as you're not stepping on top of each other all the time. And I think the less people you have, the more difficult it's probably going to be, especially with some of the shifting levels back and forth where it's not, if you have 2 people, it's going to be a pain in the ass if you both get stuck on one side.
But
pretty fun game.
Yeah, and since we're still on multiplayer games, right after Green Hell, I went through Trine. With my friend Cass as well. Great game, a lot of fun. Basically, you know, I don't know exactly know the story of the game, because I'm going to be honest with you, we just kind of skipped cutscenes. It's a kind of game that honestly you can just enjoy even without the story. I do know that you like there's some magic thing that happens, and these 3 different characters end up combined into one person or whatever. And you can switch between the characters to do the puzzles. Like there's like the brute force, weapon kind of guy. There's the wizard, and then there's the archer person. And when you're playing with multiple people, each of you can only be one of those characters at a time. So if somebody else is the wizard, you can't be the wizard. And it leads to... It's also kind of a physics-based game a bit, with its puzzles and stuff, and it ends up leading to a lot of fun puzzles. Lots of fun ways you can accidentally kill the person you're playing with, as well, which happened a lot to us initially, which was great. some of them get a little bit complicated, but not really too difficult. We didn't realize that we had actually stopped. We had played a long period of time, and we didn't realize we had stopped playing for the night, like right at the last level, the very last part of the game, which was kind of annoying because then we waited a couple days and then we finally got back together to play it, and it took us like 10 minutes to beat the game. So it was like the last part of the last level. Very pretty game. Very fun. Still definitely feels a bit aged now, though. Definitely feels like
it's an old ass game,
an Xbox arcade game,
which it was. So
exactly. So I definitely recommend it. It goes on sale super cheap all the time. We basically wanted to try. We hadn't played anything together other than Green Hell before, so we were trying to find something we could play together. But also, I was trying to find things that were really cheap. In case we decided it wasn't going to work out, we could just move on. And, this was like $1.50 or something on sale. So, yeah, really enjoyed it. And later on in the year, we go on to play the second game. So,
yeah, the third game's like totally different, right? It's like
I heard that, and we did not buy the third game. We did both buy the fourth game, but we skipped the third game.
Interesting.
So,
next up for me, I finally... I was going to say took a break from the PlayStation 5, but I actually had been playing this ever since I finished Yakuza. Ultima 9 Ascension.
Oh, yeah.
You had bought
My bad. I forgot. I was like, what game is he talking about? I was like, oh, right.
This is
okay, and, let me preface whatever John's going to say here by saying I really did genuinely love this game when I played it. It's probably one of my favorite. It's probably somewhere in, I don't know if it's quite in my top 10, but probably in my top 15.
So I'll say I come into this game with a little pre-existing bias because all I know about this game is it's considered one of the worst games of all time and completely destroyed the series. And I know EA, they had to restart the game entirely, which caused the game to be having these weird gaps where they were like, I don't know, just cut this part out, right? So it was very ambitious. Oh, you know what it was? 3D graphics came along, right?
Yeah.
Ultimate 8 before it is 2D top down.
The same thing with King's Quest 8. I feel like these games must have come out around the same time because people hated them, and in my opinion, there was just not really a reason to hate them.
Yeah,
and
and the devil had taken over publishing, so.
Oh, and I'll say I have never played any other Ultimate game aside from 9 as well.
Right, me neither. Although I know everything about them because I watched the Spoonie reviews, and they're like my favorite review series ever because it's like a weird descent into madness. It's kind of funny. But so the idea of this something being a betrayal doesn't bother me as much because there's nothing I care about. And one thing I'll say is there seems to be a lot of emphasis put on like how the dialogue is spoken in the game. Like, is it stupid that the avatar is asking, "What is a paladin?" Absolutely. Of course it's fucking dumb. But if you've never played any Ultimate game before, you might want that information. And Mass Effect does a good job about it. You might select what's a paladin, but they'll say, hey, I've heard about these guys. What do you think about them? And they'll do it more naturally, right? This game doesn't do it naturally. It does it like the avatar doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, even though his best friend is a paladin. The one who sacrificed his life and burned himself to death to save the world was a paladin. So it seems weird that he would ask that question out loud.
Yeah.
But so let me say, this is I guess like a hack and slash RPG kind of, very loose in the terminology RPG, right? Because there's only like 2 stats that go up, strength and magic. And it's like a PC game from
I think that's why I just liked it so much. I'm like, this is such a PC game. Such a Morrowind, but not Morrowind game.
Yeah, and you know what's weird? You can put it in first person mode, and the first person mode is janky as fuck because your armor is like clipping into your viewpoint. But in those moments, you're like, it does feel kind of like Morrowind. Except the combat is like fucking god awful. Where you just run up and mash the attack button over and over, and kind of like Diablo.
Just like Morrowind.
Yeah, but Morrowind is like unique. You know what's weird about this game too? There's a magic system. So Morrowind, right? You got magic. You go buy spells. You use the spells, right? This game is like you have to collect all the reagents for a magic and then use them on a magic rune to add it to your spell book, and then you can utilize it. It's very strange. And I didn't use it the entire game until much later in the game. There's this, to get into one of these dungeons later on, there is a giant ice block.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to use a fire spell on it to melt it. And I went, okay, I don't need to get a fire spell. I have like 3 scrolls. It takes like 20 fucking fire spells to melt this stupid ice block. It like melts a little bit every time. So in that moment, I was like, fine, fuck it, game. I'll go get a bunch of magic spells. So I did get a bunch of magic spells just because I had all the reagents already. They were like sitting in a big pile of trash in my room at Britannia because that's the way you store items there. You just throw them on the ground everywhere.
And see, this is totally different because I'm pretty sure I literally got all the spells I was able to as I was able to in the game.
Oh, you know what? Because I didn't understand the system at all. I had no idea how it worked at all. So
I've done that before, so I can't say anything.
Yeah. And it also wasn't necessary until much later on. So I guess the idea is the Guardian has taken over Britannia, and every one of these cities has a virtue that they are beholden to, right? So if one city is the city of honesty, you're going to get there, and he's twisted the virtues, and now they're all liars. How's that work? I don't know. But and your goal of every time you get to a city is you have to get 2 items. I forget what they are. One of them's a sigil, one of them's something else. You put them on this pedestal, you'll clean up the virtues. This requires usually going through at least one dungeon and doing one quest for another person. Sometimes they just happen to flow into the same place. So that's convenient, especially the more you go on. In the beginning of the game, it seems very like deliberate, and the more you go into the game, it kind of seems like they run out of time, and they were like, I don't know, you went through one dungeon, and holy shit, you're in another dungeon all of a sudden, and now you fixed 3 virtues all at once, just because they ran out of time, I guess.
Either that, or they were like, shit, this game's getting long. We gotta wrap it up, boys.
Yeah. I heard EA told them to wrap it up. They said, knock it the fuck off, get it out, and get back to work on Ultima Online. But yeah, you know what? It's actually not that bad. I will say, I understand it was a complete mess when it came out on PC back in the day. Playing it on a modern Windows 10 computer does not help. So my game crashed periodically. That's kind of resolved by just saving. There were a couple times later in the game where it would be like really annoying. There was an item. It's called a demon staff, I think. And I remember reading not to pick that shit up. And I picked it up. And then anytime I touched it in my inventory, it fucking froze. It was very annoying. I couldn't take it out of my inventory. I just had to leave it and do not touch it. So that was a little annoying. But the most annoying glitch that happened, sometimes I wouldn't even realize what's happening. I would like walk outside from inside, and the way the lighting works in the game is really fucking weird. Because you walk inside and then all of a sudden everything lights up immediately. And when you walk outside, if it's dark outside, then it like goes dark immediately and puts the skybox in the sky. Sometimes it wouldn't put the skybox in the sky, where you can like see the stars and it looks real nice. It would just be like pitch black. and the whole fucking world was like impossible to see. And there was like a light spell you could get. Didn't help. I tried, so I would always have to like walk in and out of buildings to try to like glitch it back into existence.
See, and the weirdest thing is, I played this game when I played it almost completely glitch free. And I remembered at the time when I told John that I played it, him and maybe Zach or something, or somebody that you were with, you were just like, oh my god, how? How is this game running fine? Because I played it a physical copy on a Windows 7 computer. I still have my physical copy.
Yeah, it's very strange.
But I can't, yeah. And the only glitch I ended up with was when I went to get one of the items for the virtue, like at the end of the dungeon. It had spawned like 30 feet or 50 feet in the air above the thing. And I didn't see it at first. I actually completely forgot that I was supposed to pick up a thing at the end of the dungeon. And I just forgot all about it until I realized towards the end of the game, I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing one of the things I need. And I was like, oh shit. And I went back and I looked up and I was like, oh shit, how am I going to get that? Well, I just console commanded my way into just flying and then proceeded to abuse that later on in the game when I wanted to finish side quests and stuff. I just like flew around the world and went and did the stuff I was going to do.
Oh. I walked everywhere, so
that was only mostly at the very end of the game. And in one dungeon that was weirdly annoying to get get around it, the one with the lava. That had lava everywhere.
Yeah, you had to raise and lower the lava.
Oh, I still did a lot of. There was just one part that I specifically remembered flying in, and I think it's because there was a guy you had to fight down at the bottom, and there was like a scroll or something though that you got after you beat him. I remember flying for some reason in there. I think it's because I forgot to pick up the scroll he dropped or something. I don't remember.
I remember the dungeon. I remember the lava dungeon because actually, that's one thing I'll say. The dungeons were pretty good.
Yeah.
They had this puzzle aspect to them that made them all interesting to explore. Some of them were pretty big. It was pretty good.
Literally through my whole time playing, that was the only glitch. It never crashed on me. Never. So now, even though I have bought it myself on GOG anyway, I feel like it's not going to be the same because it's going to be all... And it's funny because people say, oh, it actually runs really well, the GOG version does. They fix so many problems. And you're like, no, there's still... This is basically Messiah of Might and Magic or whatever, where they're like, it runs great, and then it crashes like at least once an hour, and then you just give up and you stop playing it.
Yeah, it's possible, right? We're a little bit further along since you had played it, so Windows 10, right? And who knows? Right?
Yeah.
And the GOG version, I will say, I know what glitch you're talking about with the floating items. That's not in the GOG version. I remember a lot of talk about that when I was looking up how to resolve some glitches I was having. The stupid demon stuff would really annoy me because I'd always be going through items like, oh, I'm going to drop this on the floor in my room. And then it's like, oh, it crashed. God damn it. So there was also a fucking dragon you fought towards the end in one of the dungeons. It was a big red dragon.
Yeah.
And I killed it, and the game just got stuck there and did not do what it was supposed to do. So, that was strange.
It's so weird, though, that I only ended up with that one problem. And then I did not keep that Windows 7 machine, and I'm sorry, I think it was Windows XP. It was either Windows XP or Windows 7. And it sucks because I didn't keep that computer. That was one of our stepdad's old work computers that his boss let him bring home that I used to use, and I think I just either left it there when I left, or we gave it to like Salvation Army or something.
If it was XP,
and I regretted that.
XP should work perfectly with this game because that's what was out kind of like right after it came out. Should be perfect.
Yeah.
As perfect as Ultima 9 can be, right? But I'll say I think I ended up giving it 3 stars. I did not dislike it as much as I think I was going to. I actually liked a lot of aspects to it.
It is a very long game though, and it's an old game, you know.
Yes, but it also started like rushing a lot towards the end. There was giant areas I found that there was like nothing in. There was like I was hoping we would go explore those areas, but there was nothing there. The glitches, of course. The combat is just like smacking that fucking sword into the person over and over again until they die. Even the final boss is very similar. You like smack some rocks around, and that's that. The Avatar's characterization is very strange because he's supposed to be like the fucking virtue holder, right? The king of virtues, right? But he also committed genocide in the game at one point. And he was like just trying to justify. He's like, well, I did kill them all, but I saved this one egg. And it's like, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? You're fucking crazy.
Some of the areas in the game were just so cool for me, though. Like the, it sucks because I feel like it's been just long enough now that I don't really remember everything anymore about the game. Because, I mean, this was a while ago. This was at least, 6 years ago, maybe, that I played it. Maybe longer. I think it was 5 or 6. It's got to be 6. But some of the areas, there was like a town, one that was just a town that you went in that had, I want to say that areas that you were like flying to or something. Like everything was elevated off the ground.
There was like a tree house area.
Yeah, that place I thought was cool, and
it had like a little. That you're right. I'll agree. The styling of it was very cool because it's not like Japanese fantasy. It's not even European fantasy. It uses like
it's its own thing.
You're right. It's its own thing. There's nothing like it. It actually borrows a lot of like Middle Eastern stuff. And weirdly, the European interpretation of Middle Eastern, which is sometimes seen as a little problematic, but which is why you're not going to see anything like that before. You're not going to see gypsies in a new game because it's unacceptable now. But they're not done in a bad light in this game. But
yeah. But I guess that's what, I went into this game completely blind, and I think that's why I was so blown away, because I knew nothing about it. I'd found this copy in some random Goodwill that I think I went to with Mom and Phil, like when we were on our way to go see Buddy at some point in North Carolina. So, and I just picked it up there for like $1 or something, and I just was like, whatever, I'm going to try and play this game that I don't know anything about. And then I was like, this is actually a lot better than I was expecting it to be. Like, I was like, this is kind of cool.
You know what I will say? There is like barely any quest log, right? There's a little journal that sometimes updates, sometimes it doesn't. So the thing about the runes and like you forgetting to grab one or whatever, you can just do that shit. Like if you don't pick it up, whatever, it'll just let you keep playing the game. And
go to the next one.
That was absolutely terrifying that could happen. So I'm glad I was paying attention. Every time I would stop by, because I would always drop my runes and sigils or whatever off in my room in Britannia, just on the fucking floor, of course. And I would count them every time I got there. I was like, okay. Because I also knew that sometimes if you leave items out, they'll just go missing. That's like one of the common glitches. So I kept like a new save. Every time I saved was a brand new save. Just in case something like that happened. And I think I did have to reload a save a couple times because something weird happened. Or like, oh my God, Michelle, there was a music glitch. It was after that stupid red dragon. I beat the dragon. The music never fucking stopped and just went on forever. And I was like,
like the battle music?
Yeah. And I played for like an hour and saved a couple times. I was like, it's not a big a deal. I know I'm close to the end. And finally I was like, fuck it. I cannot deal with this anymore. And I went back and redid a whole dungeon and then it fixed itself.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was very annoying. But I'll say I did not dislike it as much, and I do 100% see the charm and the appeal of it. It does feel very unique, and like it's very PC aspects, and does have like Morrowind-ish vibes in like if Morrowind was
its PC-ness.
In Morrowind was like if like a PS1 game kind of. Kind of like that, those jagged, sharp textures, geometry. It's just kind of unique.
All right. Next game I played is pretty short. I played the Panzer Dragoon remake because I was just curious enough to pay $2.50 for it on GOG.
Yeah, I played this on Stadia a long time ago.
And you know, I bet when Panzer Dragoon came out on the Sega CD or whatever it was, that it
Saturn.
was just.
Yeah, Saturn.
I'm sorry, my bad. Sega Saturn. That it was just dope as hell. But you know, this is one of those games that doesn't hold up as a remake. It doesn't. It's so plain. I thought there was more to it. There's no power ups. There's no nothing. You're just a dragon and you're doing an on-rail shooter and you're just shooting stuff. And that's it. That's the whole game. You go through several levels. You have one boss fight that for some reason takes fucking forever. And it's very, I mean, literally, I was on this one boss fight for probably almost 10 minutes. Just slowly whittling away his health as he did the same patterns over and over and over again. And that was the only really long part of the game for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they made that boss fight like that. But for the most part, you're literally just a dragon or on the dragon. I can't remember. And you're just shooting stuff. What's the story? I don't know. It ends eventually though, so there's that.
Yeah, I remember when I played it, I felt like pretty underwhelmed too. Like
Yeah.
I played it, I was like, okay. I mean, it didn't do anything wrong. It just existed.
It's definitely not a game that holds up to being remade though at all. It makes it very obvious how simplistic of a game it was even when it released.
Right. When I played it, I definitely said, man, fuck Sega. I'm glad they're out of business. Or I'm glad they're not making consoles. I'm just kidding. But it was like whatever, wasn't it?
Like it just didn't even look that interesting. It didn't even look cool or anything. And I feel like when I saw it on the Saturn, like the footage and stuff, I remember thinking, oh, this looks neat. And then it's like they remade it and somehow it just made it boring. It made it look like it wasn't really that fun to play, and it's not. I mean, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing. I would never recommend it. I'm never going to play it again, you know.
Right.
So
I feel like rail shooters in general kind of give that vibe to me. Where
yeah,
I'm just like, I get people like Star Fox, but I don't know, man. You know, it's
yeah,
it's okay, right?
yeah.
All right. Next, you remember I said I got the PS5, Michelle, but I had also ordered a game for the same exact time that the PS5 was coming in, way before I got the PS5. That was this game that I'm playing next, Digimon Survive.
住処なんだ
いた
葵さんやべえマジで捕まってる
Oh yeah.
So Digimon Survive is a visual novel Digimon game. Also has turn-based strategy, like Fire Emblem style battles. But the meat of the gameplay is the visual novel stuff. And this kind of worried me a little bit because I was like, I don't know, you know. But I think Digimon is at this point where they're just like, they were trying to like find their footing a little bit and like trying to figure out who their fan base was. For many years now, it's been evolving, right? Digimon Fusion came out and was like a very kid friendly, felt like a kid show. Like it really felt like a kid show, and it killed the series, right? So at that point they were like, okay, what do we do? And they made Cyber Sleuth. Oh no, first they made that All-Star Rumble game, which was like a nostalgia bait thing. And it sucks. But you get where they were coming from. They're like, okay, let's get the old fans back in. Then they made Cyber Sleuth, which has like a lady with her boobies hanging out. So like, okay, they are recognizing that their fan base is a little bit older. And then they made a follow-up to that game. And then they made Next Order, which is like a Digimon World follow-up, another like nostalgia baiting, like this is what they used to like. And with this one, this is like another little step in there, like, well, who is our fan base? What do they like? What can we do with Digimon now? And one thing I'll say, Michelle, is this game fucking shook me. It goes places I didn't even know Digimon was allowed to go. It does things that surprised me. Like, it goes crazy places. And for visual novels, that's kind of the norm. for Digimon, that's not the norm, you know?
Mm-hmm.
First time I see blood in a Digimon, I don't know. You know? You can make it a different color than black or than red. You can make it black, but I know what it is, you know? I know there's blood, right?
So it's not that this isn't that heartfelt experience that we had back in the days of the Digimon movie where they're like, Digimon never really die. Like, then they're trying to like sugarcoat everything, you know?
So what it
and
is,
how it's presented. Not like they not just saying they do die, they're just reborn.
Okay, so do you remember so the original Digimon anime series was like a bunch of kids, they go to summer camp and then they end up like in the digital world.
Yeah.
And it's all like, oh wow, I guess we're gonna battle the bad guys together. Imagine if that happened, but in real life, you'll be like, holy fuck, there's monsters. What the fuck are we gonna do?
Yeah.
That's what happens in this one. They're like, holy shit, and some evil Digimon come out and like fuck shit up, and they're like, what the fuck? We gotta get out of here. And you know, our friends get kidnapped. What are we gonna do? And these people like also there were people before they were in the digital world, right? So they bring their burdens with them, right? So if, just for an example, right? If someone had mommy issues before the digital world, they bring that over into the into the digital world, and it causes a lot of problems. And they explore those, right? When I beat this the first time, because there's multiple endings, I got every ending. I actually didn't count it as beaten until I had gotten the best ending, but I did like one ending, then I went the best ending, and then I got the other two endings. When I finished the first time, I went, holy shit, I think this is a 5-star game. When I beat it the second time and got the full ending, I said, holy shit, this is a 5-star game. And then by the time I had beaten it, you got the last two endings, which were a little similar in how they played out. I was like, let me just calm down, because if this was something besides Digimon, I would not be giving it 5 stars.
Yeah.
But something about it being Digimon made it be like, holy shit, I cannot believe they are doing this stuff with Digimon. It blew me away. It's honestly probably the best Digimon game I've played. I mean, Next Order is really good for me, but this one is something special, unique. The battle system is very basic. It can get very difficult if you don't really think through who you're bringing with you. Luckily, there's New Game Plus, so when you go through and get the other endings, you're just absolutely decimating everything. So that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it actually shocked me. I think if anyone's on the fence, it kind of depends if you are okay with a visual novel. Because it is mostly reading. It does have the fast forward skip text thing. It does tell you the point where, hey, this choice is going to determine your ending. It tells you when that's going to happen, so you can save. Based on how you played the game, there's 3 endings that you could get, and the first time through, and whatever your top 2, like it's like morality, something else. It's like keeping track of your choices. And whatever the top 2 ones are, you'll get. So you can easily get back and get another ending. So it's not complicated, right? I really like that. And I had a bunch of Digimon that you could get, and some of them are not in other games, so that's kind of unique. It seems like every Digimon has like a couple that just aren't in other games, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I really liked it. It surprised me a lot. It really did. Enough to where I went through and got all the endings and was still playing it for a long time to come.
Yeah, I wonder if I'd like it more because it's more visual novel and less Digimon. I hate to put it that way, but in a way, you know.
When I was playing it, I was like, damn, I bet Michelle would have liked this a lot better than the Digimon game that I ended up giving you. Because it is, and the battles are like so basic. There's an auto battle thing, and I think I turned it on for most of the battles just because I knew exactly how I was going to win, and I just would destroy them. There's a couple where you had to really think about it, but yeah, it was really good, and I think you should give it a shot. And I get the impression that it's going to be one of those games that gets very expensive. But you know, it's on Steam though, isn't it? So who
I
knows?
think so. I hope not. But I mean, really, it's kind of like if it's on Steam, the worst expensive it's going to be is $60. So you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, and I'm sure it's already on sale. And it's your turn to talk about a game, but I want to bring up the next game I beat was Stray.
Oh yeah.
So we already talked about that. We don't need to talk about it again.
All right. Oh, next I played Pokemon Legends, either Arceus or Arceus, depending on how you want to pronounce it, because apparently both ways are confirmed to be correct. So I don't know. I usually say Arceus, though.
Yeah, I usually say Arceus, but I think Arceus is the official way to say
I think
it.
it's the official U.S.
But it doesn't
pronunciation.
sound as cool, so it's Arceus to me, and it's Ico.
Yeah.
It's Ico to me as well.
Yeah. I played Arceus, and I believe this was a birthday present from my brother-in-law. Yeah. I think it was birthday. I mean, it's got to be what it is. I'm pretty sure there's no other reason for him to give me a present. I think he gave it to me late, is what it was. He had it hanging around for a while. I enjoyed this a lot more than Let's Go Pikachu. I keep wanting to say,
Oh.
Hey You Pikachu every single time.
Of course, easily, right?
Every time I talk about it with anybody, I say, Hey You Pikachu, and they're like, you mean Let's Go? And I was like, yeah, I do.
But this game is easily better than Let's Go. And Let's Go is like
Oh,
a
yeah.
fun little nostalgia romp, but man, come on.
Yeah. I definitely didn't get into the aspect of the Pokedex thing as much as you did. I mean, I still enjoyed it. But honestly, from what I've seen, because I haven't played Sword and Shield and I haven't seen a whole lot of Sword and Shield, but from what I've seen of Scarlet and when my husband's been playing, I like the way the Pokemon are distributed outside in Scarlet a lot more than in Arceus. Because in Arceus, like, it feels like they kind of repeat some of the same Pokemon throughout areas a little too much, considering the amount of different Pokemon that there are, like, in existence. And that was one thing that was a little bit annoying. I was kind of like, I love exploring the areas and collecting the Pokemon and stuff, but also, can you not include any duplicates between areas? Just don't. There's no reason to. We have like a bajillion, like 1,000 Pokemon to choose from. There's no reason for this.
Oh,
Because there's a lot per area. There's not that many per area.
Scarlet and Violet does that too. You see that motherfucking grasshopper everywhere, and he's so small. You always run into him.
Yeah, Ferris complains about that a lot right now, where he keeps running into small Pokemon when he's riding the
Right.
legendary dude.
Right.
But I just mean, even in the first area, it's kind of like they're integrated. They're not like really obvious herds of Pokemon that are just kind of grouped around the same spot constantly. Like, there are some, but there just seems like there's a lot of other stuff peppered around.
I get what you're saying. So Legends Arceus has spawn points for the Pokemon. So if you go to the same place, you'll see the same. The Eevee spawns the same place the Eevee always spawns. In Legends Arceus, it has spawn points where it can either be a random Pokemon that is native to that area, or it can be a horde of Pokemon native to that area. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I thought and the city itself is a little lackluster. I do like how it does evolve over time. Like, they build more buildings and stuff in it as the story goes along and things like that. I thought it was kind of interesting. And, like, the gardens will grow based on if you've done the side quest for the guy over there who's asking for, like, a rock Pokemon or a Rhydon or something to help him plow the fields or whatever.
And most importantly, everyone gets a Pokemon. They all hated Pokemon. They were Poke racists. And then you gave them Pokemon.
Yep, and now they love Pokemon. But I think that aspect of the town is pretty cool. The fact that that's basically the only town in the game, and it's set up in kind of a way that's a little weird and like kind of lazy. It's basically T-shape. It's very like rigid lines of buildings that is very awkward when you're first in it. I feel like until they start building the other stuff around that like initial section of buildings that goes down the middle. I kind of wish there was a little bit more to that area, like it just a little bit more interest or some other towns or something. I know it's not the main focus of this game, and I know we're in like the Edo period or some shit, basically, but that would have been nice. Collecting Pokemon was super, super fun in the game, though. And
How do you feel about catching Pokemon just by throwing a ball at them?
oh, I love it.
Yeah, don't love it too
It
much.
should have been that way for a long time.
Yeah, well, it's over.
Well, I know it changes in Scarlet a little bit,
It
but
just
it still
changes
they seem-
completely. You can't catch
They
them.
seem like, well, I'll take going into battles to catch them at the, like, since they decided they were going to do this thing where you could just, like, press a button and send your Pokemon off to kill the other guys without having to go into battle. I'll take it.
But you only get
That seems
like,
awesome.
You only get like 10% of the experience, so it's like
Do you really?
yeah. So you,
I need to tell Ferris that because I don't think he knows.
yeah, you'll
Then
see.
again, he's probably over-leveled anyway.
It's kind of like there's a give and take to it because you finish the battle in 2 seconds. And remember we talked about those hordes earlier. So if there's 5 of the same Pokemon, they'll just kill them all. So there's some good aspects to it and bad aspects to it. You also don't get EVs for fighting through auto battle, so you have to be careful because some people are like, oh, I can get a bunch of attack EVs by fighting this Pokemon over. That's not how it works. So
I'll tell him all that just to make sure that he knows.
not that it matters because there's all the mints and stuff you get from the Terra raids, and we'll talk about it later.
Yeah. But I liked Arceus. It was cool. It was fun. I didn't do as much side stuff as I should have. So I ended up the game like a little underleveled actually when I beat it, to be honest with you.
Who's the final boss is for? Because you didn't do the Arceus thing, right?
What do you mean the Arceus thing?
The actual ending.
I don't know what you mean right now.
Oh, okay. So
I'm confused. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, I mean, is there any other ending other than Arceus? I'm confused.
oh, that's what I'm asking. So you caught all the Pokemon.
No. What are you talking about? See, I don't know anything other than you beat the game, you go and you fight him and you capture the legendary dude, and like you save the world and
You
stuff.
captured either Dialga or Palkia, right?
Yes.
Right.
Palkia.
Okay, so the name is called Legends Arceus, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can definitely catch him.
Oh, okay.
But after you fight the guy at the end, right? I'm not gonna say his name, but once you fight him, if you walk forwards, there's like a staircase right there that leads up into heaven, and it says you get a little message that says basically it says catch all Pokemon, right? The same thing it told you at the very beginning of the game, and that's how you get the true ending of the game.
Oh.
So you have to catch all the Pokemon, then you go up there and fight Arceus in a special unique battle. That's kind of like the one where you throw the bombs. at
Oh,
him.
the pouches or whatever, yeah.
And it is the hardest one in the game. Well, I don't know. Fucking Arcanine was a little pain in the ass, but
Yeah, yes. Oh my god, I'm so glad somebody else had trouble with that.
yeah.
I
But
kept getting killed like right at the very last part of that fight because I just ran out of space to maneuver around.
yeah, with Arcanine, it's like there's a space issue. With Arceus, there's like you actually for the first time have to do some timing to your dodges. So, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I may go back and do that at some point because I feel like I didn't explore the game as much as I wanted to. But I was also trying to finish up because my friend at work really wanted to borrow it, and I know that she wasn't like in any rush. But in my mind, the second somebody says that, I'm like, oh shit, I better hurry. I need to finish this up so I can give it to them. And she kept it for a little while, and just like eventually, she was like, she handed it back to me, and she was just like, yeah, I just went ahead and bought it on the eShop because I'm just going to end up keeping your game if I, like, for longer than this month I've had it.
You know what I really liked that I think about a lot? I like the town theme. I don't know why. That's like the most relaxing town theme I've ever heard in my life. Also, like, it went really hard at the end. Not the game was hard, but like the story actually like kind of did some things. That was kind of especially coming after Sword and Shield, where they actively chose not to do things for whatever weird reason. But anyway.
Yeah, I'll look forward to going back into it more and getting to spend more time with it. Yeah. I'm glad I finally got to play one of the newer Pokemon games because I've kind of avoided them, even though we have basically all of them. I mean, I did play Let's Go, but like, we have Sword and Shield, we have Scarlet, we have Shining Pearl. We have a lot of them.
Right. Technically speaking, only Sword and Shield is really the new one. I guess Scarlet and Violet, right? But
Yeah.
the other ones are just remakes. So
Yeah.
some of those remakes are better than Sword and Shield. But all right, next game I beat, Spider-Man Miles Morales PS5.
You definitely didn't recognize me. Oh, it's calling through the app? This is Spider-Man!
Hey, forgot to mention, there was a break-in last night right next door at Roxanne Plaza. Group called the Underground.
This is another one of those games where I was like, hey, I got the PlayStation Plus subscription. It's free on there, free in quotations. And I heard this game was pretty short. And yeah, it is. It's focused on Miles Morales kind of taking over being Spider-Man while Peter Parker's out of town. And yeah, it's basically just as good as the first one was, in my opinion. Add some unique combat elements because I know Miles can do the electricity stuff, which is kind of interesting. But much like the original Spider-Man game, it's that open world kind of generic Ubisoft style game.
Yeah.
It challenges around, then your main missions and a couple of side quests around. And it's fun, and I do kind of actually like that it was a little bit more condensed because you get done with it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So that was kind of nice.
Doesn't like overstay its welcome trying to be this 40-hour-long experience, possibly like some other games you just played recently.
Right. So it was good, and I'm looking forward to the second game. But I'll say, as I enjoy these games always, but never in like they're the best games of all time thing, right? They're basically a perfected Spider-Man, absolutely. But that's all there is to it, right? It is just a solid, good time.
All right. Next up, I borrowed a game from my my friend, actually, the one who borrowed Pokemon from me. She had told me about this game and let me check it out. Called Yonder the Cloudcatcher Chronicles. And this is the game I was talking about earlier that I said is one of the best looking, best playing games I've ever seen on the Switch. I don't know how this company did this with porting this game to the Switch, but this game looks fantastic and very rarely has any kind of frame drops at all, or pop in or problems. It just looks great. So whatever they were doing with optimization, they did it right, which is kind of a shame in a way because, like, while I really, really enjoyed the first 3 or 4 hours of this game, like once you kind of get past that part, you realize there's just nothing else to the game. It's only about maybe like 6 or 7 hours long, so about the first half of the game. Super enjoyable. There's no combat. It's very chill. It's mostly exploration based, and you doing some quests and stuff for people. There's farming, like a farming aspect of the game and monster catching aspect that is completely pointless and that you never have any actual reason to do. And there's just no point to, and I never really touched. Like I started to at first, and then I was like, you know, I'm gonna just progress with the story and like see what else there is to do. And then I just never came back to it ever again. So, you hit a point where you realize that the rest of the game is just these really bullshitty fetch quests and really poorly made crafting system that you never really need to use unless you're doing the side quests. Like, you can build these bridges to make it traversing the area easier. I built one of them because it was a situation where like you're like, okay, I need these things to build a bridge, and then you build one thing, and then it's like, oh, but you need those things to build this thing, to build that thing, to build this thing, to build this for the bridge, to build that for the bridge, and you're like, this is fucking awful. This is terrible. I built one bridge in the game, and then I was like, yeah, never again. Forget it.
What's that game? My Time at Porsche?
Porsche.
Where you...
Yes, but way worse. Way worse than that, because this isn't like it requires you to have like crafting machines and stuff. You're just all doing this in your inventory. But I was just like, oh my god. And then I was like, I gotta find more stupid rocks somewhere, because this bridge takes like 7,000 rocks to make. God, like, what is this? This is terrible.
So it sounds like you like the game.
I liked the exploration part and going around this beautifully made world and stuff, but it's like they really just, it's like they ran out of time and they just didn't, the main story, it could have all been something really cool, and they just didn't care at the end, like, at all. Like, because there's this darkness or this muck or whatever in the world that you're trying to keep, you're getting rid of, and that's, you're getting rid of it as you go throughout the main story and you're doing the quests. You know, you have to, like, do so many things before you have the ability to get rid of the muck in these places. You have to get so many like little sprite fairy guys on your side or whatever. And by the time you get to the end of the game, it's like this little fetch quest where you're looking for some notes, and it like gives you a synopsis of what happens on like the screen, and then it's just like, okay, the end, yay! And you're like, it's not even like really a cutscene or anything.
I'm going to retract my previous statement. Sounds like you don't like it.
You know, I'd play those first 3 hours again, but I wouldn't bother finishing the game. Because it was a very nice chill time, which is what I guess I needed at the time. I don't know. I don't remember what was stressful going on at the time, but I just remember thinking, this is exactly the kind of game I want to play right now. We're just chilling. I'm running around with my lantern. There's just all these beautiful fields and hills and mountains and stuff. It's great. Love it. And by the end, I was just like, why does it feel like this could have been like a really, really well-crafted game, and it's just like mechanically, it's just not there. Like, the gameplay just isn't there, unfortunately. Whereas whoever did the design for the world and the actual graphics of the game, those people, I hope they're making other games, because they're great at what they do. But whoever was in charge of the gameplay, they dropped the ball. But I didn't mind it, but also that kind of like gave me some insight a little bit into the kinds of games that my friend likes, and like maybe I should take their opinion with a grain of salt on games. It's like I had seen this had some mixed reviews on it, but I was just like, they spoke of it very highly, and I was like, they're a little bit more casual of a player than I am, and some things are harder for me to overlook, I guess, with games than it would be for other people.
Maybe, or you know, sometimes people just like a game better, you know. They get caught on, like, little certain aspects, and they go, yeah, that's what I like.
I feel like there's a lot of games coming out lately that are more, like, casual, quote-unquote, cozy games that have been coming out that people... I hear a lot of raving about it first, and then people are like, no, it's actually really kind of shit. Like, Bear and Breakfast came out a while back, and I was thinking about getting it at one point, and then people were like, it's basically a mobile game, and it pretty much has tons of bugs and glitches, and I was like, oh, never mind. Forget it. I'm just going to slowly back away.
Maybe if I get it for free.
Yeah, maybe if it's for like $5, maybe I'll go for it. But this kind of seems like one of those games. I almost thought within the first 2 to 3 hours of me playing, I was like, maybe I should buy this for myself. I'm really enjoying this. And then it was just like, suddenly, for some reason, the whole facade just slowly fell away. And I was like, wait a minute, this game sucks.
You know what is cozy, Michelle?
What?
I'm talking about Bug Snacks.
Check it out. My own
Bugsnax,
personal
PS5 game. Actually, was not free on PlayStation Plus, but I have PlayStation Plus. So what I've been doing I did it for the first couple months the PS5 was out. I was just claiming the PS5 games on their website because I knew, because they give out two free games every month, and I knew, and one of them was always a PS5 game. I knew eventually when I had my PS5, this will be awesome because I'm gonna have a whole library of games already that I claimed. So that's kind of irrelevant with the whole PlayStation Plus thing that gives me like 700 games. But anyway, Bugsnax PS5 version. Hey, Bugsnax is pretty cool, and it does that thing earlier we were talking about with Legends Arceus where there's a town and it's basically empty, and as you find the residents that had abandoned the town, you slowly start bringing them in. So that's kind of neat. There's also a whole aspect about feeding them bugs that are also food. Then they turn into food. It's very strange. Also, the food is bugs that are alive, and you're just eating them. Which I guess fruits and vegetables are always alive. So, when I start thinking about it too much, it's getting a little too deep for me. What's that? You're cutting out a little bit.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just laughing.
Oh, yeah. So that's the general gist of the game. You want to find all the residents, bring them back to town. And you do that by doing little quests for them, and eventually they'll come back. A lot of it has to do with, hey, this certain bug snack, I would like to eat this bug snack. So you got to find the creative way to get this bug snack. Sometimes it's just catching them. Sometimes it's something more elaborate. I thought it was really good. There are a lot of different areas. I don't think I caught all the bug snacks, but I did catch almost all of them. And I did get all the residents back in. I tried to do as many quests as I could, but one thing I learned is they had been updating the game a lot. So there were these quests I would get in the mailbox, and those were things that were added in updates. I didn't realize at the time, but there were like hundreds of like generic little quests. And I stopped doing those later on because I was like, oh, okay, they're not really super in-depth quests or anything. So I just started ignoring them. One thing I'll say I started with this game, I'm trying to do more often, is this game had DLC. I think it was called Big Snacks. But basically there's an island off the shore that has these giant snacks, bug snacks, and there's a whole nother area over there. It's probably the biggest area in the game, and then you can do a whole thing over there. And it was really good too. But I notice I do things like let's say Starfield's coming out next year, and I don't really have a lot of interest in Starfield, but who knows, maybe I'll get it, right? But my mindset will always be with these type of games, oh, I should wait for the Game of the Year edition when all the DLC is out. But I never end up playing the DLC for these games a lot of times, so I'm starting to be like, if there's DLC, right, and I'm still enjoying the game, I should play the DLC, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't just avoid it, or I hit the credits sometimes and I'm just done. But this one, I hit the credits, went back and played it. I also didn't get the best ending, so I had to go back and do like one thing, which weirdly like glitched out and didn't work properly, so I just had to redo it. It also had a really weird, crazy ending. Turns out the bug snacks are not what they seem, and then it turns into a weird horror game. So,
I mean, it is listed as psychological horror on Steam.
Yeah, and I'd say that's accurate.
What's interesting is it's only $10 right now, and I feel like you're really selling me. I was looking because I was curious to see how much Digimon Survive was, and it's still absurdly too expensive for me to ever want it right now.
What is it?
$41.99.
Yeah, it's worth it.
After that noise, no, $20 or less. No, thank you, sir.
I would say it was worth the.
I say that, but maybe 25 or 30. But
I would say then, it was worth the full price I paid for. I think I spent 60 hours on it.
Oh, nice.
So, you obviously it'll go down in price, but
yeah. I'm just really cheap, so
sure. Bugsnax is real good, but also Bugsnax is like fairly free fairly often. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like,
it's only $10. I mean,
Yeah.
It's not that much.
Does it come with the DLC? I think the DLC was a free update, so
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I say go for it. Why not? But yeah, it's nice having the town expand, and some of the. I did have to look up how to capture some of the bug snacks because they were just a pain in the ass. But once I figured it out, it wasn't too bad. Since I did beat a couple more games than you, I'm going to talk about another game real quick.
All right.
The next game I played was Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. I played this.
What is this game exactly? Is this a
So this is a what if game. It's like a squad-based shooter, right?
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Right. Where
Wasn't this considered terrible?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
But it had a grab to it because because at the time it came out, Resident Evil 7 hadn't came out yet. So when you start putting out games, right, that aren't satisfying your core fan base, anytime you put out anything, you're just pissing people off, right? Mm-hmm. So this just pissed people off because they're like, we don't want this. It doesn't matter if good, bad. This is not what we wanted. But now that we have what we wanted, we go back, we check it out, right? I'm checking it out for two reasons, right? One, it's another Resident Evil game I haven't played. And two, this is a PS3 game. I don't own it.
Yeah.
I'm playing it on PS5 via the PlayStation Now streaming service. Because I talked earlier, I have played a lot of games through on Stadia when it was still live. And it actually worked very well. And I also played some games on Luna. And I played a couple games on Xbox Game Pass. And I wanted to see PlayStation Now. This was a terrible game to choose that for because Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City runs terrible regardless. So sometimes I would be like, is it like blurry because it's fucked up or is it just fucked up? So it was a terrible choice. So really my thoughts on, I'll say I never failed out of the game. There were times where the resolution dropped a lot, but there was times when it was mostly good. So it wasn't too bad, especially over Wi-Fi, which is surprising.
Yeah.
What it is it's cool in the idea of it being a what if scenario because you're supposed to be playing 4-player squads. I played by myself. And there's a couple instances where it's like, hey, here's Mr. X in this place where he's not supposed to be. Isn't that fucking cool? Now fight him. Now just like straight up fight him. And there's a bunch of zombies coming in and he's kicking their ass too and kicking your ass. And that's cool. And then you're like, oh, okay, here's Nemesis in a place he's not supposed to be. Isn't this cool? And then you fight Nemesis like with real weapons. And it's cool, you know, in that respect. And it also did something really cool, which I think more games should do if they're doing squad-based shooters. The final level was like Leon Kennedy. That's our whole mission, is to kill Leon Kennedy. I don't remember why.
Because Resident Evil, you know?
Right.
Just whatever.
So we hit Leon Kennedy and he's all like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Blah, 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 blah. And half of my team said, nah, fuck that. We're with Leon. And then it gave me a choice. It said, do you want to be with Leon or do you want to not be with Leon? And I was like, no, fuck that. I went all this way. We're going to kill his ass. And then it made me fight against my multiplayer teammates, even though they were all computer generated, you know? And we fought each other like in a match.
I bet that was so cool, like when you had your friends actually there.
Right. What's the game? Double Dragon, right? Double Dragon is the one where you fight your friend at the end, see who gets the girl. That was this experience. And I was like, oh, this is fucking cool. It would be really cool if I was actually playing with someone, but I mean, no one's playing this game anymore. So, but I don't know, man, it was pretty cool. That aspect of it. And, I mean, the game kind of sucks ass, right? It is like this third-person shooter, but the what-if scenarios make it kind of cool and unique. And now that we have gotten some better Resident Evil games, I'd say it's worth checking out. You know, good old 3-star.
Mm-hmm. Good old 3-star.
Yeah.
Well, looks like the time has finally come for me to talk about the game that John got me to play this round, which is Digimon World Next Order. And he apologized to me pretty much immediately because he didn't know that my friend Chaz had literally given me the Cyber Sleuth collection on the Switch. So I had those other 2 Digimon games that I just got and that I already started the first one of.
I will say I do like Next Order better than the Cyber Sleuth games, but it kind of just, they're different games, right? So it just kind of depends what you're in the mood for. One's an RPG and one is a pet sim thing. So you're playing the pet sim one.
This was a very interesting game. It's the kind of game that you can't really go, or you shouldn't really go into blind. You really should look up a beginner's guide, which thank you for telling me to do that, because I did play like the first 2 hours without doing anything, and then I was like, this is going really slow. I'm going to look up something. And the first part of the game is really slow. It reminds me of like an old school RPG, like freaking back in the days of Phantasy Star, where you had to like grind outside the very first town for like an hour before you could continue on with the game. Or like Dragon Quest VIII. Reminds me of that a little bit. You're going to be in that first area for like a solid 3 to 4 hours. That in the desert before you're able to move anywhere.
What is it?
Pretty much.
Because so the first area is like the big grass plains, and I remember like there's a couple little side areas that are grass plains. I forget what it is. It's like a black Agumon. If you walk that area and fight those black Agumon, they will whip your ass. Even though you're like, oh, they're rookies, I'm rookies. That's not the way the pet sim Digimon games work. Rookies can be as strong as megas. It just sort of depends on their stats.
And you encounter quite a lot of that. You just have to. They have a system where you can look above their head. If their name and their little bar is blue, they should be easy. If it's white, I believe if it's white, they may be a slight challenge for you. And if it's whatever the other color is, possibly red, could be yellow. I don't remember.
Red.
If it's not blue or white, just stay the hell away from it. You're gonna die. You will get destroyed. So, and how the game works is how Digimon is supposed to actually work, where they have a generation and then they die and are reborn. But when they're reborn better. They have better stats than what they started off with.
Right.
Like they accumulate some of that experience every time. And this is a really kind of cool concept. It's weird because they set it up in this way, definitely on purpose. There's no way they didn't, because I even went so far as to use my skill points initially to extend the lifespan of the Digimon, which, to be honest, in the long run, I'm really not sure if that's even a good idea to do. Because honestly, I kind of just want them to die and get reborn faster, honestly, so that they can continue to die and get reborn and just get stronger and stronger.
It just sort of depends on what your goal is, right? If you're trying to get them to a certain mega before they die, then you need them to last a little longer. Or if you're doing some weird thing where you fucked up and did something, because sometimes the champion level is the last level for that type of Digimon. There's a couple of them that are like that. I've seen that. Then they'll die, and it's like, fuck, the other one's a mega. So now you're doing this weird thing where like you got to fight a boss, but one of them's a mega, one of them's dead, and then by the time the other one, the mega, dies, the other one's already about to ultimate, and you're like, what the fuck? I'm all off cycle. So you got to do some weirdness.
Thankfully, mine was only a little bit off cycle, where one, it would kind of give me just enough where I could bring in my, what is it? Is it the rookies or is it the champions? I'm thinking of, I think it's the rookies. I could bring them into battles with me, and the other Digimon could take care of it, so they could kind of level up faster, like my rookie could level up faster, or gain more experience, because they gain a lot more experience at the rookie level or the rookie stage than they do at later stages, like the champions or ultimates or whatever. So that's like the time when you're recommended to like grind them hard for what you want them to be.
Where'd you
because
grind, Michelle?
I think just everywhere. Because the problem is, initially when you get to the second generation, you pretty much have to grind in that first area again because you're not strong enough still to kill anything really.
Yeah, yeah.
Not anything in like the desert or whatever. So, but kind of just throughout the whole game. I mean, I would just kind of go around and try to side quest as I worked on my stats and stuff.
Okay.
And sometimes I would gym train a little bit. It just kind of depended. I did put some skills into the gym training, mostly just for the initial levels for them, because you gotta get them past their little itty bitty baby stages before you can even go outside anywhere, basically.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I would gym train constantly.
Yeah.
That's how. Actually, I don't know where you, because last time I saw you played, I think you were on Generation 4 or 5. And
Yes, and I don't remember which one it was now.
And I
think it was 4.
And I think you beat the game like that, right?
Yes, and I was very surprised and very happy that they let me do that. Because with how this game works, they set it up so that your Digimon will die before every major boss fight. I've determined there's got to be no way around it because I literally extended their lifespans and they still fucking die before the bosses. Oh. And that gets a little annoying and really frustrating because, like, you're right there, you're at the end of the chapter at the boss fight, and now you've got to grind everybody all the way back up and get all the way back up to Ultimates again and then go fight the boss so that you can continue on and finish the chapter.
Yeah, I think you might have just been on a bad cycle. The only time that happened to me was the first major boss, the first chapter boss. Didn't happen anytime after that. But after that, I got clued into how to play the game. So
I mean, that happened to me the first one, the second one, the third one. I was really expecting it to happen before the final boss, and I was going to be fucking pissed.
Very unfortunate. But also at the same time, it doesn't matter, right? Because the stats are still really high. So you could technically go in there with anything, and you probably win. It's just about the attacks, right?
Oh, I never had that. Like, I always had to get them up to Ultimates. Always. I could never... Like, I mean, I had some that were pretty... Is it Ultimates or is it Megas? What am I thinking of?
Megas is the final form.
Megas.
It's confusing.
I always had to get them up to Megas.
Because in Japan, it's called Ultimates. So it's weird.
Ultimates, like, I had a chance. Megas really were just preferred, though, honestly. Obviously. But I'm pretty sure I maybe did a few with Ultimates.
Yeah, so I beat the final boss with an ultimate and a champion.
Oh, fuck you. I had 2 Megas. I hate you.
I was just... I couldn't remember because
what generation were you on? Also,
so this is why I brought up the generational thing, right? Because I saw you were on 4 or 5, and I was like, I wonder what I was on. I don't remember, And I happened to I streamed myself beating it because I just happened to be playing it, and we were like, oh fuck it, let's see what the ending goes. I don't know if I'm strong enough yet, yada yada yada, or I hadn't got the evolutions I wanted, and I was in a weird fucked up spot where I got one of those champions that wasn't going to evolve past champion, and I think I had Angie Woman, who even though she was ultimate was weaker than the champion.
Yeah.
So we were in a weird spot, and that champion did have a really good attack that was awesome, and I'm throwing attack ups and stuff like that. But I happened to see myself on generation. I was on generation 9.
Yeah. See, you grinded so much in this game.
That's what I'm saying.
Ridiculous. You probably spent a solid 20 more hours in this game than I did. Easily.
With Digimon games, I just love getting the Digivolutions. So I did that a lot. I spent a lot of time in the dock. There's a bunch of knockoff Angemons who I would kill a lot. And then there was some place that was a little bit better, but there's a black Were Garurumon in this one building, and he's extremely hard, even at Generation 9. But if you throw attack ups, you can beat him, and he gives the best experience in the game. So
I specifically looked up after the second generation, I think, where I needed to grind people at their what stage they were at, and I followed that. And there was a lot of them that were in the desert, actually, in the black. Which one is it? I thought it was the Garurumon, but I think I'm thinking of fuck, what is his name? Damn it.
Gabumon?
He's a wolf guy.
That's
wolf guy.
That's Garurumon.
Is it? Okay. There's those guys in the desert, and those were recommended a lot. There were several others, and I followed that afterwards because I was like, Yeah, I feel like I'm not doing the most efficient way of training them, and I need to get on that, or else I'm going to be playing this longer than I want to be. Because I think like I enjoy how they do things, but also because it throws the pacing of the game off so badly, I wish it was a faster like that part of digivolving and getting evolutions. I wish it was a much faster process. That way you could see a lot more.
You did play it on easy mode, right?
Yes.
Man, that is the faster
Yeah.
mode.
I couldn't even imagine playing it on normal.
I was watching myself stream. I would take things from rookie to mega in like 20 minutes. I don't know. I guess I had a real good system down, you know. And it's based on your stats or whatever, right? So.
And I believe I ended up with, let me see. I think it was Seraphimon and Cherubi. Yeah, Seraphimon and Cherubimon at the end, which was interesting because they're both like super godly Digimon, like
the good guy,
like very holy. Yeah,
good guy Cherubimon.
Yeah, is it not Cherubimon, like cherub?
You know, it just depends on whether you're looking at the Japanese version or not. And different games spell it differently. So in some games it'll be Cherubimon, which I think makes sense to me and you. And sometimes it'll be spelled Kerpymon, Cherubimon.
Yeah, because they took it literally, instead of translating it into an actual English name, they literally just took the literal Japanese and Romanized it. That's exactly what happened. Because they don't have like they have a CH sound, but it's a chi. It's chi instead of like cherubi. I don't know.
Right. I imagine in Japan it's not cherubi, you know?
Yeah.
So it was probably whatever word they made sounded like karubi. Karupi.
It's literally karubi. Like
yeah.
Karupi would be literally exactly it in Japanese.
Right.
They were trying to. That's the Japanese spelling of cherubi, basically, is what it is. Because a lot of words in Japanese, 30% of Japanese words are loan words, and most of them are from English.
Right. So even now, depending on which game, it'll be different spellings. I think Digimon Survive has the K. I think some Cyber Sleuth has the K. So.
Because, for example, the word kombini is just derived from convenience, like convenience store. So when they say they're going to the kombini, they're going to the convenience store. It's just literally borrowed from English.
Oh, that's funny.
But because they only have so many sounds in their alphabet, they just have to kind of shove it into their alphabet in a way that like fits enough for them. Like for example, Triceratops, because they don't have like an S sound like that, or because somebody didn't explain it to them, it's Torikeratopsu. It's really weird. And I was like, did somebody not like pronounce dinosaur in front of them? Did they just see this word and were like, we're going with this? This sounds good. So just interesting things, I guess, to note. But I did have fun with it. The pacing did get a little bit frustrating after a while. I was just kind of like, oh my god, like here we go again. And I was worried I wasn't going to be able to finish out with Cherubimon and Seraphimon. I thought the game was going to screw me over again. And when I was actually able to just go through the rest of the game, I was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. I just wanted to get there. I feel like I said, if the rebirthing process of Digimon was like really fast paced, I think it would be amazing.
Yeah.
Like, because they have all those Digivolutions that you can get through, and you could actually just see a lot more of them a lot faster.
I think that's what's funny to me is you were like, damn, they're gonna die before the boss fight. That sucks. My mindset was, I need to kill them now before the boss fight, and then I'll remake them better. Kill them, die. I'd be like fucking frustrated that they're taking so long to die.
I had one time when I was really happy they finally died, because I did fuck up once and I got one of the poop Digimon.
Oh, yeah, I got the.
But it was the ultimate poop Digimon though. That's where I fucked up getting to. Actually, I think it's either Mega. Ultimate or Mega. I think it's Mega.
Platinum Sukamon.
Yeah. Yes, I got Platinum Sukamon.
Or Numamon. Platinum Numamon.
Numamon, yeah. I got Platinum Numamon because I fucked up right at the end. I was like, wow, that sucks. It actually worked out pretty okay, but I was ready to move on after that.
Yeah. That's really shitty. But when you play Cyber Sleuth, make sure you get them because they're really good.
Yeah. My friend Chazu's telling me all about that. He informed me already about the Numamon.
The poop.
But definitely took a while to finish. You know, and I had an opinion on this game that I wanted to see if anybody else had like felt the same way that I did, and that it's a very old fashioned game. It's very PlayStation 2 feeling in the way the whole world is set up. They have like that shit where they have like little Orbeez that like or a line or whatever that you like walk through and you like go into the next area and it loads the next area. And obviously this is the PlayStation 4. There's no reason for that shit. There's none whatsoever. This game could have been open world. It didn't have to have any loading screens between areas.
Oh,
it's very weird when you like when
it's a Vita game.
Is it?
I think so.
Very weird though. Actually, now that you mention, I'm pretty sure it is on. Yeah.
And that basically explains it, right?
Yeah, it does. Because I was like, God, it feels very old in that way, but also kind of newer. And it's not like a particularly like impressive looking game or anything either. But it looks fine, but it certainly doesn't look like a PlayStation 4 game. And how it's smooth, but it doesn't look fancy.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, so I want to talk about this. One thing I really like about this game is its interpretation of the digital world is like the only interpretation of the digital world that gets it right. Like, and I'm not saying it's amazing or anything, but like you walk into the desert and there's like server racks in the desert.
Yeah.
That's cool, right? Or like in the volcano, there were like these
light
big
bulbs.
lights. Yeah.
No,
Cyber Sleuth's digital world sucks ass. I don't know. And Survive has some of it, but like this is the only time I felt like it reminded me of the anime.
Where they just had a lot of random like human objects around this
right, like technology because it's digital world, right? And I thought that aspect of it was pretty cool.
So I didn't hate the game, but by the time I was done, which I was 41 hours in, I was ready to be done. I was like, thank God I can move on with my life.
One thing I want to ask
because you also have to keep in mind, I played Digimon World 3 also this year, and that game sucks balls. Okay, and while this game was definitely better, I still was kind of like, is this really the peak of Digimon? Like, if it is, I'm saddened a little bit because I still would hope for something truly like fantastic, you know.
A quick question: did you understand that this was a direct follow-up to the original Digimon World?
I had heard that. I don't know.
But like, did you recognize that in the story?
Not in the story itself, no, because I don't know anything about the story of the original game. I just knew about in terms of how the game mechanically worked.
So I didn't realize it was at first, but I had seen a little bit of footage of the first game, and so I kind of know what the main character of that game looks like. So a character shows up in Next Order, and like it totally just is the same character from
Cyber Sleuth or whatever.
No, from Digimon World 1.
Are you talking about that woman?
No.
Wait,
that woman is in every Digimon game now, but
okay. See, I saw her. I'm pretty sure I saw her in Cyber Sleuth.
I'm actually, you know what? It's just me and you here, Michelle. I'm gonna talk about the main villain of the fucking game is the protagonist of Digimon World 1.
Oh, okay.
I think he's all pissy or something, or maybe the main villain is the main villain, something like that, right? And it was like I was like, that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. Pretty cool. But I didn't know about it because I didn't play Digimon World 1. It looks old.
Yeah, and I never will play Digimon World 1 ever. What's hilarious is I watched Jaden Animations play a video, do a video where she tried to play her first Digimon game. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Have you watched any of her videos?
I've watched the Pokemon ones, not the Digimon one.
You need to go watch the Digimon one because I saw her and what she played, and I immediately was like, aside from Cyber Sleuth and maybe Survive one day, I'm never going to play any other Digimon games. Never mind. I'm good. Because they're all suck ass. Never mind. I think she played Digimon World Dusk or Dawn.
Oh.
Wow. Well, I had heard pretty decent things about those, and whew, boy. I was just like, this is Digimon World 3 all over again. Never mind.
Yeah, I think they're just standard RPGs, right? With like a really slow battle system.
You'll have to watch the video and find it out.
I will.
Right. Yeah, it was a good video though. I was like, okay. I'm glad somebody else has suffered the kind of suffering I've gone through with Digimon World 3.
All right, the next game I would play is Death Stranding. Director's Cut. PS5 version. So, Michelle, Metal Gear, I'm a little bit of a fan.
Yeah.
I would say I like Metal Gear quite a bit. Death Stranding, I remember when they were showing this game off, showing it be released, I was like, man, this game is weird. These trailers are weird. I can't wait till they show gameplay off.
Huh?
Little did I know, they were showing the gameplay off. It was just walking, setting up ladders, walking across a river. That's all it was. So when it came out, I was like, maybe one day, but I'm not going out of my way for it. I'm a little concerned about it. And then I heard the story was real weird and nonsensical, which, isn't surprising, but, I was concerned. But it was on PlayStation Plus. So I said, okay, now's my chance. I really like this game a lot. The story is all up its own ass, and there are a lot of proper nouns, you know what I'm saying? Where they just make up a bunch of words, and they introduce a lot of ideas that don't really mean too much. But there are a lot of more smaller stories that I think at least get the emotion across.
Yeah.
So that I think works pretty good. But that's not what's important, Michelle. I work at Amazon and I'm delivering packages. And it has like a perfect feel for that. I don't know why. It is just so fun. So it uses this dynamic system where the whole goal of the game is to reach these people and you connect them to a network, right? And once they're on the network, they have this weird magic 3D printing technology that, okay, if someone else built a bridge in their world, it can potentially exist in your world. So at first you enter an area. There's 3 main areas, but the second one's where you're going to spend most of your time. So you enter the area and it's like, okay, this sucks ass. There's rocks everywhere. And the game uses like a physics system. So if you walk over rocks, you will eat shit instantly. You'll stumble around and you have to like hold down the triggers to like balance yourself and like walk slow. And if it's raining, you're going to slip and fall. And all these things get deducted from your points that you get for when you deliver packages because they're all broke to shit now. Or if you get hurt bad enough, they'll just break. Or you'll die. And there's a weight system. So depending on how many packages you have, it's going to be much harder to walk and you'll stumble easily. So you got to balance with the triggers, and that's the whole game, right? And then you deliver a couple networks. You start seeing a couple people have built bridges. Maybe you build a bridge too. It's very convenient now. We can all go over the river instead of trudging through it real slow. And if you walk through a river that's deep enough, it'll just sweep your ass down the river, and your packages are going everywhere, and you're like, fuck, no. And you got to use like your creative grappling gun to grab them out of the water if you've made it. And what you can bring with you just sort of depends on how much extra carrying space you have. So if they're like, we want 500 pounds of alloys, well, you don't have space for your gun or anything like that. So shit, I don't know. There's also an aspect of like, there are enemies out there that are trying to steal your packages for their own good. And you can get regular guns later on. You can shoot them. But for whatever reason, I don't remember why, but if you kill someone in this world, enough time will pass where they become basically a nuclear bomb.
What?
We're basically
you lost me.
If you kill someone, enough time passes where their dead body sits, they will explode like a nuclear bomb. You have to cremate them in this giant cremator that goes deep into the ground, so that way they will not explode. And
sounds so fucking weird.
There's also ghosts that are attached to the world with umbilical cords, and
Oh.
there's a lot going on, okay? But you're delivering the packages. And it's fun. I don't know why it's fun. It is fun, though. You carry a ladder. There's like a big crater. And you're like, fuck it, I'm going to put the ladder over it. That's great. Or there's a bunch of shitty ground. And even though it doesn't, like, making a bridge over a river, that makes sense. But making a bridge over just regular ground doesn't make sense until you realize, oh, that's the shittiest ground I've ever seen. So, good. I make the bridge over it. And then later on, you get, like, the ability to make zip lines. So eventually you'll be walking around like, fuck, it's so far away and I got to go down this mountain. This is going to be like nearly impossible. Then you see someone has a zip line set up. You're like, thank you. Wow. And then you go into it and turns out they forgot to connect the other end. And you're like, oh, okay. Or maybe you haven't set up the network enough to even include the other end. So then you get out, but it turns out the way the zip line was set up, you fucking fall down the mountain. It was like a big troll the whole time. Son of a bitch. There's vehicles you can get later on that you have to build, and you can find other players' vehicles laying out around, and there's a lot of elaborate systems that go on, and it's really fun just delivering stuff. There would always be like, okay, I got my truck. How much shit can I stock in this truck and make the deliveries on the way to my main mission? And I make them as I go along, and you start unlocking more stuff. It is very satisfying, actually. Strangely satisfying. The story is very strange, but it's not as complex as it wants it to seem. But it just doesn't explain things fully all the time.
Isn't it great that there's a second game coming out now?
I can't wait. I bet it's not out for like 5 years, but
Well, I don't know. The fact that they even announced it at all kind of surprised me, honestly. So
yeah, you know, I'm actually now I'm like looking forward to it because the first game was so good, and also does this great thing at the end because the idea is like you're trying to connect the entire United States to the network. So you start on the East Coast in Washington D.C. and make your way all the way to the West Coast in California, and the final mission is like walk all the way back. I don't know if you get a truck or a vehicle or anything. You just got to walk back. With a bunch of packages, and something about that is like very like, oh yeah, remember this? Remember how hard this shit used to be? Now I'm just fucking ziplining and shit, and doing this, doing that. Like, there's all these bridges set up. Oh, you can build roads, Michelle. When you see like a little notification come up, there's like so and so has finished the auto paver to build the road, and it's like, wow, thank you God. This has made my life a million times easier because you can Skyrim horse your way up a mountain with a fucking weird bike, but God, it's so painful. It's so painful. And of course, if you run into somewhere where it's rain, the rain has like time fall, so it's making things it's a really cool game. It's a really cool concept. I was surprised how much I liked it. I did not expect anything because people do shit on it a little bit, but hey, you know what? I'm ready for a second game.
nice. It's interesting to see somebody's that I know's perspective on the game too, because when I heard about it when it came out, and people were like, "It's a walking sim, kind of. You just walk around." And I was like, "That sounds boring as hell. Never mind. No interest. Zero. Done."
Yeah, I mean that's mostly true, but also like how you walk is like up to you, right? You want to take a bike, you want to, whatever. You could get like these things that you drag around to make your weight a little bit less, but you can also jump on them when you're going down the hill and ride them down the hill. So there's a lot of cool stuff. A lot of cool little unique, like you would expect from Metal Gear's developer. Just like weirdo things that you're never going to do that often. But in this game, they're actually kind of helpful.
All right. Next up for me, I finished this game at work. I was emulating it on my phone. That's Hamtaro Ham Hams Unite. So, very different vibes here, suddenly.
Yes.
Very cool little game. It almost reminds me of like a point-and-click adventure game in a way. You kind of are going around and solving people's problems by using your kind of ham like expressions and stuff, I guess would be a good way to put it. You get all these little expressions that you get from seeing other people do them, and they'll help you later on in your little quest for what people need and what they want. I'm trying to think of a good example right now because it sounds really weird, you know. It sounds like how does that even make sense? Because some of them are like you can look worried or crying, or you can make a cute reaction. Like if a girl asks, "Am I cute?" You can make the cute reaction at her, and she's gonna be like, "Oh my god, thank you," blah blah blah, and like give you something or whatever that you'll need later on. The nice thing is, because you can collect a lot of these expressions and stuff, is when you are interacting with something, it literally only gives you a certain amount of options to even choose from. And if you haven't gotten that expression yet, it's just little question marks, and you can't use it yet until you find it.
What is this on the Switch?
No, it's a Game Boy Color game.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I think I saw...
Yeah.
I saw... What's his face talk about this not that long ago?
Yeah. Ant Dude?
Yeah, Ant Dude, yeah.
Yeah, I know, that's why I ended up playing it. Because he talked about it, and he also talked about Ham Heartbreak, which I had always heard was a good game, and I was eventually going to play that on my phone as well, and then I just never did. So, really fun game, really colorful, much better than I expected it to be, and much more worth playing. Because I feel like Ant Dude's video almost made it seem like it was going to be a little, I don't know, have that old stank on it a little bit maybe, and it didn't. I thought it was really enjoyable.
So fuck
nice
to
yeah. So it was good. I liked it. I'd recommend it. You know.
Cool. Next game I played, I feel like I actually, so I know I played Ultima a while back, but I have basically exclusively been playing the PS5 the whole time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because it was new, it was exciting. Every game I played outside of Ultima for like the past 10 games was on that PS5. So I said, hey, I need to get away from it, play something else. So I decided to play Grand Theft Auto 4 on the PC.
Last I heard, these Steelers was up on Grand Boulevard. Let's go take a look, man.
America is number one. Okay, without further ado, let's do what this show is all about and hit the phone lines.
This is the last mainline 3D Grand Theft Auto I needed to play.
Yeah.
I have 1 and 2, but I don't know. I'm scared. They're old. So I've heard this game's kind of like the black sheep of Grand Theft Auto. Not a lot of people like it. I'll say it's okay, right? It's not great. It's not amazing. It's just okay. I did play both DLCs, the Lost and Damned and the Ballad of Gay Tony. I actually like those both better than the main game. And not just because of... because this is a different time, right? Where Grand Theft Auto 4 is Grand Theft Auto 4, and the DLC is like its own little world. So there's some like mechanical changes that they've added into the DLC. The main thing for me is they added checkpoints to a lot of the missions. So if you die in a mission in Grand Theft Auto 4 base, you just die, go to the hospital, and it will let you restart the mission immediately, which is kind of nice. But there's no checkpoints in the mission. So if the mission's long, you have to do the whole mission over. And I died a lot. It was very annoying. In the DLCs, you can start at select checkpoints throughout the mission. It's very generous, so you don't waste a lot of your time. So I like that a lot. The base game has its moments, has its good moments. PC version honestly runs very poorly. Like it's falling apart at the seams. But like nothing that, but like, you know, like a late 2000s game. I think this game came out 2007, 2008. Shouldn't run terrible.
Yeah.
But it's all popping in all weird. The frame rate's kind of weird. It's just not optimized properly. I know it was one of those games that was a games for Windows Live type of thing, so they had to make it work again without that. So I know it's causing some problems. But yeah, I thought it was okay. Probably the weakest Grand Theft Auto. Well, except for maybe Vice City Stories, but yeah, it's probably better than 3, honestly. But other than that, yeah, it's. I'm glad to be done with the 3D Grand Theft Autos for now.
Yeah. Right. At this point, I decided to kind of go on a journey here because a while back, I bought the Walking Dead Definitive Collection physically because I realized it had actually gotten pretty cheap. A lot cheaper than what it goes for digitally. Actually, I got it for like $14. And I had played through season 1 previously. And its console release was dodgy at best. There was like a lot of flipping issues and some glitches and some, crashes. I was kind of surprised people had rated it so highly at the time and never said anything about how bad the PlayStation release was.
Well, they did.
But it was bad.
They did. It just didn't affect.
I just didn't see it. So I had gotten rid of it entirely because I knew the Definitive Collection had come out. So this was years ago. And I've watched it online for quite a while, and it was kind of expensive for a while. It was sticking around like $40 digitally and physically. So I finally got it, and I went ahead and replayed through season 1.
Word is you were on your way to Macon.
My family's from there.
Well, Macon's on the way, and personally, I'd appreciate the company of a guy who can knock a couple of heads together if he has to.
Sure, we'll tag along.
It's a plan, then.
If I was including replays in my top 10 this year, this would have easily made within the top 3. Because it was fantastic. Even better than I remembered. Definitely had super heavy-hitting moments. I'm pretty sure I cried the first time I played the game. And I definitely still cried this time, which is really saying something when you know what's going to happen and you're still very upset by it. I had kind of forgotten a little bit about what happened with Duck and Katja and stuff and Kenny a little bit.
Although
and
that stuff with not to spoil anything, but that stuff with Duck is optional, right? Because he doesn't have to be around. That's one of the very first choices you make in the first episode.
I'm pretty sure he's there with you no matter what. That he won't. That's not a real choice. He will be with you no matter what. Just like with Altel. Yeah. No, he lives no matter what you do.
You just looked it up?
No matter which. Yeah, I looked it up later on. It's just like with all Telltale games, there's the illusion of choice. You don't have a choice. If somebody's gonna die, they will die no matter what you do.
I mean,
if someone's gonna live, they will live no matter what you do.
Yeah, but they die later on, right?
Yes. Yeah. And the whole reason, he also has to live so that they can do that later on. It's very important in Chapter 3, and it's such a massive, heavy-hitting moment that there's no way for you to get out of seeing that. So, but I kind of forgotten a little bit about it, and then the second it happened, it just hit me all over again, and I was like, oh god, oh no. And unfortunately, kind of as the series goes on, as I play more, it's just less heavy hitting in general. And when people die, it's just not unexpected. I'm kind of like, okay, a little bit as I go on, but this one was still very. You still get very emotionally invested, and you get close to the characters.
You know what's crazy right now? I'm looking up. I looked up the Duck thing. Yeah, you're right. Duck survives either way. It's just Kenny would be more pissy with you.
Yeah.
But what's funny about it is I'm looking it up, like, in that farm that they're on, I didn't realize is like the farm from the show, because I'm just now watching the show this year. It's from the fucking show. So I can't wait to spoilers. I bought the definitive edition as well. So I've played through season 1 and 2, but I'll play them again, and I haven't played 3 and 4.
I'll only talk a little bit more in detail about season 1 and 2, and then I'll kind of leave season 3 and 4 and Michonne a little bit more ambiguous and everything.
Sure.
I won't spoil anything for you.
Okay.
But I loved season 1. It was fantastic. It's it may be kind of up there with my favorite adventure games ever, honestly. So really glad I got to replay it, and I definitely needed to replay it as well before moving into the rest of the seasons.
Just to remember.
Yeah.
All right, next game I played. Look, it was October. I was running behind. Death Stranding took a little bit longer than anticipated. Started playing Yomawari Midnight Shadows.
I like Yomawari.
Which is the second Yomawari game.
And now there's a third one. Actually,
yeah, I didn't even realize that. It like I saw it as soon as soon as I finished this one. I was like trying to look up how to spell it or something, and I saw the other one. I was like, "What the fuck?" One thing I'll say, when I played this, I felt like I liked the first game better. And I couldn't remember.
Which is interesting because I feel like they're very similar, except the second game kind of just has more content to me.
So that's the thing that I thought, and I couldn't really remember like what made me like. Maybe it was just because I played the first game first, and this is like more the same.
And as a matter of fact, the second game has the entire town from the first game in it as well. Mm-hmm. Has the whole thing. You have this new area, and then later on, after you beat the game, you can literally go to the original place, like. And everything. It's really weird.
But so what I've realized, right, since thinking about it, because I kind of wrote down the score and I was like, it's just more of the same, more Yomawari, it's fine. What I don't like about it is it's more like to the point in the second game. Like, here's where you are, here's where you need to go. That's that, right? In the first game, it wasn't like that. It was like, just wander, and hopefully you'll walk into something.
I don't know. I still feel like there was definitely an obvious progression in the first game, I feel like. But then again, I also played the second game first and the first game second, so...
Yeah, and the first one also has, like, I think 2 or 3 times the amount of ghost monsters.
I don't know. I just don't see that at all.
Well, I just looked it up afterwards, so I just know that it does.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because I was thinking, like, man, in Midnight Shadows, a lot of the enemies are very samey. And in the first game, there's a lot of like weird, unique ones. And those are just missing from Midnight Shadows. They focus more on like they just follow you and kill you ones, which are fine.
They definitely have some cool moments. I think I was running along at one point in Midnight Shadows, and I got told to hide in a bush and not come out. And like there were like this woman was talking to me when I was inside the bush, and like something like, "Oh my God, I need help," blah blah blah. And finally, it's been going on for a while, and I screw up and I come out in the bush and I die immediately, of course. But I thought that was very interesting because I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, that's a scripted sequence. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of. And I'm not saying I like them because there were in the first game there were a lot of annoying enemies. Right? There was the whole thing with the fucking salt where you had to drop it and it distracted them. And none of those mechanics even exist in Midnight Shadows. It's just hide or run. But so I don't know, right? And the stories, both of them are kind of like weird, and you get the general gist of what they're doing, but then also it gets just strange and weird at some points. But I don't know. I enjoyed Yomawari Midnight Shadows in the way of like, do I want to really play the third game? Not necessarily, because they're also just not really sequels to one another. They're just kind of like the same
standalones.
A similar game in a different story.
Town.
So if the third game shows up for free somewhere, I'll play it, or super cheap maybe. But I don't know. They're both kind of sitting in that 3-star range where they're missing a little something. But they're kind of cool, you know. So
yeah.
And just get out.
I'll play the third game at some point, but
yeah,
we'll see.
No rush, right?
Yeah. And
just get out of the way. I did play Toy Story 2: Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. Next, this was on PS Plus. This is the PS1 version of the game. Part of me was like, I couldn't remember if we had beaten this as a kid. We had the PC version growing up. I couldn't remember if we had beaten it, and by the time I got to the end, I was like, "Yep, I remember every single one of those levels." I'll say it's good, but man, it is stiff. The jumping is so stiff.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I that's why I remember too a little bit on the PC version, but I was like, maybe it's just because it's the PC version. No, it's just really stiff, and there's like some areas where you have to jump up high, and there's a lot of vertical platform where if you fall, you just have to climb back up, and it's like sometimes it's just like, God damn game, can Buzz just jump where I need him to jump? I beat it in I think a single afternoon, maybe two. I think it actually only took me like 3 or 4 hours. It's surprisingly short.
Yeah.
But hey, it was good to re-experience the game. If you ask me, I would say the Toy Story 3 game was better. I know that's going to upset people, but that's the truth. That's facts.
Gee, I wonder why.
Because it had the cool toolbox mode.
Oh, of course. Of course, that's definitely the reason.
It also controls better.
Possibly because it was released, several decades later.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. All right, so I'm on my Walking Dead thing. I've started playing the seasons, and I moved on from season 1 directly into season 2 because I was very excited to see.
Hello?
And while I still think season 2 is a good season, in hindsight now after playing all of it, I think season 2 is actually the worst season. And this is a very unpopular opinion right now, because most people think it's season 3. And my reasoning for that is, I don't know how the comic books are, I've never read them, but the story got sloppy pretty much immediately in season 2, because you're playing as Clementine, and you're with Omar and what's her face? I don't remember what her name is now. She's pregnant, and pretty much instantly they kill Omar, and you get separated, and there's then a time skip where you're with his wife, and suddenly she's just not pregnant anymore, and they never tell you anything about it. They never bring it up. They never mention it ever again that she was pregnant, and it's assumed that she lost the baby or whatever. However, the entire main story of season 2 is that someone you end up with in your party of people that you traveling with is pregnant, and they have a baby, and the baby's a very big deal. Like, taking care of this baby during the zombie apocalypse is a big deal. And to me, the fact that we already had a pregnant character at the very beginning, that they just suddenly were like, nah, she's not pregnant anymore. And now she's probably dead because we just had these bandit guys come up, or some strangers or whatever, and they ran off, and she ran off, and they were just going to never see her again. Okay.
Okay. I don't.
Her name is Christine. That's what it is.
I don't want you to spoil too much, but do we actually ever see that lady again?
No, never.
So
never ever again.
So
they just immediately cleaned off the plate from the first game, anything that was left over, and they're like, nah, all right. But even though we had this perfectly good pregnant lady available, fuck her. Get her out of here. We're going to make another lady pregnant.
I have a guess, right? My guess is that they intend on doing a spin-off, but it just never ended up happening.
I don't think so. I mean, okay, so they do slightly similar things at the beginning of the 3rd season, but not like that. Not like they do it in a way that makes sense, and not just whoop, these characters are gone now. Forget it.
Yeah,
it would be different to me if she had not been a pregnant character in the first place. But it would just feel so stupid that they got rid of her, and then they were like, no, but the whole main story is going to focus around a different pregnant lady instead. And Clementine is never going to mention that she has had experience taking care of a pregnant woman, has experienced potentially seeing a woman miscarry and all this stuff. We're never going to talk about this ever, even though it's such a big part of the game, this other lady coming in, or how Clementine deals with this pregnant woman and this baby and stuff.
It really comes something must have happened, right? Where
Yeah.
Like, they didn't write it that way on accident, right? So my only thoughts are they want a spin-off with these other characters who ran off, or that voice actor did not want to do more. And they were like, well, we've already wrote a story about pregnant lady.
The thing is, like, also in this game in general, they kill off a lot of people just very suddenly and, like, don't even care about them at all. Like, they'll even let you... Sarah. The character Sarah is this girl that you can bond with right at the beginning of the game. You can teach her how to hold a gun properly. You can have this moment with her, you know. And it amounts to nothing. You save her life later in a trailer, and guess what? About, I'm going to say less than 30 minutes later, you end up in another scenario where she dies no matter what you do. And it's just, it was so pointless. I was like, why did you have me talk her off this ledge when I should have just fucking let her die and leave?
You know what I will say, so I do remember thinking similar to you that I did not like season 2 as much as season 1, even though I thought it was still pretty good. It had a very strong ending, I thought.
It did have a strong ending.
It's been a
because
while,
of the death of a character.
well, depending on how you played it, but yeah.
No, he dies no matter what you do. I found that out. Yeah, once again, like I said, if somebody's going to die, they're going to die no matter what. They will not let you change that choice, which sucks a little bit. Like, they only give you the illusion of choice. There's no real choice.
But again, sometimes it can be, like, later on, right?
So yeah, like how with Sarah.
If you save one person, they're destined to die before the end of the series or the end of the season, but they'll just swap places with the other person during the cutscenes.
But I really liked initially how the season started off with Clementine and you meeting these people and kind of their family and whatever. And then everything started kind of falling apart actually after you meet Kenny again, which was a great moment because I hoped that he was alive after how ambiguously he left in the first season. And for the record, he's the only character to ambiguously leave that ever comes back. Once again, just like Christina, who just leaves. It's assumed that she's dead. Because if you look it up, they're like, I don't know, she had a miscarriage and then those guys killed her. I don't fucking know. And I'm like, okay. That sucks, but alright. Everything kind of falls apart after you meet Kenny, though, and in the lodge. There's like, you end up in the shootout where basically a bunch of people just get like wham bam to like write out the story and they're like, we're just going to kill them off. Just get them out of here. And I was like, I don't know. Taking away the emotional impact for me, and also it makes me feel like a lot of these characters I just met really didn't even matter at all. I didn't feel sad about them leaving. I was just like, okay, this is what's going on now.
Yeah, I've started.
That's not to say.
I started watching The Walking Dead, the actual show. So what I've learned, right, is there are some main characters, and there's everyone else. So if someone's been introduced recently, they introduce them just long enough for you to become attached, just to murder them later on. So that way there's some emotional impact. It's a very lazy way of storytelling. But now, especially at first couple times, it'll get you, right? You'll be like, damn, I can't believe they just killed this person. But then later on, you're like, okay, who's this new person that they are in love with or what? Or they have a child. Oh, they're dead. They're dead.
Yeah. And this season still had some emotional ones, but it killed me just when they took out Sarah, when you had this emotional moment with her and you were like, I'm going to save your life. And then 2 seconds later, you're like, oh, it's either I'm going to choose you or I'm going to choose the cool chick. Sorry. Bye. You just didn't even care. You're like, fuck it. Never mind. And it was so shortly after that previous scene. I was just like, why? What was the whole point? I would have rather her died back there and me not have been able to talk her off the sledge than for you to just immediately like, well, the porch of this place fell down. Or I guess she's gotta go, guys. They clearly had to. There were points in this season where it's very clear they had to pare down the amount of characters that they had put in, so they just killed a bunch of people off several times.
Yeah, that's the Walking Dead way.
And I didn't mind the overarching story with the baby and stuff. I think it's all good stuff, and it obviously plays very heavily later on into the seasons, particularly with the final season, which isn't like a spoiler or anything. I mean, it's in the literal like box art. So, but yeah, I did like it. I enjoyed it. It was a little bit harder for me to make it through than season 1, and after I finished the whole series, I realized it was my least favorite season. So, but definitely worth playing. I mean, the whole series is worth playing. So,
and I will soon-ish, one of these days. Next game I beat: Frog Detective 3: Corruption at Cowboy County. Would you believe I bought this game day one?
Actually, I was kind of surprised about that. I was like, okay.
Actually, day -1, because I think it actually ended up coming up a day earlier than it released. It was like, I'm going to release this day, and somehow came out the day before. I have no idea. You remember the first 2 Frog Detective games?
Yeah.
Like 30 minutes, dry humor, a little bit of funny little games.
Yeah.
This game is the longest one out of those. So it's like 35 minutes. And no, it was like an hour and a half. You get a scooter.
Oh.
It doesn't control
5 stars.
You don't.
Oh.
It doesn't control.
Well, I mean, I guess I should expect that.
But you know what? I don't know what it was. It was just like, I saw it. It was $5. If you guys have never played these games, they're funny little games, dry sense of humor, where you're a detective, the world's second greatest detective, behind the lobster cop, and you try to solve a mystery. I don't even remember what the mystery was, but you go to the cowboy place and you solve the mystery. And I think it ends up, I don't know. I bought this game for Michelle, so whatever the joke is.
Yeah, and I haven't actually played it yet. I will soon, but I was busy playing the other game that you got me. I finished it at like an hour before we started the podcast.
Oh, cool. You could finish this one tonight, even after we finish. It won't take that long. But it, I don't know. It falls pretty much in line with the other games. It has its funny moments, has its funny dialogue, has a couple times where it's like, okay, shut up. But you know, I just saw it come out, was keeping track of it. I think it was $5. I said, sure, fuck it, I'll get it. I think what actually was going on right here is I had pre-ordered a bunch of games, which would kind of spell the end of my year. I ordered like 4 or 5 games, and I had my days off, but I wasn't getting my game until the second day I had off. So I said, I need something to do tonight. I played Frog Detective 3. But since we're talking about it, if you don't mind, I'm going to do another one so that way we can level out a little bit. The next day, Bayonetta 3 came in. Switch game. I know there was a lot of controversy about this game. I don't really care about it. Some lady said she didn't get paid to do the voice of Bayonetta. She didn't get paid enough. Maybe she's right. I don't know. I know she lied about a bunch of stuff. Doesn't matter. I'm talking about the game. The game is good. Very, 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 very good. I think I might like Bayonetta 2 a little bit more. This one has a big focus on summoning giant monsters to fight for you. So there are times where you hold down a button and whatever summon you happen to have equipped at the time, you could equip 3 different weapon sets at a time, which all have 3 different summons. And they'll come out and they'll do some fighting for you if you want to, or you can incorporate them into your combos. So that's kind of the big grab here. So one thing I'll say about this game is the story is a little bit like too video gamey. There's 5 MacGuffins that you have to collect, and that's the story, right? You collect the 5 MacGuffins, you fight the final boss.
I gotcha. Yeah, it's a very video gamey story.
Right. The second game had a time travel storyline that actually, like, it basically looped in with Bayonetta 1 so perfectly. I had no idea how they were going to make Bayonetta 3. Like, it didn't even make sense. This game uses a multiverse thing.
Oh, of course it does.
Yeah.
I guess how else would you do it?
Yeah. So the idea is, like, you go to these other worlds where these other Bayonettas are at, and they're also trying to get the same thing you are, but they fail, and you basically steal their fucking weapon, and you get the thing. There's also a new character. Her name is Viola. She's basically the Nero of this game. If you guys know anything about Devil May Cry, Nero was that character they added in Devil May Cry 4 that no one liked. But people have sort of learned to love. And I guess Viola's at that point where no one likes her right now. I like her. I think she's pretty cool. She's like a scene girl. She's like basically a witch in training. And she's just goofy, trips over her own feet kind of person. She also has this giant cat that comes and fights with her. And that's pretty cool. It is Bayonetta. And it does that part well, right? It is over the top, ridiculous action, set pieces out of control, right? You're fighting on a fucking tidal wave on a ship that's spinning around on the tidal wave, and then you summon Godzilla to fight against the other one. You know, it's ridiculous, and it does what it does very well. The story's a little too straightforward for my taste, even though it does do the epic moments where it does all the multiverse stuff that you expect it to do, fighting against the main bad guys. And it also, the camera can be a little wonky at times. There's so much graphics going on that you sometimes can't even see where the fuck Bayonetta is. You're just like, I don't know. Just keep hitting the square button, I guess, or wherever it is on the Switch. And eventually it'll die.
I didn't even catch when you said the square button. I was just like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know, the square triangle.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. There are also these levels where you play as Jean, who's the main villain of the first game. She was Bayonetta's friend, the blonde girl, or the white-haired lady. But they're like these weird, like, side-scroller spy missions. They're not that good. I'll say when I walked away from this game, I rated it 5 stars, and I sort of sat on it for a few minutes. I thought about it. I was like, it's probably just 4 stars, right? If Bayonetta 2 is 5 stars, Bayonetta 3 is probably just 4 stars. But it really was pretty excellent, and I was satisfied with it. I think some people aren't satisfied with it, but I was pretty satisfied with it.
I'll have to keep that in mind if I ever actually get into Bayonetta. I might not, though. Hack and slashy types of games aren't necessarily my thing.
Sure.
All right. I didn't go straight into the 3rd season of The Walking Dead. I finished up some other stuff first. I would take a little break after season 2 because that's quite a lot of Walking Dead all at once. I went ahead and I finished up the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. That I got on the Switch a while back. And as funny as I started this actually shortly after Raging Loop, I was just so slow with playing it that it took me a good chunk of time, like several months, for me to actually get all the way through. Very cool. It's not quite like the standard Ace Attorney games. Like, it's definitely more Ace Attorney, but it's not quite as obnoxious and annoying as Ace Attorney can be, because Ace Attorney is made to be very over the top and like a satire, I guess, of the Japanese legal system.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just, it's not meant to be that necessarily, though it is oddly kind of racist towards Japanese people, but Japanese people made it, so, it's kind of like, okay. Whatever.
I guess they can get away with it.
Because they're basically kind of how Europeans are viewing Japanese people and looking down on them, basically, several times. Because you're playing as Naruhodo. I forget what his first name is now.
That's Naruto. That's pronounced Naruto.
Shut up. And you and your friend go to, he convinces you to travel with him because he's becoming an attorney.
I will say be careful because I am going to play these. Now that you bought me the Ace Attorney games, these are the only other ones that are on Steam, so.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. You're going to miss out on so many games then. Oh, you really are too, because the eShop's going to go down eventually, and you're not going to have those. I mean, they'll probably put them on Switch eventually.
Exactly. They're not going to punk me. I'm not going to buy them on 3DS. They're going to put them on Switch, and they're going to bring over the Japanese ones. You'll see. I have faith.
I mean, I guess the only Japanese one that they don't have is Ace Attorney Investigations 2.
There you go. It's coming over. I feel it.
It's okay. They already fan translated it. That's how I own a copy. So.
Nah, they're going to put it on Switch, and they're going to pay me to play it.
Of course. So, your friend who's becoming an attorney, he's convinced you to go to Britain with him as a stowaway while he goes to work on a case or whatever that he hasn't told you about. And on the way there, he gets murdered, and you become the main suspect of the investigation because it's a locked room case, and you were hiding in the room while he got killed. But yeah, that's kind of how it starts off, and then at the end, you end up becoming an attorney because your friend's dead, so you're carrying on his legacy, and you're also trying to find, what happened and how everything's connected. This does do a similar thing where the cases are all connected together in the game, and it looks like this game is connected directly to the second game in the way that all the threads all will tie together at the end, hopefully in a nice, neat bow.
This came in a collection, right? You haven't even played the second game.
I'm playing it now, but I just haven't made substantial enough progress. I'm only in the second case.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't post things on backlog right now playing until I at least play it a couple times or at least twice. So that way,
it's up there. It's just I haven't played it enough to get out of the second chapter, so I haven't updated it. So it's like sitting there, like it hasn't been updated in like
it's like grayed out. Where it's embarrassing. Yeah.
Shut up. But yeah, it's less obnoxious because I love Ace Attorney. It's probably one of my favorite game franchises. Possibly my favorite, honestly. I mean, I own too many games in the series to say it's not. Like, if I didn't love it, why do I have this many games? And why have I played them all?
Right.
But it can grate on your nerves a little bit because while it's so kooky and crazy and fun, sometimes they drag it out really badly with certain characters, and you're like, can you just shut the fuck up and be normal so I can get on with my case, please? So I can just get on with my life?
No.
And they do that, characters do that a lot less in this game. They have their quirks still, but it doesn't become annoying. Where I think you might end up finding that happening possibly in the second Ace Attorney game, which I had learned that a lot of people actually didn't like. It liked it the least out of everything in the series. Was the second game and Apollo Justice, which I don't know. Apollo Justice was my first one, and I really liked it. So I don't know.
At least you're coming in with your expectations in check.
But yeah, I enjoyed it. It's basically British Ace Attorney, and also you work directly with Sherlock Holmes on cases where they directly reference Sherlock's adventures, like the actual, I almost wanted to say real life adventures, but you know what I meant. Like the actual books.
Right.
But I haven't read them. So I didn't realize that exactly until I was talking to my friend at work about it, and she was, yeah, there was this case where this happened, and I was like, oh, that referenced it in the game. Just in a different way.
I've never read the books, and I've never even watched a movie about Sherlock Holmes. You know what I have seen? I've seen both Enola Holmes movies. Those are really good.
It's funny. I haven't seen those, but I really want to watch them. I've seen some other Sherlock Holmes stuff, just not the stuff that's referenced in the game. So when she was talking about it, I was like, "Tell me more. What else is a reference?" She's like, "Well, tell me about these cases." And I was like, "Okay." So apparently, in the cases, there are direct references to the book. I mean, I knew there were some anyway because they talked about I think it's the Hounds of Baskerville, which I knew that was a Sherlock Holmes thing. I don't know what it is. I know it's one of the books, but that's it.
So you're saying before I play these games, I need to make sure I read the Sherlock Holmes books just so I get all the.
I don't know. You can probably Wikipedia it as you go along. You know. I'm sure the Ace Attorney Adventures or the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Wikipedia directly tells you what's a reference in the cases and what's not.
Probably.
But I like it. I think if the main series isn't for you necessarily, that this is people should still try to play these because they might be more up their alley.
Fair enough. So my pre-order mess continues. I pre-ordered Bayonetta. I think 5 days later, Sonic Frontiers came out. Look, I don't know what happened. When I first saw Sonic Frontiers, I was like, I don't know, that looks fucked up. And then I saw it again, and a couple more times, I was like, man, you know what? Everyone else is still saying it looks fucked up, but I don't know. Something about it looks really cool to me. It's an open world Sonic game.
I've heard great things, and I've heard mixed things.
Yeah, you could be talking about the same game. With both mixed things and great things. So right off the bat, like exploring around as Sonic is amazing in the open world because you go so fucking fast. There are all these rails and stuff everywhere, and if you just saw a picture of it, you'll be like, oh, that looks kind of ugly. But like for traversal purposes, it's like beautiful because you're just like, the moment you jump off of one thing, you're into another, and then next thing you know, you're halfway across the world, right? And along the way, you've collected a bunch of stuff you need to collect just by moving. Once you're moving, you're playing the game. Like it just sort of happens naturally, and next thing you know, you're at the main objective. There's like there's 4 open worlds, right? There's 5, but one of them doesn't count. What you gotta do is always the same. You always have to collect all the Chaos Emeralds and fight the Titan at the end. Turn into Supersonic, fight the Titan every time. And to get the Chaos Emeralds, you have to collect other MacGuffins, do the little Sonic levels, because there are actual like Sonic levels, like straight out of Sonic Generations or Sonic Forces in the world. Those levels end in about 30 seconds to 2 minutes, just like a normal Sonic level. They are hands down the worst part of the game. Because they don't control well at all. Because they're using the open world Sonic controls. Now they're perfectly playable. They're not terrible or anything. But you could tell like when you're playing, you're like, this isn't correct. This isn't how this was meant to be. The physics are just wrong. But they still have like fun moments. Like one of the levels you're on a skateboard. Like that's cool, you know. It doesn't control well, but it's cool. They bring back Speed Highway, which I think is really cool. There is a fuck ton of Green Hill Zone because although the levels are all different, their themes in the background can sometimes be the same. So there'll be a bunch of Green Hill, a bunch of Chemical Plant. That's kind of lame. But what I'm talking about, even though that sounds like a big portion of the game, remember I just told you the levels are like 2 minutes long. Maybe you spend like an hour of your entire gameplay playing these side levels, and I collected everything in them just because it was fun to do. I never had to. In fact, to get the Chaos Emeralds, you probably don't even have to enter any of the levels. You could probably just find the things out in the world because they're just easy to find. They're also in the open world. But I did all the levels anyway because it also opens fast travel points. If you beat them all, you can fast travel to any of them. but you have to beat them all first. So I did it all. And it's just a lot of fun. But the open world aspect is where you're going to spend 95% of your gameplay, and that part is amazing to me. It's basically perfect. So there's a bit of wonky physics here and there where if you hit a hill just the right way, Sonic will go like 1,000 feet in the air, and you're like, I don't think you were supposed to do that, but okay. They added combat to Sonic. It's nothing deep, but he actually like has a dynamic combat system with some combat.
I was like, you act like combat's new. I mean, Sonic's been doing it.
What do you do before? Homing attack? That's it, right? But now he has like fucking lasers and shit he'll shoot out of his hands.
Well, I mean, like, back up in the day, Shadow had guns and shit that one time.
Okay, look, Shadow's not in this game, luckily. But yeah, like he has all kinds of like super attacks and stuff like that, and he can do this little thing where he puts a ring around enemies that stuns them momentarily. Like, it's nothing deep, but it is kind of cool. And there are like little mini bosses littered around the map that all have unique ways you have to fight them. Some are better than others. Like there's this one that there's like basically it's called Squid, and it basically flies around the whole map, and it's huge. And if you jump on its back, all of a sudden like its little like wavy cape that's hanging off of it's kind of like a racetrack, and now you're trying to race towards his head and he's shooting at you, and as you're trying to, and that's just a boss fight in the random overworld. Like there's a bunch of them.
That sounds so interesting. It sounds really cool.
Yeah, honestly, the game is really cool. Michelle, if you had a PS5, I accidentally ordered 2 copies, so I would give it to you, but you don't have one.
How did you accidentally order 2 copies? Why would you not send one back?
Okay, so here's what happened, right? I ordered one, pre-ordered it a long time ago, and then out of nowhere, like they just said, hey, it's not going to come the day it's supposed to come. It's going to come 3 weeks later. And I was like, what the fuck? And I tried to talk with Amazon. They were like, it's not working. It's going to come 3 weeks later. And I said, what happens if I reorder it? They said, give it a shot. I reordered it. And
what the fuck?
I ordered it again. Now it's pre-ordered, right? It's still like a week before. I ordered it again. They said, hey, it's going to come on time. I said, okay, I'm going to keep them both open just in case, like, and I'll see what happens. And once one of them comes in, I'll cancel the other one. They came the same day. So, in the same package, oddly enough. So,
wow. I feel like somebody fucking fooled your ass over at Amazon. They're like, this sucker, he's going to get 2.
Yeah, and, I could have sent one back. I just didn't care that much, right? So, now, one day, someone's going to have a brand new unopened copy of Sonic Frontiers as a present to them, and they'll be...
it's probably going to be me, like, a couple years from now when John decides he wants me to play this game.
I almost bought it for you for Christmas, but I was like, I don't know.
I was like, you going to buy me the PlayStation 5 to go with it?
Yeah. I think I spent 25 hours on this game, something like that. Big the Cat's in the game. He has a fishing mini game.
Okay.
It's just a QuickTime event, but like I caught every single fish in the game just because I like doing it. I maxed out all my stats just because I like doing it. Mm-hmm. I got the platinum trophy in the game just because I like doing it.
You really went from the person who like never completed games to the person who's like, I'm going to burn this game into the ground before I'm done.
I think Sonic Frontiers is one of the best 3D Sonic games, hands down. Now, I know it's not a high bar, but like there are...
I guess so, yeah.
Also, it has a lot of respect for source material. Like, every Sonic game you play basically pretends that the previous Sonic game, yeah, maybe it happened, but they're not going to really talk about it, right? This game immediately starts out with like, holy shit, this reminds me of Chaos from Sonic Adventure. And you're like, what? And you're like, wait, you guys are talking about Sonic Adventure? Like they're talking about the events that happened, or they're talking about like, stuff that happened in Sonic Unleashed, or in Sonic Forces. There's this weird moment where Tails like acts like a bitch in front of Chaos, who shows back up for some weird stuff, and in the game, Tails is like, I don't know why sometimes I'm a bitch and sometimes I'm not, and basically they're apologizing for their weirdo writing, but they're also like they are addressing it like, yeah, Tails has been inconsistent because he's just kind of an inconsistent person. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I'll accept that answer. That seems pretty cool to me that you at least brought attention to it. And I think it's because it's being written by the guy who writes the Archie comics. So there's an actual writer that cares about Sonic on board. So they reference all this lore, which is really cool. They draw attention to it, and they establish all this new lore. And there's a new character that works with Dr. Robotnik. Man, I can't remember her name right now. She's like the AI who sort of is trying to stop Sonic, and she is just a wonderful little character. There's like a little bit of growth. I mean, everyone grows. Sonic, not so much. Sonic is just Sonic, right? Everyone else has a little bit of growth, especially her and Dr. Robotnik. He still is Dr. Robotnik, but like he has a little bit about himself. Like there's a point where he has to work with Sonic, and he's very upset about it. But you know, he's not against it because at this point he's like, fine, again, okay, I guess. You know, he gets over it. I don't know. I really like this game. Yeah, I thought it was excellent, and I hope people aren't scared away from playing it. I think everyone should check it out if they're into Sonic.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, next up, I wasted some of my time.
What?
So I had this game before John actually came to visit, and I was almost done with it, I think, or at least halfway through the game, and then John came over, and then it just broke my flow, and I just didn't play it for like months. And that's Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone on the PlayStation 1.
I gave you a hard time about this one.
Oh yeah, because John owns this game, and I was the only one who ever played it when we were kids, pretty much. And then I tried to. I was just curious about it because I went on this adventure this year where I went through most of the Harry Potter books and the movies because I've never read the books and I never have seen all the movies, and I still haven't seen Deathly Hallows or finished the last book or whatever. But it's just something I wanted to try, and I was kind of excited and kind of interested in Sorcerer's Stone because I remember playing it as a kid. I tried multiple ways to emulate this game, and they failed. All of them failed. And I was just too curious, and I went on eBay and bought a copy.
Which is so funny to me because the copy I have is because you gave it to me. It's not mine. It was yours.
And what's even funnier is because I didn't beat it before John came down anyway, I could have just waited until he came down. He could have just gave me the copy, so I didn't even have to buy it.
That's true. I'm not planning on playing it anytime soon.
It wasn't expensive, but the copy I bought also wasn't really in the nicest condition either. It was like $12, and it's pretty scratched up, and like the case is cracked and stuff. And I was like, I feel like this looked better in the pictures, but okay. Yeah, I played through it. It very, very, very loosely follows the movie. They have some cool little hand-drawn cutscenes, like little storybook scenes, which are pretty cool. Some of the voice acting is not bad. There actually is voice acting throughout the whole game, which is something.
I give you a hard time about this because I noticed when I see games slip into that grayed out category in your backlog, it means they're going to get taken off. And I'm just like, no, I can't let another game die, especially something that I know is not that long. Like,
it wasn't that long either.
When I see Yakuza 0 slipping, I'm like, well, it's a long game. I get it. When I see Kakarot slipping, I'm like, it's a long game. I get it. Harry Potter,
I also had moved in the middle of that one.
Yeah, Harry Potter, come on.
And I think it was only because you came down and we got to playing other stuff, and then it just broke my concentration, and that was it. Sure. Just like when I moved and I never played Kakarot ever again after that.
Right.
But I finally came back to it. I took a little bit, and there were a few parts that were a little bit annoying to get through because there was like in in Gringotts bank or whatever that you go to get his what his parents left him, I guess, with the money. They have you play this weird mini game where you're like in the minecart yourself collecting the money. You have to do it like 3 times, and they get harder each time. And it's a little annoying. I failed each one at least 2 to 3 times. I think the first one I failed a bunch because I just didn't have a feel for it yet and how like the minecart worked. But eventually I got through all that stuff, and I had the troll chase me in the hallway or whatever, the troll that was supposed to attack Hermione in the bathroom in the movie or whatever. And eventually we kind of make it through all of that, and we make it through the plant that is killed by sunlight and the chess game, and we finally get to fighting Voldemort, and his boss fight is the most annoying bullshit. I died so many times, like enough that I just wanted to just give up and be like, nah, this is good enough. But it took a little bit to kind of get into his pacing. He just had some really bullshitty attacks he could hit you with. It just wasn't a balanced boss fight at all. And it wasn't that great either. It just it was just okay at best. Like I pretty much got off that Harry Potter horse pretty much immediately because I was kind of interested in the PlayStation 2 games, and then I was like, nah, never mind. Let's just stop it there. Stick with the books and the movies. Don't go into the Harry Potter games.
I hear there's some good ones, but...
Yeah. And this isn't a bad game or anything. It's not at all. It's weird. They're trying to fit so much into a short experience, and they just don't really follow the story because we just don't have enough like technology on the PlayStation 1 for them to do what they want to do, I feel like.
Sure.
I said the little storybook cutscenes were cool. They did get... They might have had some of the actual people from the movies do some of the voice acting, but some of them are definitely not. Like, I'm pretty sure Hermione's definitely not Hermione. It's just some random girl. They got the voice actor, but, you know.
Wouldn't be surprised.
It's a PlayStation 1, so...
Right.
Yeah, it was okay. Not really worth getting, though. And I kind of felt like it was a curiosity that didn't really need to be satisfied, but, you know, here we are.
All right, next game I played was my... I don't know if this counts as a pre-order, but Resident Evil Village... was coming out with its gold edition. So we talked about earlier about me waiting for games to come out with their super edition and never playing the DLC. But Resident Evil 7 gold edition came with all the DLC, and I loved every bit of DLC that came with Resident Evil 7. So I figured I'll wait for the gold edition, plus I'll have the PS5. Now that I have the PS5, I waited for gold edition, and I finally got it. So right off the bat, since I feel like this is important to say, I do not think Resident Evil Village is as good as Resident Evil 7.
I think a lot of people feel that way, honestly.
Right. If Resident Evil 7 is like to classic Resident Evil, which is not really, but let's just make that comparison, right? Then Resident Evil Village is Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil Village is a very action-heavy Resident Evil experience. It is a follow-up to 7, follows the same character on his journey, on this new journey, basically to werewolf / vampire town.
I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Resident Evil got into werewolves and vampires, honestly.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, with 7 onward, it's gotten really into like not just like, oh, a viral monster. It's like kind of shifted into like magic. So that whole aspect I've never really liked as much, right? Like
I guess it's always had a supernatural thing anyway, even with, like, wasn't Wesker in 5 like ridiculous or something? Like,
Yeah, but
Superpower Wesker.
Yeah, but Wesker can't make people see him as something different than he really is, you know? He can't have, like, imaginary change the whole world around you, turn into dust and fly away type of thing go on.
Okay, yeah.
So there's some weirdness to it, and Village continues down that path, but I already accepted it. I guess I'm on board, right? So the more Resident Evil 4 aspects of it, I actually do like about the game, even though I think it takes away from it being a horror game. There's a store. You can buy weapons. You can upgrade your weapons. You can do all that stuff, and that stuff is all fun, right? That stuff is always good. There are other weapons. Like in Resident Evil 4, there's a shotgun, and then there's 2 other shotguns, right? And they all have their advantages and disadvantages. Resident Evil Village is not like that. There's a shotgun. The next one you get's better than that one. The next one you get's better than that one. So hopefully you didn't waste all your money upgrading shitty shotguns. But luckily I looked it up beforehand and I kind of knew what was coming. So I saved my money as much as I could until I had stuff that worked for me. This game is also separated kind of into sections. There's like an opening, and then you deal with these 4 main villains, and then the finale, right? Section 1, which focuses on like Lady Demetrius, the tall lady that everyone talks about.
Dimitrescu or something?
Dimitrescu. I actually don't believe the skew at the end is even pronounced in the game.
You know, that makes sense. I'm wondering if I've heard people pronounce it more in like a Mimi way then.
Yeah, or maybe it's just a hard name to pronounce, right? That part's really good. It's like a castle. You explore it. There's locked doors. There's certain keys. That part's basically perfect. Ends in a really ridiculous boss fight. That's cool. Then you go to a area where they take your weapons away, and it does kind of like that type of thing where it's spooky, but you also are
you're defenseless, and
but you also understand that since you have no weapons, that there's not going to be any combat. So once you figure that out, you can just sort of do your thing.
Yeah.
So something's lost there, but also it didn't last too long, so it wasn't too bad. The third part is like a very linear area, not much to it. And the fourth one tries to go back to the keys and normal stuff like that, but I don't like it as much as the first area. So all of it's good, but only like the first area is great, and this last area is pretty good too. When it focuses more on that Resident Evil style, I think its level design works better. It does also have a good aspect of there's the actual village part where you keep returning to. It serves as sort of central hub. So every time you come back, you might have one more little item that helps you re-explore the village and find like secrets and stuff.
Yeah.
I did try to find every secret thing I could. They're like secret caches of things where they mark it on your map, but how do you get there is a little bit difficult. I like that aspect of it. The final boss I thought was kind of weird, and the way the whole story goes down at the end is extra weird. And although it does explain a lot, I don't know how much of a fan of it I am. The DLC that it came with, just talking about it is kind of spoiler, so I'm trying not to talk too much about it. I don't like it at all, and I don't like that direction that it's headed. I hope they forget about it and don't bring it up again. It does move the camera into a third-person view. I don't know. I don't actually like that much. And there's some magic powers in that one too, which I don't like. I just wanted to go back to being monsters, you know?
Yeah.
I just want it to be monsters that you shoot them and they die. I don't want them to be doing magic things where we shoot each other with lasers or whatever, or magic dust. I really don't like the DLC at all, and actually I'm sad I waited for it this long. But that's okay because the Village game itself was really good. Just the DLC is bad. So if we just look at
Yeah,
the game
and-
by itself, it's really good.
And you know that you would have just never been able to live with yourself if you played the base game and then didn't get to play the DLC. It would have bothered you. You would have eventually wanted to play the DLC.
Yeah, or maybe I would have forgotten about it, but who knows?
Well, hopefully, you know.
That's okay. Now I'm waiting for, the next game, so it's all good.
All right. Next up, after Harry Potter, I finally got around to playing Trine 2 with my friend, and specifically trying to complete story.
That's a funny-looking rock. Why, it's a huge snail, enjoying a shower.
Which has a DLC just built into it. I say built into it because it continues directly off of the end of the game and makes it kind of seem like you didn't beat the game when you actually did. Because there was like a thing, there was a cutscene, there were credits, and then the game just kept going, and we were like, okay, is this extra content? I had to look at it on Steam. I was like, what's going on here? It is. It's DLC that the DLC that continues directly off the main story, and very seamlessly. Like if the credits weren't there, I would have never even known it was extra content at all. But basically, I guess you're still in the situation where you're looking for the Trine to separate yourselves or whatever, something. I don't know. A lot of cutscenes were skipped again. Thankfully, the gameplay itself is really holds up very well. And if I think I said that the first game was pretty, in my little blurb about it on Backloggery, and boy, if the first game was pretty, the second game is it looks amazing. It's beautiful. All the level design is so intricate and so fantasy. Like it does that cartoony fantasy look so incredibly well. I'm really excited to get to Trine 4 because it looks, just from the screenshots, looks really, really cool too. The puzzles in this one definitely got a lot more complicated or intricate than the first game, but not in a way that was annoying. Like some of the ones with the mirrors were a little, I guess they're not mirrors, they're more like portals, kind of like how Portal 1 and 2 kind of do things a little bit. Except I think this game came out before those, maybe? I think it did. Those puzzles got a little bit tricky and a little bit weird, and we kind of definitely fudged some of the puzzles. We definitely completed them in ways that they were not really intended to be completed, or we got to places that we needed to get to in ways that they didn't expect. I'm positive of that. But it was a really fun time. It was a really good time. I liked it more than the first game. I'm kind of hoping the fourth game, because like I said, we're just going to skip the third one. It's so weird because we have really overwhelmingly positive reviews for both the first two games, and then the third game just drops to mixed immediately, and all you see is a bunch of negative reviews immediately. I'm just like, it's got to be really bad then, because man, people just love these games so much. In the fourth game, they were just like, oh my gosh, they made it just like the first two again. Because I guess the third game is like, I almost want to say not in third person or something.
Yeah, it's like not a side scroller.
Which is really weird. So.
And there was like a gap between Trine 2 and Trine 3, so it's weird
I
that they
think
would
so,
go
yeah.
away for a while and be like, hey, how do you like not what you like?
Yeah. How would you like something completely different? But, yeah. Hopefully, I actually was hoping a few days ago I could get with her again, because I kind of just got into other stuff and just kind of forgot about it. I was kind of hoping I would get with her and we'd go ahead and start the fourth game, and I just forgot. And now she's probably back at work again. So she had like 4 days off, and I was like, oh, I should message her, and then I just never did.
It happens.
So
I
it's been a while now since we played the second game, but yeah. Oh well.
Next game I played, the only other VR game I played for the year. I had to get in the Room VR, A Dark Matter.
Yeah.
And this is where I actually learned how to set up my eyes on the VR thing so it didn't hurt as much. And it was also a lot cooler, and I was on night shift, so it just kind of worked out perfectly to play this one again, or to play this. I'll say this is probably the weakest Room game.
Yeah, I can see that. The VR thing is really kind of just what makes it cool, and the rest of it's just kind of like, why did you do this? This was between the third and fourth games that they made this.
If it was between the second and third game, you'd be
like, it really
okay,
does.
I know why you made it like this, because it reminds me a lot of the second game. But because it's between the third and the fourth game, aka the best game and maybe the second best game, it's like,
exactly,
you guys blew it.
Yeah, and that's what I thought too. I was like, this is so weird. Okay.
Now, I'll say, I think all of it's pretty good, except for there's a church, a chapel.
Yes, I hated it too.
That chapel is so terrible. And also, I don't know what it is, but like, it was just too dark in my... And I watched a video and it was way brighter, and I tried to adjust brightness. I couldn't make it work.
I don't know why. Because mine was okay for the most part.
There was just a particular part where you go behind this organ and you gotta like do some adjustments, and there was just like a thing I just did not see at all because it was just pitch black. That said, I think all of it's okay, right? None of it's really bad. It is more the Room where it's this puzzle game where you're solving puzzles with a lot of twisty knobs, basically like a puzzle box. And that's always fun, and it's fun to do in VR. Although VR doesn't really simulate turning yourself, you're just sort of waving your arms in circles. But it is a different type of experience in that way. In that regard, I
do think this is a game that does work well for VR, type of game anyway. Like, I'm glad they did it, but
yeah. Oh, one thing, and I feel like I remember you mentioning this, but when you move to different locations, it fades to black and fades back. I had to turn that shit off. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. That shit is terrible. That shit hurt my eyes more than anything else, because you're hopping between locations so fast, sometimes trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Just it fading to black every 2 seconds hurt my eyes. I had to just turn it off and had it stop fading altogether. Yeah. I just want it to just me be there. I don't want it to fade. I know they're trying to make an ambiance, but it ain't working. Especially in the chapel where I'm like going around in circles trying to read the same hint card for the 10th time.
I hated the chapel, and I hated the organ puzzle because you had to like... I got my arms got tired after a while because I was trying to move those things all around at the right time to get the stupid ball to go where you needed it to go. Right. I was just like... I was like, I'm so out of shape, my shoulders hurt. Just let me be done.
I forgot about that ball thing. The middle ball was really difficult to get.
Yeah, I hated it.
I think I got lucky and it just went in after a few tries. But yeah, like I wasn't disappointed by any means. I had a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still think it's one of the weaker rooms or one of the weaker games in the Room series.
Ironically, I feel like it's one of the stronger VR games that I've played, though, in terms of feeling like a complete game. Because VR is something that you can't make like a 20-hour long game experiencing, because nobody wants to be in VR that long. No one wants to play that much.
Right.
So to even manage maybe a 5-hour, 4-hour long game is pretty decent.
Yeah.
All right, and next up, I finally finished the only Japanese game I played this year that later got released in English, which sucks ass. It also dropped in price a lot on eBay. The Japanese copy did. It dropped by almost $20. And that's Kuranshin-chan Orato Hakusei no Natsuyasumi, which is Cranshin-chan mine and the professor's summer vacation.
Oh. I actually didn't know you were playing this. I made the joke earlier, like
yeah, and I was like, "You piece of shit!" And
I was like, "Why aren't you buying this? What's wrong with you?"
I thought you were joking because I did buy it, and because I didn't think it was going to ever come out in English.
Whoops.
I was like, God, just. That's why I said it's because I willed it into existence, and I'm sure you had no idea what I was talking about now when I said that.
I had an assumption. I was like, I guess she already bought, but I was looking. I was like, she doesn't own it. What's she talking about? I don't know. But you wrote it in Japanese. That's why.
Yeah. I'm very surprised because there is no financial. They're not going to make money off of it. It even released on Steam. I found out, which blew my mind that they released it on Steam. But they're releasing a lot of stuff on Steam now. So.
You know what I've learned? You put it on Switch, it'll make money. Doesn't matter what it is. Switch money.
But
but how's the game?
Like how they put. I mean, it's a good game. It's a Bokunatsu crossover game that crosses over, with Shin-chan, obviously. So you're playing through Shin-chan's summer vacation, except this time. It's not just about having the best summer vacation you can. There is an actual story, which is kind of nice. It's kind of interesting. You meet the professor, and he's causing trouble to where basically he does some weird magic dance thing. I didn't quite understand that part. He does some weird magic dance that makes at the end of the week, you go back in time to the beginning of the week. And you do that 3 times. Until the end of your summer vacation. So 4 times for 4 weeks. He's also playing with time and bringing dinosaurs into the world. That part I also don't actually remember why he did that because there was a very big gap. There was a gap of a number of months between when I started translating the game and when I lazily finished the game.
So I see.
Because
this is why you know Triceratops.
Actually, believe it or not, that's because I read a Magic Treehouse book in Japanese.
Okay.
Because there's not a Triceratops in this game. There's a Stegosaurus.
Not the same.
But, yeah. It's just... He's trying to do all these evil things, and everybody's just kind of like, you're not really evil, though. Like, you're not that bad, because these dinosaurs have been, really nice, and they've actually helped us out in town, and, he's just trying all this stuff, and he's failing, and eventually he's becoming part of the community, I guess, during your summer vacation. So it's kind of like this, I guess, supposed to be sort of this cute story of, this evildoer who's turned good because his plans backfired. From what I can tell anyway, because like I said, the last third of the game I kind of got more lazy about and was just kind of ready to be done with it. Because while I really enjoyed it and all of the... it has all the standard things that you have with Bokunatsu. I say it like I've played every single one of those games, and really I've played the third one and dabbled in the others. But, you got your fishing, you're trying to fill out your picture diary. And now what's interesting is the other games you would play through the day, and the first interesting thing that happened during the day is what you would put in your picture diary. And if you had multiple interesting things happen in the same day, well, you done fucked up. You should have stopped after you got the first thing, because now you can't get the other things written in your diary, and it's important for the other games for what ending you get, for how many picture diary entries you have. In this game, the second you do anything, you can actually put it into your picture diary literally immediately. You find a bug, put it in the picture diary.
That's a good way of handling it.
Yes, it's much better. And you can also, and it was confusing me because you could write an entry for certain events. And I translated the 2 options, and it said, straight ball or screwball. And I was like, why the fuck are we using baseball terms? I mean, I know Japan loves baseball and it's like their national sport or whatever, but like, that doesn't tell me anything because I wasn't really in the mood to translate a bunch of stuff from the diary. I believe the screwball ones are much more quirky entries that you put in, whereas the straight ball stuff is very like normal entries. And it plays into this newspaper service that you can be involved with and get like points with. And depending on how you wrote your entry and how you give it to them, because you just give them entries from your picture diary, depends on the points they'll give you. So I was kind of haphazardly choosing my curveball or my straight ball screwball choices on my diary entries, and then I was like, oh shit, like what if I don't get enough points? Because if you get enough points, you get to go on a date with the lady who works there that you have a crush on. I like to point out that you play as Shin-chan, who's like
a child.
Yeah, a very small, like under the age of 8. I believe he's like, I don't know, 5, 6, something. He's really young. But then again, he also shows his ass to people, so, you know. Welcome to Shin-chan.
So, are you gonna play the English release?
No, there's no reason to. I know enough Japanese that I could play the Japanese release. I mean, I'm not going to re-buy the game again. I spent $61 on this game, and that I could have paid a lot less money for now, because it's only, it's either 30 or 40 on the Switch digital store, and now it's only $40 to get physically in Japanese, which I'm just disgusted with.
Look, don't be poor. Buy it again.
I waited. My other friend said that too. She's like, but are you going to buy the English version? Probably. And I was like, no. I know Japanese well enough to play this game in Japanese. Why would I know? The thing is, already, I probably know enough more now to get through it easier than before by a mile.
The only way I could imagine it is you intend on playing it one day in the future and want it to be simpler, and also you want more of these games to come over to America. That would be kind of the reason.
Yeah. And I, like I said, I'm really surprised that they even released this. And honestly, it's probably going to bomb terribly. And they probably won't ever do it again.
Oh, I heard it's doing well, actually. So I think the Shin-chan thing, like, people recognize that character. So they're kind of like,
I don't even think it's the Shin-chan. I think it's literally just the videos and the screenshots. People are like, this looks like a Studio Ghibli movie. I want to buy it. I'm almost guarantee you that is just because of how it looks. Because a lot of people now don't know who Shin-chan is. A lot of people from our generation do, because it played on Adult Swim at midnight every night.
Yeah, but it being on the Switch, even if they don't know the character, they go, that's a character.
Yeah, but it is only digitally. It's not getting a physical American release as far as I know, which I feel like limits it a little bit more. Especially if it doesn't end up going on sale on the Switch often. Yeah. Because some games really don't. Nintendo is really stingy with Switch sales, I noticed. Like, it seems like they have a lot of good sales, and then it turns out nothing on your wish list is ever on sale. Like, ever.
On
the Switch. Like, anything that I have on my actual wish list on the Switch, on, like, the digital storefront, never goes on sale. Or if it does, it's just not a very good sale.
Yeah, I tend not to buy digital games on Switch if I can help it, just because I know I need to buy another SD card soon. So I'm trying to avoid that.
Mm-hmm. But, I did buy The Greatest Attorney Chronicles because it went down to $20, and I was like, I don't know. It's not $25. I think this is the best deal I'm going to get. And sure enough, it's never gone down to $20 ever again. So...
But at least
I was pretty pleased with that.
At least Shin-chan is on Steam, so that...
Yeah, and I noticed the new Doraemon game, like Friends of the Kingdom or whatever it is, also came out on Steam, which is weird. I didn't expect that either. Room Factory 5, there's a bunch of stuff that's come out now on Steam.
The Doraemon game, that's like a Harvest Moon game, right? Or something weird like that?
Yes. And I didn't... I played the demo for the first game, and I thought it seemed kind of boring and shitty a little bit, but it seems like they did a lot of quality of life with the second game, and I played some of the demo in Japanese, and I think I'll get it at some point.
There you go. All right. Finally, my pre-order escapades are coming to an end. I pre-ordered 4 games all at once: Bayonetta 3, Sonic Frontiers, Resident Evil Village. And then I was waiting for the last game, which is actually why I played the Room VR, because I knew it was going to be short. And I could play it while I waited for this last game to come in. Pokemon Violet.
Mm-hmm.
The first open world Pokemon game. Totally open world. No loading screens outside of the Victory Road, oddly enough. And I guess the main town in the first town has a loading screen, which is also very strange. But everything else is just open. You can go anywhere, in any order, at any time. I was actually a little bit... It bothered me at first there's no level scaling for the gyms. So there are gyms that are the first gym, right? They have like level 10 Pokemon, and there's gyms that have like level 45 Pokemon. You can go to them in any order. So if you go to them out of order, well, you're going to crush the level 5 or the level 12 gym.
That's so weird, because I thought it was level scaled. I thought that's what Ferris told me.
Nope.
That they had level scaled it.
There 100% is not. You can go to anything.
No.
You go
I wonder what he was telling me then.
Yeah. Nothing's level
He was
scaled.
talking about something.
The Pokemon in the areas will always be the same levels. So if you go to a hard area, they will be hard. If you go now, at first that bothered me, but then I thought about it more, and I think I like that aspect of it. If I'm playing Morrowind and I want to go to a hard fucking dungeon, I want to go to the hard dungeon, you know? If I'm playing Pokemon and I say, fuck it, I'm going to go fight the final gym first, that's what I'm going to do. And it's going to be cool. That said, the things closest to the town are the easiest, right? So the further you go out, you know it's going to get harder. But still, right? You don't have to do it that way. You can definitely do it any way you want. I'll say if you're not getting the gym badges, you're going to have a really tough time because Pokemon start disobeying you. But hey, do whatever you want. I just did it there are 3 storylines. One is the gym challenge where you get the gym badges, fight the Elite Four. There's the Titan challenge where there's 5 Titans and you beat them. And basically they give your main legendary who you ride around on from the very beginning. They give him HMs so he can climb the walls and right. They call it Herba Mystica in this game, but it just stands for HM.
That is such a weird name.
Yeah, it's a sandwich ingredient. They turn it into a Subway sandwich and then he eats it. Then he gets the HM. And then the last one is the Team Star stuff where you try to defeat Team Star. All these storylines are actually really, really good. The gym challenge is the most straightforward. The Team Star one has a pretty interesting storyline, actually. Even though you could see everything is going to happen from a mile away, it still is pretty interesting. Got some cool characters. And the Titan stuff is probably one of the most emotionally invested I've ever felt in a Pokemon game, even though it's nothing crazy, but it's just like, oh, okay, I get it. This dude trying to just do what's right, and I can get behind that. And then once you beat all of them, including the Elite Four, there's the end game, which leads into the actual credits, right? And it is pretty fucking incredible. Obviously, I talk about the performance; it runs like shit. Characters in the background run at maybe 2 frames per second.
Yes. And it's weird because in some parts, there was like a shot of the inside of a school. Yeah, and the first time you're in the inside of the school, the feet are just like, it's like TikTok. A fucking clock over here.
That dude's
and then the second you get out of that scene, everybody's just moving normally, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That has to be one of the worst optimized, quote unquote like AAA Switch titles I've ever seen.
They
it really
they
is
did
pretty terrible.
They did this in Sword and Shield too. It's just something weird about how they animate stuff. And I get when you get further away from things in any game, the animation gets cut down, right? Everyone starts moving kind of choppy. But this is like you're 10 feet away from something and it just starts running choppy. And there's some frame rate drops when you're running around. That said, does that really change anything just because the performance is bad? Not really. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. Is the game good? Yes, it is. And the open world aspect does add a lot. They did get rid of the open world catching, which I'm a little sad about. And it doesn't help that the battle system is actually pretty slow. And some of that does, I believe in my heart, come from the performance issues. Like it's actually just struggling to load things sometimes. So the battles move pretty slow sometimes, even compared to Sword and Shield. But besides that, I think almost everything else perfectly nails what I want in a Pokemon game.
Yeah.
It's got interesting new Pokemon. Like I always was like, I don't know, I guess I'll get rid of this person and put this person because I really like them both. You know, I couldn't help it. And yet again, here I am for the second time this year. First time with Legends Arceus, and now here with this one. I caught every single Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, I can see myself doing that with Scarlet. I could see myself doing that.
Yeah, it took a lot longer because it's a lot more difficult. With Legends Arceus, you just gotta know where they are and then throw a ball at them, right? This one, you actually have to catch stuff. And there also are 400 Pokemon. Now, technically, I think there's 403 because of some bullshit, but that's okay. That was after I finished it. They have some of the best legendaries in the series. Now, the one you ride around on, that one's not that special. That one's not that interesting, actually. That one's just, it's cool you get to ride around on. Do you know about so you know in the original games, there's legendary birds, right?
Yeah.
Do you know about the legendaries in this one?
I don't actually.
Okay, well, I won't spoil it, but they are some of the best Pokemon designs I've ever seen. They are incredible. And they have cool backgrounds, so I was really into it. I'll say, I think the only thing I really disliked about this game was the slowdown of the battles. I love the way you could just go anywhere and then it's like, boom, here's 100 more Pokemon to catch. I love all the new Pokemon designs. I was just really into this game, and I played it basically nonstop until I caught every single Pokemon in the game. Just because I wanted to do everything. I did every single storyline. I'm sure there's some stuff I didn't do. The Terra Raid stuff doesn't always work very well. Like sometimes it's loading all weird. So like sometimes it's not a problem, but if you get in with other players, you're like, okay, I'm going to select my move. And then all of a sudden it'll like be like, they just did 3 moves and it's dead.
Oh yeah. Ferris has only played alone because it just slaps NPCs in with you.
Yeah. Well, when you get to the later ones, that's not going to work anymore.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, you can do it, but you'll lose. Not even a joke. You won't even come close. Like there's a 7-star raids now. One of them has a Charizard in it. And you will not win unless everyone's on the same page. Like everyone better have the right Pokemon. We all better be doing the right thing. Someone better be lowering defense while someone else is attacking. No fucking around with like a Drift Bloom or whatever stupid Pokemon that they bring. That works for lower raids, not for the later ones. But because of that, and because it loaded kind of weird, I did a couple of them just so I could level up stuff real quick to finish all my evolutions. Later on, they have stuff. There's other legendaries in the game that I don't want to spoil just in case, but they're pretty awesome. And I really like the designs of them, and the whole final area is just fantastic. So overall, I like Pokemon Violet, and I actually hope they continue with the open world design aspects of it. They just gotta maybe bring in a professional to help them figure out how to clean it up a bit. But that said, the performance issues don't actually Like once you get used to it, you're just like, yeah, that's just the way it is, right? It's not a big deal. Oh, one thing, there's also co-op. Don't forget about that. You can play together in the same world and just do completely different things. It doesn't matter what the other player's doing, you can do it too, right? But what's really cool is if you go to the same area, right? Let's say, sort of down the south, there's a cave, right? And in those caves, there's a Bagon, which can turn into Salamence. If you're playing, I think, Violet, there's a Bagon. And in Scarlet, there's another one of the dragons. I don't remember which one. His first form's in there, right? And those are version exclusives. But if you are both playing and you're both in the same area, there's a chance of that exclusive spawning in your game. So you could, if you're running around and playing together, there's a good chance you're going to run into the exclusive Pokemon instead of just trading it. Like, as long as you're in the area, if there's somewhere else in the world, it's not going to spawn. So that's how I caught a couple of my exclusives before I ended up just trading for them all. So it was pretty cool. I like that aspect of it. Plus, you can just see each other fighting, and that's fun. You can run in between, like in the middle of their battle. You can just run in front of them a bunch. That's funny. So there's that aspect of it as well. But yeah, Pokemon Violet, I thought it was pretty awesome, actually.
All right, and I am back on my Walking Dead train, which I will remain on until I finish with all of them. So I go into A New Frontier, which is largely hated by people for some reason.
Mama.
Where were you?
I tried. I'm so
And
sorry.
I really didn't understand that. Like, I mean, it seems like people were upset that you don't play as Clementine in this game. And I think, as someone who's played all the games now, I think that was a very smart choice for them to make. Because in the final season, you do play as Clementine again. And I feel like having 3 seasons of you playing as this little girl just would have been really boring. And A New Frontier kind of gives you that relationship from a different perspective, because you play as Javi, and kind of deal with Javi's family, and you meet Clementine, and you guys help each other out and everything as you end up meeting and running into the New Frontier is what they're called. Because everybody at this point, it's not just about the zombies attacking individuals and stuff, right? It's people are making settlements now, and zombies are herds. There are herds of zombies now because there's so many that they're just kind of forming together and roaming around as giant groups. So having Clementine get together, you meet A New Frontier. You know, you basically are trying to save a settlement in the end, because to not spoil like anything.
Yes, please don't.
And a lot of it is just Javi and his relationship and his family's relationship with Clementine and how they help out. But Clementine's not like quite really the main focus. It is Javi's family. That's the main focus. I'll say, while this one, I put in my comments on Backlogger, it definitely plays more like a thriller than a slower paced, heavy emotional game. Like, it's not as emotional. There was one single moment, and I won't say what happens, but there's one single moment that the game caught me off guard. It got me, and it just, my jaw just dropped, and I got goosebumps, and I was like, oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Which none of the other games had done to me like that. It was just a very shocking moment that I just didn't expect, and maybe I should have, I don't know, but it was just a little thing, and I really enjoyed it, and I felt like that in a way was one of the best parts of the series as a whole, just because it was so unexpected for me. But I think it's a good game. I think it's a very good game. I think it sets up for the final season well. Clementine is looking for the baby from the last game, I guess, to just put the main plot. And and it leads into the final season, basically. So
makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I think A New Frontier gets a bad rap. I like it. I don't mind having a little bit of backstory thrown on some other people, and for things to be kept more dense and not to just have these random people that we keep killing off.
Fair enough. Next game I played was called Unmetal.
I scratched my arm with the wire and got to work. It wasn't easy. The toilet paper tore under the pressure of the bloody wire.
At this point,
Bastards gave us
I beat all the games that I actually intended to beat for the year. So I'm just like, well, I'll just play whatever until I do my Christmas, which was like on the 20th this year. Just so we all know, the competition, quote unquote competition, or what we count, ends on the 25th or 24th at midnight. So at this point, I'm like, well, let me just play whatever until Christmas, and that way I'm not too engaged in anything before Christmas happens. So I'm playing Unmetal. Unmetal is a original Metal Gear parody of sorts. Plays very similarly, and it has some good jokes here and there, but I think it actually is less of a parody and more of just like it is trying to be Metal Gear at sometimes. So it's less focused on, like, it's trying to be funny at the same time, but it's not like just openly joking the whole time. It's playing it kind of straight sometimes. And in that sense, it's enjoyable, but probably only if you had played Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. And you're already done with those and you just want something to fill a little void, would I play Unmetal. Don't play it on its own. Don't play it if you play Metal Gear Solid and you think, oh, it's not like those. It's like the original Metal Gears. But it's fairly entertaining for what it is.
How many games you got left?
Perfect amount.
Oh, all right.
I've been paying attention.
All right. Well, next up, I moved directly into the final season of The Walking Dead.
What you doing there, goofball? Pretending we got bullets.
I didn't mention this about the last season, but graphically, very different looking. Like, still stylized a bit, but very different style overall. Like, more realistic and less cartoony proportions for people. Like, realistic proportions, but still with some cell shading and, like, some of the comic-y lines and the darkness and stuff. The heavy black, because there is it's called heavy, I guess it's just called heavy black mode, I think, for the definitive collection, where it makes it look extra comic booky. And I did have that on almost the whole time for all the games. I think in some games it looks better than others. There was only one time, I feel like, in A New Frontier where it was particularly just hard to see things because it's a filter that they put on the game. So it's not like perfect in how it functions. And one time it was just too freaking black and I had to take it off because I couldn't see. And it was like a cutscene going on and I was just like, the background is just a void. and that does happen quite a bit where there they're not joking when they say it's heavy black. It does add a lot of very dark black into a lot of areas of the game. But for the most part, I kept it on. So the final season, because I wanted to mention that graphically it was, again, a step up, even from the second game. But I feel like was a little bit more stylized, similar to the second game. Still not to that level of stylization, where the proportions for characters are different, a little bit more wonky. Like, particularly like Kenny and how Kenny's face was and how, like, the larger chin and stuff. They do go with more realistic proportions in the final season too.
Mm-hmm.
But in this one, you do play as Clementine. I don't think it's spoilers because it's literally in the artwork on the front, but you're with AJ. So, you know, you're with AJ.
I don't know who AJ is. So.
He's the baby.
Oh, okay.
He's the baby who was in the second game. So you're with him. I guess I don't think any of this part is spoilers. You're raising him. Or somebody has to, I mean. Obviously, you got him back for a reason, and she's only like, what, I don't know, 16, something like that, probably. She's still a kid. But she's trying to raise him, and I don't know how much time has actually passed between the second to the fourth game. But it has to be years. Because clearly on the cover, he's not like an older kid, but he's not like... He's not like two.
He's not a baby.
He's not a toddler, yeah. So, it's this time it's a little bit more personalized. It's more, the story focus is more just on you and AJ, and you and not so much adults either. You come across a school and a community that is only kids. Because last time you were in this whole big thing with these communities that had lots of adults and Javi. And like dealing with Javi and his family and these settlements and whatever. And this game is much more honed in.
I have to ask, right? Did you notice any weirdness? Because I understand, right, this season they released episode 1, 2, and then Telltale shut down, and Skybound ended up releasing the last couple episodes, either the last one or last 2 or 3, or maybe it was just the last one. But I always wondered, was that gonna? I mean, I'm sure the story's already written, right? But would that affect anything from a technology aspect?
I didn't notice. I never noticed.
Well, that's good. That's a good sign.
I didn't notice anything.
Maybe they already had it built, and they just needed someone to put it out or refine it, or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if you already knew that beforehand and you were like really looking for something, maybe. But I didn't notice anything at all. And even you saying that now, I like thinking back. I'm just like, I don't know. It all seemed pretty seamless to me, you know.
That's good.
So yeah, I never knew that, but everything seems to come together pretty well. It's mostly like, so it's just focused on you and AJ and these kids that you kind of gotten in league with, and like how you're teaching him morals, because obviously he knows nothing but this world that's only been riddled with fucking zombies and death, and you know, because he wasn't born when the world was normal. Which is a very interesting thing to think about, that there would be kids who've never known what a normal place is.
Right. I think The Last of Us dives into that a bit.
Yeah. And you do see some returning characters, which I thought was interesting. Very interesting. I won't say who they are or anything.
Okay.
There's at least one returning character that they're like, do you remember me? And I was like, no, who are you? And then because like looks wise, I just didn't see it. And because graphically, like I said, the game's changed so much graphically.
Right, and you had just played these, right? If
I was like,
I would be like, I don't know who the fuck you are.
Like, who is this again? And then they said their name, and I was like, who are you again? And then they said, this is what happened last time we met, and I was like, oh shit, okay, I know who you are. Like, I was kind of surprised, which I thought was nice. I like that they actually made a callback to one of the previous games with characters. It's a lot. I say this one's a lot more honed in. It's not like. And what's interesting is, in the very first game, there was obvious, like when everything started, it felt like there was a more global scale for things, and like you were kind of hearing a little bit about things happening. Like the rest of the world mattered, and not just the characters you were focused on. Like when everything first started, you literally saw the helicopters flying across the sky to go into the city for the like pandemic that was happening, and you heard about it over the radio and stuff. And that just doesn't exist anymore after the first game. You never hear anything. There's no grander story happening. Like, assumingly, the zombies just are going to exist forever, I guess. I don't know. But this game is kind of the same way, where it's not focused on a larger story at all. And you're going around with Clementine and AJ, and you're kind of getting involved with some people from past games, and honestly, just getting these kids in trouble who are in the school that you're in, and you're having to go through this whole ordeal to get everybody out of trouble and to make a life for yourselves with you and AJ. I don't know if I can say anything else without just like spoiling it. Like, I feel like I'm just repeating myself with what I'm saying about the game.
You don't have to say any more. It's fine.
But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I liked seeing the character development of Clementine in this game. It was nice. Something I didn't quite get in the second game, and obviously not the third game either, really, because she just wasn't the main character. So
interesting. I'll have to find out. Next game I played, I had a moment, again, trying to get away from my PS5 and my Switch so much. I decided I would hook up my Wii U and I would play Sin and Punishment Star Successor.
Now we run like our lives depend on it, because they do. Oh, great. We've got keepers on us too.
I bought this game probably 10 years ago.
Oh, God.
It was on super sale. It had like 10 half off stickers on it. I just thought that meant it was half off, but it turned out every one of those stickers was half off, half off, half off. So I got it for like $7. This was still in its plastic. And I just opened it. I don't know. I didn't even think about how much it could be worth. I don't think it was actually worth that much, but I feel like that was something I probably should have thought about before I opened it. But I played the original Sin and Punishment earlier in the year. My thoughts about that one were like, it was okay, light gun game, very anime-ish, 90s anime-ish. This game is very similar. It's probably a better game, just in the way it moves, the way it controls, the way it feels. A lot of the same mechanics. Some of the bosses are a little bit of a pain in the ass. There's a weird spot in the middle of the game. Well, okay, there's one spot where you can shoot enemies or you can slice them with a blade, right? There's one boss where you can only slice with a blade, but at least like they're only using a blade, so you're like, okay, I get it, right? But there's also your charge shot. There's an enemy later on that can only be damaged with charge shots, and I don't know, that was just a little annoying to me. Usually with these type of games, I'm just shooting and like trying to dodge around their bullet hell bullshit. So I thought that was a little weird. I didn't really like that part as much. The rest of it's fine. There's a big boss rush at the end that is very difficult, but I don't know. I got through it. I thought it was okay. I'm glad I finally got to play these games. I remember Sin and Punishment 1 being this little elusive Japanese game that no one got to play, even though it was already in English.
Yeah.
And I thought that one was okay. This one's okay. We talked earlier, light gun games, right? Or these rail shooter games that, like they're okay, right?
Yeah, they can only offer you so much, though.
Exactly. They kind of have a cap, at least in my head. So
yeah,
I had fun with it. I still think it like a 3-star type of experience. Personally, I know people love this game, but it's just 3-star.
I think you have to be a certain kind of person. Like some people, it's like those people who love racing games. I'm just not one of those people. Like I get through it once and I'm like, okay. But some people just buy every racing game in existence. So,
Sure. Or like,
and I'm sure there's light gun game people too and stuff like that.
Like Gradius or R-Type or those type of.
Oh yeah. The bullet hell shooters.
Yeah. You have to, or even the ones that aren't quite bullet hell, but still like the shmups, like you have to really love those.
All right, and I am on the final leg of my Walking Dead journey by playing the spin-off side story Walking Dead Michonne.
Oh, also at some point you played 400 Days, right? The DLC for the second game, first game.
I didn't replay it because I didn't really feel like it was worth replaying.
Mm.
I didn't remember a lot of it, but I remembered it's like a 30-minute long experience. It's not. It's almost not even DLC.
Okay.
I don't think I think I re-added it to my backlog, and that's only because I added it the first time. But it's not listed as a. I don't think it's really listed as a separate DLC in the menu for the definitive edition. I could be wrong, but I think you go into the first season or something, and it's like a thing that you can select in the chapter select or some shit. I could be misremembering that, but Michonne is literally just an entirely separate game. It's not like a DLC.
Yeah,
so
400 Days was just DLC for the first game.
Yeah. Whereas Michonne is literally a spin-off game that they made that just follows Michonne. She's, I guess, I don't know. Did you ever get to that point in the TV series?
Before you go any further, season 5 in the show. At this point, Michonne is there. She's hanging out with everyone. She's not dead. I don't know if she's gonna die. But if that's something we're going to suggest, I don't want to know about it.
Okay. All right. Well, she's hanging out on a boat with her buds, right? I guess they're one of those people that thought going out and being on a boat was a good idea during all of this because
her
zombies can't swim.
2 male friends?
No, it's just several people.
Oh, okay.
I think they're mostly guys, but there's one guy who you're kind of vibing with a little bit. And you guys, your boat gets caught on something and you end up having to leave on a rowboat to go, to another boat that's like capsized or whatever to go, or it's stuck anyway, to go see if you can get some parts off of it. And, you run into some folks and then those folks were stealing from these other people. And now you're wrapped up in a bunch of trouble because they think you were with those guys who were stealing from them. And it all just kind of ensues. And during all this, you're also kind of learning a bit about Michonne's backstory and how the start of this this pandemic was for her and what she went through with her family and trauma that she has as you're going along this journey to escape these people who think that you stole from them. And basically hitting a point where you're kind of like at war with these people. But throughout all this, you're getting over your trauma of your life.
Is this a worthwhile addition to the Walking Dead game series?
I think so, absolutely. And I played this kind of at the wrong time, but sort of at the right time in a way.
Yeah, because it came out after 2, right? After 2.
Yeah, it did, and it was nice because stylistically it's closer to 2. And has more of the just the same gameplay style a little bit, but in my opinion, kind of a better story. It's a very straightforward story, and I don't think it does anything super amazing or anything, but I did enjoy it quite a bit. I feel like it falls along some cliches of people with trauma and stuff like that, but I liked it. I thought it was very good. I really enjoyed getting to play it after the 3rd and 4th season, which do really take the series to just it's just a very different vibe in both of those games. So
it was nice to go back.
Yeah, it's nice to kind of go back to something that, in my opinion, was better than, not as good as 1, but better than 2.
Gotcha. At some point, I had bought my son Cuphead for his Xbox. We played it together. I had beaten Cuphead previously. But I beat it with Zach, and Zach plays games way better than I do. So basically, I would die and Zach would beat the boss, right? That was pretty common, right? But this is a different scenario where me and my son are fairly close, actually, in skill in most games. I'm a little bit better than him, but we can both hold our own equally. When you have someone just carrying you the whole time, it's less fun.
Yeah.
So we went through this whole game, and we actually had beaten all of it except for King Dice for the longest time. It took us months to get past King Dice because the way his boss fight works is you got to fight at bare minimum 3 bosses before you fight him. If you're really bad with your dice rolls, which we were sometimes, you could fight up to 9 bosses before you fight him.
Oh, God.
It just sort of depends on your dice rolls, and you can time it, but it's hard. And then you have to fight King Dice, and all the bosses are easy. King Dice is easy too, but by the time you get there, you're getting your ass whipped so much. It's just a big pain in the ass. But hey, Cuphead's still really good. We are playing through the DLC now, which I don't know how I feel quite about the DLC just yet. There's a lot of bosses that are like, there's just a lot of shit on screen instead of just being like one big cool boss. It's like a bunch of little small things. I'm not as big on them, but we still got a couple more bosses on the DLC. I don't really like playing as Miss Chalice, just because I'm not used to it. She's a little bit more difficult. But hey, Cuphead's still a good game. Speaking of co-op games.
Yeah, for my second wedding anniversary this year with my husband, we decided instead of getting each other a gift, we would play It Takes Two together. Which took us like a couple weeks actually to get all the way through. But we started it on our anniversary, and I don't feel like there's a whole lot in a way that needs to be said about It Takes Two because it's fantastic. Like,
right,
everybody loves It Takes Two, and for good reason. It's a really fantastic game. I don't think there's any section that I just really didn't like in the game. And I had more fun with some sections than I ever thought I would. Like the snowy ice section. It was just fun running around, and we just ended up screwing around in the level and throwing snowballs at each other and stuff. It was just amazing, the little things that you get distracted by, or the little games that you can play against each other.
Little games, Michelle.
Yeah, those are great. And I was surprised at how back and forth it went with who ended up with winning things and who didn't. So, there's that. The squirrel level I really liked. The icy level. Oh my gosh. The fucking like Rainbow Road stuff all at the end. That whole last area with the music was just really cool.
I played this game with my son. Different experience, right?
Yeah.
It's meant to be played with couples. Yeah, I liked it a lot too. I thought it was pretty damn good.
Yeah. Occasionally I found the book slightly annoying, but I'm pretty sure that was on purpose entirely. So.
Right. I actually, since we don't have too much to say about It Takes Two, I just realized way back before I got my PS5, I missed talking about a game. I totally skipped that I played A Way Out.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And I'm remembering it now because It Takes Two is made by the same person, right? He made A Way Out before he made It Takes Two.
It's such different games.
Have you played A Way Out?
I haven't, but I mean, in terms of the vibes here.
Okay, so yes, but also like they're not that different. They're like they follow the same flow. Co-op, game where two people are doing two different things to work together to get through something. There are little mini games along the way. It like follows the same exact flow, like almost to a T. And it was pretty goddamn excellent. Actually surprised me because after I played It Takes Two, I was like, well, it's not going to be that good, but it actually was that good. These characters go on a journey, and there's some dissension between them, and it all. It's hard to talk about anything without spoiling too much, but I just like the idea of like this person can be doing one thing, this person can be doing the other thing, and then their stories sort of come together. I thought it was really well done. And it does have the little like mini games, just like It Takes Two. Like, hey, here's a dartboard, let's play darts together. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I liked it. But to get back to the next game I did actually beat. So I think you left a comment, something that I needed to slow down. You remember that? Mm-hmm. After I finished Unmetal and Sin and Punishment, because I was just going, right? And I was like, okay, I guess I will. It was a weird decision because Christmas was right around the corner for me, but I was like, okay, fine. And I wanted to disrupt something because at this point I kind of figured out kind of what my top games were for the year, my top 10. I said, well, let's just throw a wrench into those plans. And I decided to play The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. HD version on the Wii U. That is very important to mention because the versions do have a lot of differences.
Yeah, and I'm really astounded they haven't put this out on the Switch yet. I don't get it.
So am I. Same thing with Twilight Princess. Since they're both on the Wii U, it doesn't make sense to me why they haven't moved them. I guess they're probably just waiting for a time when they have a gap in their schedule, right?
Yeah.
I really like this game. I've tried to play through it a couple times. I always would get through the Forsaken Fortress and then kind of get bored. So the changes are important to talk about. One, a lot of the animations have been cut down. So when you play the Wind Waker every time, it doesn't always do the whole animation every time, which is kind of nice. So everything just moves along faster. There's an item called the Swift Sale. You do have to get it from the auction house, which I didn't realize. I actually did like half of the dungeons in the game without it. But, you know, the old game, the way it would work, you get on your boat, you do the medley, do the Wind Waker thing, the air, you push the wind in a certain way, then you travel along it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Swift Sail, once you have it, you move double speed, and the wind is always behind your back no matter where you turn.
That's nice.
Yes, although I will say there is something a little bit lost, right?
Yeah.
There's something a little bit lost with the wind just always being behind your back.
I guess they're anticipating that a lot or most people who are buying the game have played the original game. Kind of like how with Final Fantasy 12, how they have the double and like quadruple speed settings, which like would really take away from the game for people who haven't already played it. But for those of us who have, it's just like, thank God I can just move through this part faster.
Yeah, I will say I did almost everything in this game that I could think about. And I never would have did that if I didn't have the double sail, you know. If I didn't have the Swiss sail, I never would have did it because it's just annoying to bring out the Wind Waker. And
I'll tell you, if this does ever release on the Switch, I'll absolutely get it because Wind Waker actually is my favorite Zelda game. Even though it definitely has its problems, I have very fond memories of it. And really just liked all the exploration, and you know, I was a pretty big ocean kid growing up, so I was like, heck yeah, I get to sail this whole ocean. Yeah, I'll take it. Let's go.
The Triforce quest at the end has been changed completely.
Yeah.
Because before in the original game, you would find these maps, the charts, and then you would have to go to a random spot in the world and
like use your crane thing to dredge up a chest.
So now there are only 3 of those.
That makes sense.
The rest of them, the place where you would find the chart, is now where you find the Triforce piece. So it just skips the whole going to a random place.
And that makes a lot of sense, and I'm happy they realized that that was stupid to begin with. I mean, for one, the Triforce only actually has 3 triangles in it. You don't have to make it too complicated, you know.
Well, it shattered into 8 pieces somehow.
Yeah, you know.
They also, and it's only one piece of the Triforce. Like, you have the Courage piece, so it's only the bottom piece. Yeah, because Ganon has the other one and Zelda has the other one. So it's only one triangle.
Gotcha.
So that whole aspect, everything's made a lot simpler, a lot faster. Tingle also gives you a map. You pay him a little bit of money. He gives you what's called the Incredible Chart. And it shows you the location of every single Triforce piece and chart. So it shows you where all the Triforce pieces are going to be if they don't have a chart. And if they do have a chart, he shows you where the chart is going to be. He doesn't show you how to get it or anything, but it shows you where they're at. So that alleviates a lot of the problems, right?
Yeah.
That said, the Triforce hunt is just tacked on.
Yeah.
You get to the end of the game, and it's like, okay, we got to go save Zelda and go confront Ganon. And then he's like, oh, but I'll, real quick, we got to collect Triforce. So otherwise we can't go back. It's like, why? What? For what reason? Now, luckily, I already knew this was coming, so I prepped and had already gotten a bunch of pieces along the way. But which is kind of cool. You can just get them whenever you want if you know where they were. Some of the dungeons are obviously better than others. I think the first couple dungeons are good, okay dungeons. The last couple dungeons are really good, but you also have to carry around an annoying sidekick character on both of them.
Yeah.
And they can just be a little annoying to deal with at times. And of course, the sailing is all good, right? It's all fun. In the exploring aspect, right? I charted the entire map before even like the 3rd dungeon. We're about to go back to Forsaken Fortress and save the girls there, my sister and all that, which it comes after the first 2 dungeons. And I charted out the whole world just because I was having fun doing it. So,
do they still have the picture taking with the cameras and the figurines and stuff?
Yes, but I didn't do any of that.
That was my favorite thing in the original game. I was like, I have to have pictures of everything.
By the time I got to the figure guy, because he's next to Forest Haven, which is the 2nd dungeon you go to, I had already missed out getting the picture of the boss of the first dungeon, so it was like, well, I guess I don't care. But yeah, that's all still there, and now you actually get the deluxe pictograph from the opening quest you do for the picture guy. Used to be you had to go to Forest Haven, get a
shitty camera.
No, you get the camera there, but to get the color camera, you would get like a lightning bug or something from the Forest Haven. That's all you get. And you have to bring it back to them. You don't have to do that in this one. You just get it from the quest you do in town, and you get the deluxe. The Firefly from Forest Haven does nothing now, except for if you use it like on a boss in the first dungeon, it'll insta kill him. But how the fuck would you know that?
Yeah.
But there's no other reason for it to exist. It's kind of strange.
It's interesting though, because I actually thought that part of the quest was kind of a cute little thing. But I mean, I get it. I get with the streamlining. I really do like when they re-release games and they actually streamline things. I just got Skyward Sword HD for Christmas from my brother-in-law. He gives me a lot of good games. And I'm wondering how they streamlined it because I never played the original, so I don't know. It's one of the only mainline Zelda games I haven't played, along with, unfortunately, Majora's Mask that I forgot about. And I do have access to the 3DS copy of it, so I don't know why I haven't played it yet. But because I imagine they had to do that stuff with Twilight Princess and stuff, too, when they re-released it on the Wii U.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know Skyward Sword, you don't have to use motion controls anymore, so that's a thing.
Yeah.
Same thing with Twilight Princess, so that's okay, I guess.
I could swear, because I've only played a little bit of Skyward Sword HD, when I have the Joy-Cons off of the Switch, that it lets me free move the camera with the right stick. When I put them on the Switch, it does not let me free move the camera with the right stick.
It forces you to use gyro or whatever?
It forces me to hold down the R button and then move it.
Weird.
I'm like, I mean, I guess the original game did not have free camera movement. It had standard, like, where it follows you.
Right.
Or whatever. But I felt like that was a weird choice. I was like, but why, when it's off, can I just move the camera with the right stick? And why, when it's on, do you not allow me to? That makes... What? Why?
Strange.
I don't... I swear they let me do it. I swear I was just moving the camera around like it was just whatever. Because it, like, when I put the Joy-Cons on, I naturally just tried to do that again, and then I was like, why isn't it working? Reddit, help me. What's going on?
If I ever play it, I'm going to play it with a Pro Controller anyway, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to try out the motion controls anyway, because I wanted to play it as God intended. I was going to originally actually buy it on the Wii anyway. I wasn't going to buy the HD whatever, because it's expensive, and, like, the Wii copy's still cheaper. And I have a Wii Motion Plus. I have a bunch of Wii Motion Plus controllers now. But, you know, then Christmas came up and he was just like, tell me what you want. Give me a game. And I was like, okay. Because my husband wants to play Skyward Sword 2. He hasn't played it either.
Oh, speaking of controllers, I played this with the gamepad. I played Wind Waker with the gamepad, which, look, I don't play any fucking games with a gamepad. Gamepad is heavy, unwieldy. I don't like it. But this one had the whole items are on the bottom screen thing, and you can drag and drop without opening the pause menu at all. So I used it. I thought it was pretty cool. But that's the last time I'm going to use that fucking gamepad.
Alrighty. So next up, I played Fatal Frame 2, last year? And John played the first game. And I hadn't planned on playing the first game because I played a little bit of it before, and I remember thinking it was kind of boring and not really scary. And but then he got me kind of curious, and I was like, well, you know, it's $10. I'm going to go ahead and just get it. Which you have to kind of jump through hoops a weird way to even be able to buy stuff on the PlayStation Store on the PS3 right now.
Right.
Which was annoying, but I did it. And I played it, and I have a few... Like, I really liked the majority of the game. I would say the first 2 nights of the game I really liked. The third night was very... difficult. Like, there's definitely a difficulty spike between the first and the second nights as well of the game.
I don't remember exactly what happened on what nights, but whichever night had you're above some water and there are these 2 fucking sword ladies ghosts that are like running back and forth and knocking you into the water or all over the place. That part, I think that's
the third night. That's the third night.
That shit was so hard.
And actually, I found out that is not a set thing that always happens. You got unlucky.
Well, I mean, I guess that's cool, right? But it was hard.
Yes.
I think I learned the trick is, like, don't charge your camera all the way every time. Like, it's okay just to do some damage here and there.
Especially because
you have such a ridiculous amount of film. So you can kind of use it for everything you want.
Kind of, but not really. I mean, you have you can access the thing of 30 or 40 freely all the time at the save points, but the rest of the film is it seems pretty okay for a while, and then you hit night 3, and like, my film was still kind of okay. It wasn't terrible at the start of night 3, but fuck, I had basically no health items. I had like 2 items, and there was very few health items in that chapter. It was fucking terrible.
I think we went different ways. We took different paths to get to the final one, because I had so much, because I never used the other film because, like, I'm an idiot, you know, I'm saving it for the end of the game that never comes.
I mean, I had an okay amount of film. I wasn't doing bad. I mean, I had at least 40 of the next size film up, and I had like 6 or 7 of like the ultra good film, you know?
Yeah.
Which wasn't terrible at all, but the not having the healing items really hurt me. It really hurt. I just died over and over and over again and had to reload and reload and reload all the time in the third chapter. And I was just like, God. This is terrible. And I initially had taken a break from the game because I had gotten into the third night and got killed almost immediately by that stupid like white smoke ghost dude. And I could tell immediately there was a difficulty spike in the game. And I just stopped and I was like, I'll come back to it. Because at the time I played this, I was pretty badly sick for like a week. So I was home. I was home all the time. I had like strep throat. But then I wasn't sick anymore and I was like, yeah, I'm done with this for the moment.
Yeah, I don't remember the white smoke ghost at all. Is he like a final boss? Or?
No. He just shows up a few times. He's just a piece of shit. He's just annoying. He's one of those ghosts that's just hard to hit because he likes to like kind of teleport around everywhere and shit. He comes up a few times. But it's kind of like that one. There's like this one lady.
Is hanging in the...
I don't think it's the hanging lady. Shit, who am I thinking of? There's one other annoying lady. Maybe she is a hanging lady, but I'm thinking of I don't know. There's one lady ghost who's really annoying too, and who I always had a hard time hitting for some reason, and she pops up fairly often too. But that white smoke ghost guy, it's funny because when I came back to the game, I killed him like with no problem immediately the first try. I was like, of course. I did not have an easy time with the rest of that though, at all.
Did you have trouble like what the fuck are they even saying at the end of the game? Like their audio is so quiet for some reason.
Yeah, and I noticed that kind of was an issue throughout the game in some places too, where like the audio I was just like, can I get subtitles, please? Can I please have subtitles?
There's no subtitles, right? So
I was like, can this just be an option to turn on? Like, super annoying. But I mean, that's just kind of one of those caveats of older games sometimes. Sure. Especially ones that were like translated and like dubbed during a time when that just was not common. Not super common anyway, I feel like.
Yeah.
When we still had like bad voice actors for these games.
Sure.
I did for the most part enjoy it though. I mean, I ended up giving it 3 stars instead of 4 because I would take the second game over it. The second game I felt like had maybe a little bit more generic of ghosts. Like it had different ghosts, but I feel like there was a lot of generic people too.
Yeah, I'm actually. I was about to say I'm excited, but I must not be too excited because I've owned the game for 2 years now and I haven't played it. But Fatal Frame 2, I hear is the pinnacle of the series. So
yeah, I really liked it. One of the complaints, and I don't know if it's maybe it's not even necessarily a complaint, but one of the things I mentioned about the second game when I played it is that there was kind of a lot of walking around and not necessarily a whole lot of puzzle solving. And that's literally no different from the first game at all. There's a lot of walking around and not a whole lot of puzzle solving. It's like a lot of walking around and fighting annoying ghosts that may or may not pop up in an area. And then like doing weird puzzles involving Chinese numbers that actually start at 0 instead of 1 and is confusing and that you have to look up a guide for.
I remember that one. I had to look up the guide too. I was like, wait a second, I don't think I understand. I swear to God I'm doing it right.
Yeah, and I was just like, I was like, how the fuck was I supposed to know that without the game telling me? This is a lie. This is not fair. But yeah, that's one of my only complaints. Is it does get kind of boring when you recognize the gameplay loop too much of like there really is just a lot of just you going back and forth all the time in this mansion. And it is only one mansion, whereas the second game is like 3 separate mansions that you'll go through and like the kind of little town, I guess, area. I still liked it. I thought it was good. The last part really, really annoyed me, unfortunately. And it did bring down the experience for me. I think I would have given it 4 stars if they had upped the difficulty just a little bit, but not given me no healing items, basically, in the 3rd chapter. But the 4th chapter was easier, so it kind of helped make up for it.
Gotcha. Well, you played a horror game. I play a horror game. The Medium.
Hello? Anyone? Thomas? You there?
So, at this point, I already done my Christmas. I have started playing another game, which is going to be the last game I end up beating for the year. But before Christmas, I had 2 days left. I started playing The Medium. And then the next day I got busy. I couldn't finish it. I knew the game was really short, but I just didn't get time to finish it. So I started playing the other game I'm going to end up beating. And I finally just said, okay, fuck it. I'm going to finish The Medium real quick. The Medium was important to me for me to play because these are the guys that are making the Silent Hill 2 remake, right? So, and I know they've also made Layers of Fear, Observer.
Okay. I was like, I don't know anything about The Medium, so I was kind of like, oh, and then you said Layers of Fear. I was like, oh, okay.
They made the Blair
Gotcha.
Witch game. But, okay, so...
well, then it went downhill. Okay.
Okay, so all those games I just named, you may like them, you may not like them, but you don't go... Okay, from seeing that, I am 100% confident you can remake Silent Hill 2. None of those scream, I am confident you can remake Silent Hill 2. But I've seen The Medium. I've seen many videos about The Medium, especially when it was on its way coming out. And I as I was looking at it, I go, yeah, these guys really want to remake Silent Hill 2. I can fucking feel it just by the way that game looks.
I can see it by the screenshots. I can get the this whole like two worlds vibe thing happening here.
Right. Like, and they're doing their own thing, right? But if you just watch the character walk around, they have camera angles, Michelle.
They got camera angles. These bitches want to make Silent Hill 2.
You could tell, this is what they showed. They said, look at this. We can make Silent Hill 2. This game was very controversial when it came out. People didn't like it, but I tried to avoid looking up anything about it because I'm like, I do want to play it, so I don't want to know what the controversy is. I'm just going to play it. And this is the game where people go, I do not trust Bloober Team to make Silent Hill 2 remake. They're going to fuck it up. And what it is they have no restraint, right? This game is like, there's no subtlety to it. You've played Silent Hill 2, right? All the way through. Mm-hmm. Or at least you know what happens, right?
Yeah, I played it all the way through.
There's a certain subtlety to everything that happens. What happens is terrible, right? It's dramatic, it's awful, but there's a subtlety to it, right? This game has no subtlety at all. This game goes, yeah, this person's childhood, something extremely terrible happened. Let me tell you all about it in great detail. And this is why there's a big trauma monster running around, because it's based on this trauma that exists now in the real world. Like, there's no depth to that story. It's just person has trauma. Their trauma consumes them. They somehow release that trauma, and then that trauma is a monster. But the way the game looks, the way the game, just the presentation sort of makes me go, yeah, they really wanted to make Silent Hill 2. This game is not that game. But that said, this game is not bad. But I understand why people immediately, when you start presenting trauma, right, you probably need a stronger warning at the beginning of your game, especially when we're talking about stuff that happens to children, right?
Yeah.
It upsets people. Doesn't upset me that much. It's just a game, but I understand why it would upset people. It is not a survival horror game. There are no survival aspects of it. It is like you walk around, solve some puzzles, and there's some very small stealth elements where you avoid a monster. And other than that, it's just puzzle solving, right? There's the whole two worlds thing where you control characters in both worlds. Some items are in some items are in the other. You can have an out-of-body experience and be in the other world and solve puzzles with that person, then come back and then bring the items with you. Because they can potentially walk through in some areas that you can't. That is the game. It is, you are able to see ghosts, and because you can see ghosts, you can see this trauma monster that's running around, and you're trying to figure out what's going on. And even though the story doesn't have a lot of subtlety, it's not like a terrible story. The game is not terrible. It's pretty fun to play, actually. I quite enjoyed it, actually. Its ending does do this really fucking bullshit thing where it leaves it ambiguous what happened, but it really didn't need to. It was strange. What I'll say is, I don't know if I trust Bloober Team to make Silent Hill 2 Remake.
Yeah.
This game didn't inspire a lot of confidence, but at the bare minimum, I can feel that they probably have some passion for it.
I mean, at the very least, you know it's going to look good. I mean, Layers of Fear, Medium. I mean, these are some good-looking walking simulators.
Yeah. Although, you know what?
And there do be a lot of walking in Silent Hill 2, you know?
Yeah. And the game Silent Hill 2's trailers already make it look good, but one thing I'll say is something's off about the vibe, right? And of course, Silent Hill 2 is always going to exist, but the vibe is off already. Even though they have the same people in the same places, Silent Hill 2 has a weird, like, Alice in Wonderland kind of feel to it, where it's like everything's a little weird and whimsical and strange, but everyone's kind of okay with it. In the very opening scene, you see in the remake, you see James like looking in the mirror, and he looks like he's like been beaten up with a stick or something. He's like on the verge of crying, and it's like, okay, so now we know something's wrong. You know, I don't know. Have some subtlety. Calm down. This is what I'm saying, right? So we'll see how it ends up. I mean, I'm gonna play it regardless.
Yeah,
I have to. All these Silent Hill games coming out, I'm gonna play all of them.
Just out of curiosity, you got to see it. You got to see if it's gonna pull a Resident Evil and like pull some good games out of its hat or not.
Right, and Silent Hill 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, so I gotta check it out at least. But the medium, I think, is not that bad. And it's not as bad as people say. I think people are just upset about the overuse of trauma, just as like, hey, we can be terrifying too, and it's like, it's just okay, right?
It sounds like a corpse party situation there.
Kind of. That's what you actually reminded me of whenever you were doing it. Whenever you were talking about corpse party, it made me think about it.
Yeah. All right. Last but not least for me, quite a bit of time after Fatal Frame because I got really busy with life and stuff. A game that I kind of caved and bought because it was released very recently, like within the past couple weeks.
Yeah.
And they were having, that promotional sale for it getting released. So normally when games have that, it's like 10% off, right?
Right.
This was 30% off, and I was like, hey.
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, man, you really want me to buy this game? And, man, I'm thinking about it. I've had this on my wish list for a while. So I got it. I got a little gator game. And I feel like more and more games are trying to copy or pick up on the vibes that a short hike had. Because this interested me because it seemed like kind of like a short hike, Haven Park type of game. And it is, except I definitely feel like it's a little bit better than Haven Park. I liked Haven Park. It was good. But this really kind of nails a narrative and a good story, and just feels a little bit more personal. You play as this little gator, and you're trying to get your sister, who's home from college for a little bit, to play with you again. And she's just so caught up in her work. She's like, I don't have time for this right now. Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to have to, I know I came to the little island with you, and, we were supposed to hang out, but I've got to finish this stuff. I have to. And you're like, well, I bet I can get her to play pretend with me again if I set up the whole island as a game, and I make it the best game ever. And I send her pictures of it and how much fun we're having. And I come and I ask her again, maybe she'll want to play with me. So you kind of, you try to do it once. There's like one smaller island and this bigger island that's kind of right next to it, surrounding it a little bit. And the smaller island, you get together with your friends and you make all these cardboard cutouts, and you get your sword and stuff, and you take a few pictures with your friends of you saving them and this and that, and you send it to her. And you go and ask her, and she's like, "No, I really I don't have time for this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go back over to the big island and hang out for a bit. And I'm sorry I can't play with you." And you're like, "Well, frick, this didn't work." You go to your sister, and she's like, "No, I can't play with you anymore." And so you decide, I'm gonna go to the bigger island where she's gone to, and I'm gonna do it even better. We're gonna be even bigger with this game. We're gonna take the playground, and we're gonna make things into like castles with out of cardboard and cloth and ribbon and stuff. And I'm gonna collect all these people together, and we're gonna have the biggest game we've ever played. I'm gonna involve the whole island, and it's basically about you going around and doing little quests for people. You don't have a whole lot of things you can do. You can like whack stuff with your wooden sword, which are all these cardboard cutouts that are all over the place. You can get different like clothing items that will sometimes do different things. Like you get this Naruto headband that actually makes you run faster. Because being an alligator, you kind of waddle around a little bit. You're not the most graceful like mover. Like your movement's not terrible normally, but it's a little bit awkward still. And with that, you go run around. You have something that's usually kind of like a shield that you can slide down hills with. That I realize I forgot about for like a good chunk of the game. But they give you reasons to use it. They have like these little mini races you can use it on. They have different things that let you shoot stuff. And one of them's like a paintball gun. One of them's just like a rock. You literally just throw a rock. Where you can hit balloons and stuff in the sky. There's basically like a lot of stuff to collect on the island and little quests that you can do for people to try and get them to come to the playground. Where you can try to convince your sister to stop what she's doing and play this game with you. But it basically makes this good heartfelt story about like life and growing up and what he really wanted out of it, and it wasn't just to play with her like they used to play. I guess it was just for things to be in general like they were before, and for him to realize the amount of work that it took for her to be able to do that with him before, to play with him like that. Very cool game, very chill game, very very good. I enjoyed it, and I think it's really worth getting. And I'm glad I bought it when it was on sale like immediately.
It's been on my wish list forever too. I didn't realize it went 30% off. I don't know if I would have gotten it, but I might have considered it at least.
Yeah, I mean it was like $13 or something. It wasn't bad. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Once again, if you like the short hike vibes and stuff, you'll like little gator game. You get some cool little stuff at the end of the game too that makes it like, because I 100%ed it, which means I hit every cardboard cutout, I did every little quest, I got every wearable item. And when you beat the game, they actually give you stuff to make it easier to find those last things that you're missing, whereas some games don't. I feel like Haven Park kind of had some issues with that. They really didn't direct you to things. So,
like it kind of almost forces you to use a guide if you really want to.
Exactly. Yeah. Whereas this, it didn't. And there was a ton of stuff a ton of those cardboard cutouts, like hundreds of them. So
that's a good touch.
Yeah. So I did end up completing everything.
And that's it for you.
Yeah, that was it for me.
42 games.
Yes.
A little bit down.
It's not a little bit definitely down, but not a bad year. Next year will probably be a lot more consistent because I'm not going to be renovating my house during the whole first half of the year.
Sure. Last game I beat for the year, I did Christmas on, actually I think it was the 19th.
Mm-hmm.
So even though we end on Christmas, I do my Christmas a little early and I get a couple presents. Sometimes this is to my detriment. If we were close, it's usually a problem because it gives Michelle a lot of time to get past me. But this year was not a problem because we weren't racing. I got a couple games. but one of them I got was God of War Ragnarok.
This way. I can see another train. Let's look for a way to get over there. You know, maybe finding Tyr is our best protection. Seemed like Odin really didn't want us to find it. Once Tyr's free and can be God of War again,
Sequel to
Odin won't have
2018
time to worry about us.
God of War. The reason why I chose this one to play before all the other ones is because this one was so new that I knew that spoilers were afoot, right? For all the other ones, they've been out, like Horizon. I got Horizon Forbidden West. If I was going to be spoiled on it, I would have already been spoiled on it, right?
Yeah.
Ragnarok, I just felt it coming. If I don't beat this game, someone's going to spoil. And sure enough, I saw a spoiler for it today. I was like, God, I just narrowly avoided it. Like, just narrowly. Like, it was one of those, like, how you could have seen this twist coming from this point. And it's like, oh my God, if I would have saw this, it would have pissed me the fuck off. But hey, this is a follow-up to 2018 God of War, and it feels that way, right? It feels like the same exact engine. Everything feels the same. It's just like we're on another adventure.
What's funny is my husband is playing it right now, the 2018 game.
Oh, well, he better hurry up before he figures out the big twist. 28. They're both pretty long games, surprisingly. If you start doing some side stuff, you can easily rack up 25, 30. I think I spent 37 hours on God of War Ragnarok. So it's a little bit of time. What is nice is performance mode. It runs 60 frames per second. It looks gorgeous. You put it in fidelity mode, it looks like dog shit. I don't know why they keep putting that in there. It doesn't ever look good. But the 60 frames per second mode looks incredible. You got a new weapon as well that you can utilize, which is very cool. It comes much later on. And then you get to explore a lot of worlds. In the first game, you sort of reach a central hub, and then everything branches out from that central hub. This one's not like this. You kind of go to many different central hubs, and it's actually kind of got a bit of a strange pacing to it, where you'll do a main quest, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, here we are now in this gigantic ass area. Here's a million side things to do, and of course I'm gonna do them. Or at least as much as I can easily do. As soon as it stops being fun, I'll stop. But for the most part, it's pretty simple to do and pretty fun. But that still slows the pace down a little bit, particularly towards the end. Right before you kind of move into the end game, there's an area called the Crater, which is funny because I was watching Girlfriend reviews. They did a Game of the Year awards, and they had an award called Best Hold Up a Second Moment, which is when you're trying to do the main quest, but then you say, hold up a second, let me go do this. And that's what the Crater is. The Crater is like basically a whole nother game just in there with like 10 bosses, and just, it took a lot of time. I didn't do everything in God of War Ragnarok, and probably not even close. Maybe like 70%. But I really liked it. Of course, the story, right? The acting, incredible, right? Some of the best of its class. It is a little bit more complicated than the 2018 story. The 2018 story is very simple. Like, your mom died in the opening cutscene. You know about it. You need to spread her ashes in the tallest mountain in the realm. That is your goal from the very start, and nothing's going to stop you. This one's a little bit more complex, right? At the end of the first game, some stuff happens, and it kind of just snowballs from there. I liked it a lot. I thought it was really good. It's interesting. From my understanding, this is the last game in the series. It's not going to be a trilogy. It's a duology. It's over. They're moving on to different things for God of War, or just different games, which I think is strange because everything's a trilogy nowadays. But I guess they're just done with it. It takes so long to make games now. So
I was like, I don't know. I could still see him coming back and be like, hey, wait a minute. Actually, we can still make money off of this, you guys.
I mean, the ending to the game kind of left it open. Like, it's not like a character's died or anything. Like, everyone's still around. But it's just like, I guess with God of War, what they've established, right? He went from Greek mythology to Norse mythology. So now he can just move to a different mythology if he really wants to. But it just, we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of stuff going on. I don't want to spoil anything if you ever want to play it or talk about it with Ferris and you accidentally bring something up. I would feel terrible about that. So
yeah,
I'm going to leave it at that. I thought it was a pretty excellent game. And that puts me at 66 for the year. Closing out the year. Looks like I won. I'm just
by a landslide.
So we weren't racing. But now here's the important part. We got to talk about top 10s for the years. But before we do that, Michelle, I want to cover, we did a mid-year podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about our what we would call the rotating top 5. So what were the top 5 at the moment? I want to cover those again because I want to see if they've changed at all. My top 5 were Breath of the Wild, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Super Mario Odyssey, Tomba 2, and Hotel Dusk.
So you're saying your top 5 at the time we did the last podcast?
Right. That's what I said the last time we did the podcast.
Did we discuss it last time?
We did. I have yours. Your top.
Can you tell me what they were?
Your top 5, starting at number 5. You said another code R, I guess. You then said number 4, The Room VR. Number 3, Haven Park. Number 2, Down the Rabbit Hole or Metal Gear. I don't really know. And then number 1 was Stardew Valley.
Okay, so I hadn't played shit at the start of the year.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
and none of those ended up in the top 10 for this year.
Not even Stardew Valley?
The only reason it didn't is because I didn't really want to add it because I had previously played most of the game before. So I kind of felt like it wasn't a new experience.
You actually
it almost felt like a replay, even though it wasn't, because I never played till Grandpa evaluated my farm before, and now they actually have a credit sequence, which I had never seen. It didn't exist the last time I played it.
Michelle, last time you named Stardew Valley as number 1, you literally said this exact same thing. Like, I don't know if I'll count it in the end because I've already played it, but it has to go here now because nothing else is even close.
Yeah. The second half of the year, I think pretty much everything is taken from the second half of the year. Everything. So.
All right, Michelle, top 10. Feel free to add honorable mentions if you want.
All right, starting at number 10, Obscure 2.
Ooh.
I struggled a little bit with the stuff at the end and which ones to pick. The top 3 were pretty much a given, and you could probably even guess what they are. Like, you won't be surprised. But anyway, number 9, New Pokemon Snap.
Okay.
Because, I mean, Pokemon Snap, it's good stuff.
Yeah, it was good.
Number 8, Green Hell. For being surprisingly much better than expected. Number 7, Spiritfarer. Yes, it did make it into the top 10.
That game you hated. Weird.
Number 6, and I only just rearranged these last ones.
Oh my god.
So obviously my feelings are slightly confused. Number 6, Lil Gator Game. Made it into the top 10.
Wait a second. As you were talking about it, you were like, shit, it's got to be top 10.
And I was like, that's too far down at the bottom. This is better than Spiritfarer. Number 5, The Greatest Attorney Chronicles. Or Greatest Attorney Adventure. What was it called?
Sherlock Holmes, I think.
I'm sorry. It's Herlock Sholmes. Get it right.
Okay.
The Greatest Attorney Adventures. I'm sorry.
Not
The Greatest
even
Attorney
close.
Chronicles. The Greatest Attorney Chronicles is both of them together. And I had to include one of the seasons of The Walking Dead, and I would have included the first one if it wasn't a replay. So it was very hard to pick from what was left, because I really enjoyed all of it. But I decided on the final season of The Walking Dead to be number 4. And the top 3 that should really be no surprise. At number 3, Stray. Number 2, Raging Loop. And number 1, It Takes Two.
It Takes Two.
Raging Loop was even after I finished It Takes Two, Raging Loop was a very, very close competitor for me for what was my favorite thing I played.
Fascinating. It Takes Two. That was a really good game. And Raging Loop. I'm interested to know more about that. It's always cool you talk about these games, and I have to go back and edit the podcast, right? So I actually get to put gameplay behind what you're saying, so I get to see a little bit of everything. I remember there was some game you were talking about that was like a visual novel or something, or a dungeon crawler with like, and you were like, yeah, I just don't understand. But the death scenes, they always have to over sexualize the girls in the death scene. I don't understand.
Oh yeah, it was oh god, what is it called?
Like everything else about that game sounded excellent except for that part. And then when I saw the gameplay, I was like, yep, that's, I see exactly what she's saying. I don't know why they did it like that.
Oh my god, why can't I remember it right now? Spirit Hunter Deathmark.
Yeah,
that's what it is. My brain was just like, there's death somewhere in the title, somewhere in there. Yeah.
All right, my top 10. I got honorable mentions. I got 5 of them.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I always do like 5 honorable mentions.
I just didn't think about what honorable mentions would be. I'd probably have some too, but I didn't think that far ahead. So
yeah, I feel bad sometimes, so I always feel like there's some games that aren't even in the honorable. This year was tough because I had a lot of games that were like, shit, this is so close to 5 stars.
Yeah, I had that happen in the second half of the year.
So honorable mention, number 1, Hotel Dusk. 2 is Tomba 2. 3, Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. 4, Resident Evil Village. And 5, God of War Ragnarok.
Oh.
I know people are
upset. How dare you put Ragnarok in an honorable mention?
Hey, its pacing was just a little off for me. Doesn't mean the game wasn't excellent, but I just looked at the excellent games that were in the top 10. I said, I don't think it's better than even number 10. Number 10, A Way Out.
All right.
This was going to be a little strange because if I didn't talk about it earlier, how would I put it in the top 10? You'd be like, you played that?
Yeah, I'd be like, wait a minute. Was this in the first half of the year? I don't remember this.
Number 9, Resident Evil Director's Cut.
Very interesting.
I just thought it nailed it. It was perfect. Number 8, Sonic Frontiers. Number 7, Bayonetta 3. Number 6, Super Mario Odyssey. Number 5, Death Stranding.
Very interesting.
Number 4, Pokemon Violet.
Ooh.
Number 3, Digimon Survive. Number 2, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Number 1, Breath of the Wild.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Which ones were most interesting?
Death Stranding made it further up than I thought it would. And then the fact that you ended up with 2 Pokemon games so high up.
Man, they were both really good. Legends Arceus had it cheated because it had the cool Indo-Japanese vibes, right?
And I am kind of surprised Breath of the Wild made your number 1. I don't know. I would expect it to maybe be in there, but for me, it would have ended up being an honorable mention. As a matter of fact, it might have been the year that I played it. I don't remember.
You know, it's got vibes, and plus the whole open world aspect of it. Where
did you collect all 900 Korrix?
No, I only collected the ones I ran past, and that was it.
Which still probably would be a lot, honestly. Like, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they were fun to collect, but I didn't need that much inventory space, so I'm good. Speaking of which, I'm playing Hyrule Warriors right now, so...
Is it, are you enjoying it?
Age of Calamity. Yeah, it's actually my first Warriors game.
Yeah.
I think when you talk about Warriors game, like, you kind of got to find the one that has the theme that you're interested in, right?
And really, those didn't start coming out until... more recently, so like themed Warriors games anyway.
Oh yeah,
that weren't just Dynasty Warriors.
I can't remember. Was the first one the original Hyrule Warriors? I think it was.
No, I think it was Dragon Quest.
Yeah, could have been.
It's what is it called?
Dragon Quest Warriors.
Well, yes. I'm also thinking of the World Tree blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Light Below, whatever.
Yeah,
the one that's got the name that's way too long.
That might have been. I actually thought about buying that one, but then I remembered, oh yeah, I don't know anything about Dragon Quest.
And I liked it. I actually I have my husband has Hyrule Warriors Legends on the 3DS, and I've been interested in playing that.
I was okay, but the thing with those ones is like, and the Dragon Quest ones, it's like a fan service, like, oh, what if all these characters were in the same place, and like Smash Brothers kind of thing, right? And that's cool, right? I'm down for that. But Hyrule Warriors is interesting to me because it's a prequel to Breath of the Wild. It shows you how the champion, because that was one of the most interesting things, right? Because it's like,
I didn't know that, honestly.
Yeah. It's like in the past, the journey they went on to become the champions and pick who was gonna do, and you get Michelle, you get to control the fucking divine beast at some point, and they don't control like super special or anything, but it's just amazing that you can do it. But yeah, it's pretty cool, and I think it's like non-canonical, so I'm not sure what's going to make it non-canonical later on. If we beat Ganon, I guess that would change everything. Ganon's not around yet, but the Calamity kind of is, so I don't know.
Yeah,
it's interesting. We'll see how it is. It'll probably be the first game I beat this year. But I wanted to ask you, right? We have our top 10. This year's over. What are your plans for next year?
Well, I'll try not to set myself up for failure like I did last time. Because I think I said I wanted to play, more Japanese games last year, didn't I?
Yes.
And then I kind of didn't.
You beat one.
Well, I'd kind of still like to do that, and I think I have a better chance at it now. The thing is, I took a 3-month break from my learning Japanese, which made it take a pretty big hit because my work and just life in general got way too stressful to keep it up in the summer. So I just dropped it. I wasn't even sure if I was going to pick it back up, but I did because I just invested way too much money already in this hobby. So, and my reading has already gotten a lot better than it was. Like, it's everything I realize now is it's doable. It's doable. It's just about how much time you want to take, because you're always going to have to look up words. I'm not going to play a single one of these games and not have to look up words all the time still until I just know enough words and see enough words often enough.
Right. Maybe just pace yourself a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to pace yourself too much because you don't want to forget what was going on. And you also don't want to forget the words that you're saying often. Like one of the games I'm playing right now, I learned like the word crystal, which is a suisho, because I've seen it enough times now, but I've never seen it before I played this game. So, so just you get used to a writing style, and you become able to read faster and faster the longer you play something, or the longer you like read a series, like a manga series in Japanese. You'll get faster at reading it because you just get used to their style of writing.
Okay,
but I won't.
So this year you're actually going to play some Japanese games.
Yeah, I mean,
allegedly.
Allegedly. I'd really like to focus on the DS if I could. I wouldn't mind, if I could at least make it through one DS game. And there is one visual novel that I picked up that I haven't added to my backlog called 99. Not to be confused with 999. Just 99. And it's episode 1. Should be about 4. It has where you can dual Japanese and English at the same time if you want to. I wouldn't do that, but if I like really hit the point where I was done and I just really didn't want to play anymore in Japanese, I have at least a way out to continue playing the game.
It's kind of cool.
And that is what appeals to me. Or if I just get really lost in what's going on or I really can't understand a sentence, I can pop up the English to see if maybe I understand better, even if it's not a direct translation, because it might not be. I at least still might know what's going on.
Sure.
So I'd like to one DS game, one visual novel. And that's the standard, the low standard I'm going to set for myself at the moment. But I have been dabbling in a lot of my DS games actually, without adding them to my now playing.
12 months from now, I'll be re-listening to this and go, damn, she didn't beat any of these.
I'd like to do that and just generally play my 3DS games and stuff. I just really want to play my DS and my 3DS lately. I don't know what it is. It's not a specific goal with how many games I want to play, but I did get rid of a lot of my PS4 stuff this past year, even though I didn't beat like any of the games I said I wanted to beat. I did go through all of The Walking Dead and everything, so I got those off of there. I might buy the Book of Unwritten Tales 2 on PC instead, because his controls are kind of pissing me off with it. But just that, and just kind of enjoying my games, and hopefully not buying more games. But that's hard for me right now, because I bought a Japanese 3DS, and I don't have any Japanese 3DS games.
Oh, God.
And I ordered one, and it hasn't come in, and I don't think it's going to come in. So I think eBay's going to have to refund me my money. So, because stuff from Japan really only takes like a couple weeks. What's interesting is I didn't plan to buy this 3DS, but then, I was an idiot and I went on eBay and I was just like curiosity looking for the future for next year. And I found someone in Alabama selling one brand new, a Japanese Nintendo 2DS LL. For $190, and it was an auction, and I was the only person who bid on it, so I got it for $190.99. And I bet they were so mad because nobody else bid on it. They're expensive. Like $250 is kind of like around what you'd be paying, and then you'd have customs fees on top of that because you bought an item over $100 and had it shipped in from Japan. And I don't know how much customs fees are, but I was pretty happy with the idea that I wasn't going to have to pay anything extra, and I was going to get that 3DS or 2DS, whatever, within like a couple of days.
And it is actually like still set on the Japanese OS.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally a Japanese 2DS. Like,
okay.
I mean, it is literally from Japan. It is brand new, unopened. I think this guy was just trying to get rid of some of his stuff before Christmas for some extra money.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure that's why nobody else bid on it either.
Because back when I was getting my 3DS, I did notice that people would sell the LL, but they had hacked it to be an English version because I guess the LLs were cheaper or actually still available at some point. So
yeah,
so it's Japanese from the ground up. That's good.
Yeah, it's just a literal just OEM factory. Like I was really surprised. It's a really good deal because they're getting pretty expensive now. Honestly, and a lot of them are used. They're not brand new. And sometimes, and it's not like they give you the one that's pictured. They just give you a used one, like out of a bunch of used ones that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And those reviews varied wildly in a lot of sellers. Like some of them were like, "Oh, it's perfect," and some were like, "It came in and the screen didn't work and it was half broken, but they refunded my money, so 5 stars." And I'm like, "No, no, that does not help me. I don't want to order from them if it's gonna come in broken." I don't care if they refund my money. I don't want it broken.
All right. So your plan is play some Japanese games, play some DS games, Japanese or otherwise, 3DS.
And then just generally play games and don't buy other games.
That's a good start.
Like I immediately tried to kill my interest I had in Bug Snacks earlier because I need to stop doing that. I already removed Steam from my taskbar earlier this year because I was like,
Look,
I knew I was going to buy a few things during the sale, and then I just had to like let it go.
Look, Michelle, did you see Bug Snacks in my top 15 at all? No. Don't. No. You don't need it. It was a good time. You don't need it.
But eventually, once again, I'm not going to say I'm going to beat Sakuna next year, but it would be nice if I got back around to some of these other games that I've already started.
Yes.
But yeah,
like Yakuza or Kakarot.
Yeah, I did actually go back to Yakuza a couple times without putting it on my now playing, but I just didn't play. I just didn't play enough to get out of that episode. Still, I was too busy screwing around doing side quests again.
That's the way it always is. I would always spend like a whole night doing side quests and a whole night like
I played a number of more hours and just didn't. I just never added it back to my now playing. I was like, yeah, we'll see if this continues or not. And it didn't. But I already set myself up for next year. I bought some games and also just added a bunch of shit that we've had in the house that could be considered either joint owned or just my husband's. But I have access to play, and I just wanted it all laid out on the table for me to see what I really have access to playing that I have generally wanted to play. So.
Gotcha. All right, so my plans are this year to catch up fully on Yakuza. I have Judgment. I got it for Christmas, so that's next. Like a Dragon and Lost Judgment. I need to play those this year. And if those new Yakuza games come out and I'm done with these ones before then, I will buy them day one. I want to be on the day one Yakuza gang so I can play them immediately. I don't like that I'm like still catching up on the series. I know there's 100 entries, but I'm trying.
Yeah.
I would also like to play through Trials of Mana. I have the collection that's Secret of Mana and Final Fantasy Adventure, and Trials of Mana I keep like putting off. So that's the one like specific game that I'm like, I just need to wrap up that whole thing and be done with it. There's also Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC coming out. The Wave 2 Season 2 DLC is coming, so I'm going to pop that back in. They're going to give me a free PS5 version, so that's nice.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to play this new set of DLC, which looks like it follows Bardock, which I know nothing about Bardock, so I have to watch the movie.
Is that the newest movie?
No, actually. A lot of people are confused about that because the newest movie is canonical and the one they're basing it off of is the non-canonical one, but I guess they were probably making it before they knew the new one was coming out.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm interested. I'll probably watch the movie that covers Bardock and then I'll play the DLC. But because the last DLCs were like, there were two of them that were like, one covered Beerus and one covered Golden Frieza in like a very brief kind of like, here, this is for leveling up kind of way. And the last one covered like an alternate like future Trunks thing, which was pretty awesome. And that's what I'm hoping this one's more like standalone-ish. Doesn't use the characters that I leveled up to like level 300.
Yeah.
And then I think my goal is to not buy any games unless that new Yakuza game is coming out before either of these, but Tears of the Kingdom. I think the Breath of the Wild sequel is a day one. That's pretty clear. Or the Resident Evil 4 remake. One of those would be my first day ones. Those are not until like March or so. So I got some time to catch up on all these games I got for Christmas, which I did.
I'll be really interested in the 4 remake quite a lot.
Yeah, so am I. Especially because 4 is basically like this pristine thing, right? And it's not like taking it from the weird camera angles to the over the shoulder. It's already over the shoulder. It's already basically perfect. So I'm not really, I mean, I know the island at the end gets kind of terrible, but I'm interested to see if they still have the island or how they make it better or whatever.
The thing that I realize people are the most worried about with the game and the remake is this humor. They're like, what if they get rid of Leon's sense of humor? They're like, we don't want that. And I'm like, okay, for one, the original game still exists, and two, not everything can be the same, okay? Like, you guys gotta let stuff go. Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be different.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Resident Evil 8 has a bunch of little corny lines as well, so I'm gonna guess it's still gonna have jokes in it. But we'll see. I think the thing that I'm scared they'll fuck up is like the weapon upgrading system, stuff like that. If they mess that stuff up, it's ruined. So
yeah,
but we'll see. See how it goes. But that is my plans. That's all. I'm gonna leave it at that. Those are things I'm hoping to get done. But yeah, that is it for this year. Everything starts over fresh. I'm guessing we're not racing again next year. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll say no because I feel like I'll play better or more games, maybe not under pressure this time.
Well, you'll definitely play better games because you won't be trying to rush. But.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just be playing what I want to leisurely, and I'll do, especially if I do end up really going hard on any Japanese games, those will take me a lot longer to make it through. Right. Those will hold me up like a fucking Xenoblade game or something. So.
Oh, jeez. But yeah, so I guess we'll catch back up sometime next year. We'll definitely do at least a halfway or quarter podcast, and it kind of depends on how many games we're beating out, how much it looks like we need to do one, and then we'll go from there. But
Sounds good.
I won, so that's that.
You won the not race. Good job.
Yep. All right. Thanks everyone for listening, and we'll see you guys when we see you. Bye.
Bye.